He never served. My parents accused me of faking my military career. But when the judge lifted my pant leg, the courtroom fell astonished. I was sued by my family for being a phony veteran. He didn't serve. He invented everything. In court, my mother growled. I didn't respond. I simply observed the judge. She carefully got to her feet and removed her robe. I'm Ethan Mitchell, and I was sitting in courtroom 14B, 5 feet away from my parents, watching them try to delete me. The overhead fluorescent lights hummed. That particular frequency that, if you listen for too long, causes your teeth to hurt. My mom refused to give me a look. My father's jaw was clenched so tightly that I could see the muscle leaping beneath his skin as he gazed straight ahead. I was being sued for fraud. Victor Hamilton, their cunning attorney, paced in front of Judge Grace Caldwell's bench like a shark circling its prey. His fine suit and gold cufflinks caught the light as his shoes clicked on the tile with each deliberate step. The sort of man who ruins people's lives before lunch for $500 an hour. Hamilton said, Your Honor, with that well-honed courtroom ring. This man has fabricated an entire military career. He's stolen valor, forged documents, and collected veteran benefits he doesn't deserve. With my hands folded on the defensive table, my back straight, and my eyes forward, I remained mute. With theatrical accuracy, Hamilton presented his proof. The evidence table was covered in glossy picture albums. Holiday greetings, Hampton's family getaways, and Luke's football trophies arranged like soldiers. He declared. Not a single military photo. He showed official-looking documents and said, no basic training pictures, no deployment shots, nothing. We've submitted requests to public records, no discharge papers, no DD 214 form. The Department of Veterans Affairs has no standard file. Emily Carter, my court-appointed lawyer, a weary public defender handling 40 cases, shuffled her notes anxiously. Having met me twice, she was unsure of how to respond to my silence. This is delusion, Hamilton declared as he turned to face the judge. With her pearl earrings catching the light, my mother leaned forward and said, a son desperate for attention, constructing an elaborate fantasy to exploit state resources. Her voice was as sharp as glass, and her Chanel outfit was flawlessly ironed. He didn't ever serve. He made everything up. I didn't blink or flinch. Silence, they believed, implied guilt. They failed to realize that the only sound that matters is the medevac bird crossing the mountain, and that silence is what you learn when mortars are falling and someone is bleeding out in your arms. Understanding your position in the hierarchy was essential to growing up in the Mitchell home. My brother Luke was the golden child, standing 6 feet 2 inches tall, playing quarterback for Westfield High, earning a business degree from Cornell, and having a flawless grin that made women in country clubs clutch their pearls. My parents used to display him as their kid at fundraising events. The first person they brought up when someone inquired about family. I was the kid that asked too many questions and didn't pretend to be excited for show. I was the afterthought. When I was 16, I asked why we were giving to a charity for veterans if my father had brought up government assistance issues for troops during dinner. My mom's expression froze. When I was 17, I said that Luke's business endeavor seemed like a pyramid scam. Don't embarrass us, Ethan. I spent 3 days locked out of the house. They informed my neighbors that I was discovering myself when I completed the paperwork the day after I graduated and enlisted at the age of 18. They made no mention of the troops. They never once inquired as to my destination. At the recruitment office, my father gave me a $120 bill. Don't expect us to bail you out when this doesn't work. That was the end of it. Just a sharp Franklin and a warning: no pride, no worry. In May, I shipped to Fort Benning. Heat from Georgia has the potential to melt asphalt. Scream till their voices break. Drill instructors. I gained the ability to shoot, march, live off of 4 hours of sleep, and be spiteful. Basic training was a nightmare. Individual advanced training was worst. However, I felt like I belonged anywhere for the first time in my life. I was the Connecticut kid who was a disappointment. But the Army didn't care. Whether I could do my job was important to it. I had been deployed by October. Afghan province of Kandahar. Unable to identify which unit. Classified as of yet. We can't discuss what we did. Subject to a federal jail sentence under an NDA. The heat was like inhaling through a furnace, that's all I can say. It was a harsh and magnificent landscape. Mountains capable of concealing an army, valleys turned into cemeteries. We handled security, conducted night operations, and perform tasks that aren't discussed during homecoming parades. I never received a response to the 3 handwritten letters I sent home via APO channels. Not when I obtained my combat action badge or when I became a specialist. Not after the convoy was struck and I was admitted to a field hospital for 2 weeks with a concussion and shattered ribs that caused the world to tilt sideways. Hope you're well. The club's holiday gala raised $45,000 this year. Very proud of Luke's promotion. My mother sent me a generic Christmas card, the kind you purchase in bulk, with the words, "I hope you're well," written in her flawless calligraphy. I didn't miss you, Mother. Just status updates, as if I were a distant acquaintance. I returned home after 3 years. First, St. Michael's Medical Center. Physical therapy for the leg that no longer wanted to flex properly lasted 6 weeks. Next, Moore Air Force Base via C-130. No one was picking me up, so I took a Greyhound bus to Connecticut. On a Tuesday afternoon, I arrived at the family home. October, with the earth burning slowly, and the leaves turning red and gold. My mother glanced up and down at me as she opened the door halfway. That was all. "Oh, you're back." No tears, no embrace. No, I was just shocked that I'd had the gall to live. "Thank God you're alive." My dad was at his office. Seldom looked up from his computer. While his condo is being refurbished. Luke is sleeping in the guest house. "You need money?" "No." "Good. Good. You'll need to come up with another plan." That night, I slept on the couch. Departed before the sun rose. Never returned. In New Haven, I discovered a studio apartment, 400 square feet. It was my radiator, but it clanged like church bells. My documentation for veteran benefits was sent to a downtown legal aid clinic. My guide through the VA maze was Sophia Rivera, a paralegal with a gentle face and weary eyes. She wrote, "You've got a Bronze Star." After looking over my service summary. "Why didn't your family?" "They don't know what. My records are classified." Operational security. I can't talk about most of what I did, so to them, I just disappeared for 2 years. Sophia was staring at me. "That's insane." I sighed. It is what it is. My disability claim was accepted by the VA. 20% for PTSD, 15% for hearing loss, and 25% for the leg. Not very much. Enough to keep you alive. I was hired at a resource center for veterans. Assisted other men in using the method. Hear their tales. Didn't share mine. I discovered how to be silent, modest, and unnoticeable. However, in some way, surviving offended my parents. As if continuing to live was a personal insult to their story that I was doomed to fail. On a gloomy January morning, the lawsuit arrived. Heavy envelope, certified mail. Ethan R. Mitchell versus Richard E. Mitchell and Carolyn L. Mitchell, 2025 CV, 0847 is the civil action number. With my hands shaking and my coffee growing cold, I stood in my kitchen reading the complaint. The plaintiffs claim that the defendant had committed a number of fraudulent acts, including making false claims to have served in the U.S. Army. The second is making up a post-traumatic stress disorder diagnosis. 3. Illegally receiving almost $20,000 in veteran benefits over a 2-year period. 4. Using those false claims to damage the family name. The list seemed endless. Victor Hamilton, a lawyer, signed 6 pages. I ought to have been enraged. I laughed instead. The sound reverberated off the flimsy walls, fractured and harsh. I wasn't just forgotten. They had changed who I was. Wiped out 2 years of my life. Created lies out of my scars. Completed my service. It was a scam involving all I had donated and everyone I had attempted to save. It buzzed on my phone. The public defender assigned to my case is Emily Carter. "We must meet. Mr. Mitchell. This is not good." In desperation, Emily's workspace smelt like stale coffee. Every surface was piled high with files. By the window, a potted plant is slowly fading. She appeared worn out. "Okay, walk me through this. You served?" "Yes." "You have proof." "It's classified." "What does that mean?" "What does that mean?" "My unit operated under sealed protocols. My records are redacted. Even my medical evacuation papers only list a code designation." Emily touched her temples. "So, you have no proof?" "I have a DD-214, but the details are blackbarred." National security exemption. And you can't declassify them. Not without Pentagon authorization, which takes months if they approve it at all. Emily took a step back. There was a squeak in her chair. Your parents have money? Yes. Hamilton's a shark. He specializes in reputation cases. High-profile families protecting their image. She reached for a file. They've submitted 30 affidavits. Country club, members, family, friends, business associates. All saying they never saw evidence of military service. Because I never told anyone. Why? Why? What was I supposed to do? Show up at their charity galas in my uniform, beg them to acknowledge me? Emily kept her mouth shut. Then, this is going to trial and without documentation, we're going to get destroyed. In February, the deposition began. Victor Hamilton's office had original artwork on the walls, plush seats, and floor-to-ceiling windows with views of New Haven Harbor. I was provided sparkling water by the receptionist. Hamilton, who was in his 50s, had silver hair, was immaculately styled, and had a smile that never extended past his eyes. Mr. Mitchell, thank you for coming. Like a monarch on a throne, he sank into his chair. The court reporter is currently typing. Let's start simple. You claim you served in the United States Army from May 2022 to October 2025. Yes. Where? Afghanistan. Can't specify location. Operational security. How convenient. He wrote it down. And your unit? Classified. Your commanding officer? Classified. Hamilton smiled and said, classified. The base you were stationed at? I remained silent. Mr. Mitchell, you understand how this sounds? Across the table, he slipped a document. This is a letter from the Department of Defense. We submitted a FOIA request for your service records. They confirmed. There is no Ethan R. Mitchell listed in general enlistment databases for the dates you claim. Emily stepped in and said, because my records are sealed or because you never served? Hamilton shrugged away the statement. Objection. Argumentative. I didn't respond when I asked, let me ask you this, Ethan. Can I call you Ethan? Why would your parents lie? What do they gain from this lawsuit? You'd have to ask them. I have. They say you came home 2 years ago after traveling around Southeast Asia, working odd jobs, and started claiming military service to access benefits. They say they tried to intervene, get you psychiatric help, but you became hostile, threatening. My stomach sank. That's not true. They have documentation, emails to a family therapist, text messages expressing concern, a formal request to the VA questioning your eligibility. He moved more documents over. I looked at them. My father's signature, my mother's penmanship. For 2 years, they had been constructing this case. The date of the hearing was April 5. I had 6 weeks. Emily made every effort. Despite being blocked by classification procedures, she reached out to the Pentagon. She contacted the VA. They verified my benefits, but they were unable to divulge information without permission. She located members of my basic training unit. 2 were sent abroad. 1 was coping with his own horror at the VA. 1 was too incoherent to make a statement. All the doors shut. Emily mentioned, we need character witnesses, at one of our preparation meetings. People who knew you before, during, after. I don't have anyone. Friends, teachers, employers. I left for basic training the day after graduation. Haven't been back to Connecticut much since. The people I served with, I can't contact them without violating security protocols. Emily appeared to be weeping. I knew she was correct when she said, Ethan, they're going to win. Every pre-trial motion was attended by my parents. Richard in fitted wool. Carolyn in luxury clothes. They appeared to be worried parents who had been harmed by their son's problems as they sat in the gallery. Luke attended a hearing, sat in the rear, and avoided eye contact, following my cornering of him in the garage. He refused to look at me and asked, You really think I made this up? I don't know what to think, Ethan. You're my brother and you disappeared for 2 years. No calls. No visits. Then you show up claiming you were some secret soldier. He finally looked me in the eye. Luke simply shook his head when someone said, It sounds insane. It is insane. That's why it's true. Mom and Dad just want to protect the family from what? And we simply see that. And quoted and impressively. And Week simply shook his head when someone said what a family. The truth. He left the room, left my beat-up Honda standing behind me. My hands were shaking with uncontrollable wrath, and my legs hurt. The trial began on Wednesday, April 5. The fragrance of ancient wood and floor wax filled the courthouse. Judge Grace Caldwell, a 50-year-old woman with keen eyes, and a reputation for managing a busy courtroom, presided. After a remarkable career as a prosecutor, she was appointed 2 years ago. Caldwell is tough but fair. She doesn't tolerate games, but she also doesn't tolerate sob stories. Just answer honestly. Don't embellish. Emily had cautioned me. The courtroom gradually filled. Emily and I are on one side, while my parents and their legal team are on the other. A couple of journalists, court watchers, a few gallery observers, and a person drawing for a local news website. Judge Caldwell came in. We got up and sat down. Opening statement. Case number 2025, CV0847. Mitchell versus Mitchell. Mr. Hamilton. Hamilton rose confidently and smoothly. He depicted a confused young guy who was unable to live up to expectations, who vanished for years before reappearing with intricate tales and the allure of a scam artist. The evidence will show, he said, that Ethan Mitchell never served a day in uniform, that he has defrauded the government and embarrassed his family through a calculated campaign of lies. He settled down. Emily got up. She made a simpler, shorter opening. The evidence will show that Ethan Mitchell is exactly who he says he is, that his service is real, and that his parents, for reasons we may never fully understand, have chosen to deny it. Then, the testimony started. My mother was the first person Hamilton called. Carolyn Mitchell stood up as if she were accepting a prize. Calm, graceful, and empathetic. Mrs. Mitchell, can you describe your relationship with your son? It's been difficult. She wiped her eyes. No real tears. Ethan has always been troubled, rebellious. He resented his brother's success. Did he tell you he was joining the military? No. He left home suddenly. We didn't hear from him for months. And when he returned, he showed up at our door claiming he'd been in Afghanistan, but he had no proof, no photos, no stories he could actually tell. It was all vague. Suspicious. She stared at the jury, but the more we looked into it, the more contradictions we discovered. Did you believe him? We wanted to. Part by part, Hamilton presented the proof. Lists of guests and photo albums from family gatherings during my alleged deployment. Members of the country club made statements, and my high school guidance counselor wrote a letter characterizing me as prone to hyperbole. It was terrible. Emily did a cross-examination. Did Ethan write to you while he was away, Mrs. Mitchell? A handful. Have you retained them? No. Have you replied? Take a moment. I can't remember. You can't remember if you replied to your son when he said he was in a combat zone? It was a perplexing period. When he came back, did you ask him about his service? You wouldn't listen, or he wouldn't discuss it. Disapproval. Hamilton stood up. Judge Caldwell responded, sustained, but her gaze strayed to my mom. Next to testify was my father. Richard Mitchell is a pillar of the community, a CEO of a local investment firm, and a board member of 3 NGOs. He was more clinical and colder than my mother. Ethan has always struggled with reality. He said. This military fantasy is just the latest illusion. You filed a complaint with the VA? Yes, we believe he fraudulently obtained benefits. Why would he do that? You file. Money, attention, a way to justify years of aimless drifting. Emily barely scratched the cross. My father was too slick and well-practiced. Luke was called by Hamilton. My brother continued tugging at his tie and appeared uneasy. Did Ethan ever mention military service before he left? No. Has he shown you proof since returning? He says it's classified. Do you believe him? A long pause. Hamilton then called Dr. Lawrence Peaton, a psychiatrist who had never seen me, but had studied case data, and said, I don't know what to believe. In your professional opinion, doctor, is it possible someone could fabricate a military history? Absolutely. It's called pseudologia fantastica, pathological lying driven by a need for significance. Could someone experiencing this condition pass initial VA screening? Potentially, especially if they've researched extensively and can mimic symptoms. Could they fake PTSD? It's documented in medical literature. Emily grumbled. Your Honor, Dr. Patton has never examined my client. Judge Caldwell said. Go to wait. Continue. We had a lunch break. I was unable to eat. My hands continued to tremble. Emily made an effort to be supportive. We have our turn this afternoon. I'll put you on the stand. No, Ethan. You have to testify. I can't talk about most of what happened. Every answer will be classified or I can't discuss that. It'll sound like I'm hiding something. Aniensu U-time. You are hiding something. Your actual service. Because I legally have to. She leaned back. Then we're done. Hamilton's going to argue that your silence proves guilt. Judge Caldwell will have no choice but to rule against you. I gazed at my reflection in the scarred surface of the courthouse cafeteria table. Silently, I won't break my oath, I said. Even to save myself. At that moment, Emily remained silent. That's incredibly stupid. Yeah. Probably. The court met again at 1:30 p.m. Hamilton started his final remarks. He was brutal and methodical. He took the jury through every bit of evidence, every inconsistency, and every instance in which I remained silent. How can we trust someone who can't even prove where he's been? He said. Who hides behind classified at every question? Who asks us to believe an extraordinary story with zero verification? He made a motion toward my parents. These are good people trying to protect their family name to stop a pattern of behavior before it causes more damage. The defense has provided nothing. No witnesses, no documents, no proof, just silence, just excuses. He took his seat. For our closing, Emily stood. She was succinct. Too short. Ethan Mitchell served his country. The fact that he can't prove it in this courtroom doesn't mean it didn't happen. His silence is honor, not guilt. I urge you to consider. Judge Caldwell abruptly leaned forward. The room fell silent as she said, Miss Carter, one moment. Caldwell gave me a glance. Truly, took a look at me. Her face was unreadable. Mr. Mitchell, stand up. With my heart pounding and my legs protesting, I stood. I paused before saying, turn around slowly. Sensing that every eye in the courtroom was following me. Lift your left pant leg. Emily appeared perplexed. Hamilton was protesting already. I remarked. Your Honor. This is highly irregular. Lift it. I knelt down and lifted up the cloth, revealing the scar that ran from my midcalf to my ankle. Furious, and puckered. The type of mark caused by shrapnel during emergency field surgery. There was no sound in the courtroom. That's enough, decided Caldwell. You can sit. I took a seat. Now my hands were trembling more violently. Judge Caldwell took up her gavel, put it down, and got to her feet. She got up from the bench and said, I'm calling a recess. 30 minutes. Everyone remain available. The bailiff appeared perplexed. Emily and I waited in the corridor. She paced. What just happened? I don't know. I don't know. Did you know the judge was going to do that? No. Ethan. That scar IED blast. Kandahar province. Can't say more than that. Emily ceased to walk. How bad? She said quietly. Bad enough. Then if Caldwell recognizes it as combat trauma, maybe she'll take that into consideration. But I don't know. I've never seen her do anything like this. We received a callback 35 minutes later. At her bench sat Judge Caldwell. Her face had changed, becoming more determined and tough. Court will come to order. Mr. Hamilton, you may proceed with any remaining arguments. Hamilton remained motionless. Your Honor, the plaintiff rests. We believe the evidence clearly demonstrates. The audience froze when he said, I can tell you exactly where he's been. Everybody looked around. Judge Caldwell's voice was calm, deadly, steady, and low. Hamilton looked bewildered and said, Excuse me. I replied, I can tell you exactly where Ethan Mitchell has been. My mom's hand shot to her pearls. My dad became tense. Like a fish slowly dying on a wharf, Hamilton's lips expanded and closed. With purposeful words, Caldwell went on. 109th Medical Evacuation Battalion, Arghandab Valley, Kandahar Province, July 2024. My pulse stopped. Our convoy got hit. I was pinned in a vehicle that was catching fire. Specialist Ethan Mitchell pulled me out. The courtroom had fallen silent. She turned to face me and said, He held pressure on my femoral artery with his bare hands for 40 minutes, while we waited for the medevac helicopter. I was bleeding out, going into shock. He kept talking to me, kept me conscious, kept me alive. Caldwell went on. Until I saw the case file last week, I didn't know his real name. In the field, we all used call signs, but I recognized the scar on his leg. Same blast that injured me. Same shrapnel pattern, Hamilton said of his recovery. Caldwell's voice was like steel as he said, "Your Honor. This is ambush testimony. You can't what? Can't tell the truth about a soldier who saved my life? Can't provide evidence in my own courtroom? You should have recused yourself." I didn't know he was the same person until I saw him stand up. She picked up a file that was sealed. This morning, during recess, I contacted the Pentagon. Under emergency judicial exception for active miscarriage of justice, I requested his service record be declassified for purposes of this proceeding. She raised the file. Emily stared and said, "It arrived 20 minutes ago." Everyone else was, too. Caldwell gave her clerk the file. The clerk's voice trembled a little as she said, "Read it into the record." Specialist Ethan Mitchell's service record shows that he enlisted in May 2022, deployed to Kandahar Province, Afghanistan, in September 2022, had his unit identification suppressed for operational security, and received a Purple Heart Combat Action Badge in November 2022. July 2024, Bronze Star with V device for valor. July 2024, citation for extraordinary bravery in the face of hostile fire that led to the effective removal of 14 personnel from an active combat zone. "That's enough," Caldwell muttered. The file was sat down by the clerk. Nobody made a move. Nobody took a breath. Caldwell gave my folks a look. "Your son is a war hero. He saved my life and 13 others. He carries scars, visible and invisible. From service, you apparently couldn't be bothered to acknowledge." Under her makeup, my mother's face had turned pallid. I had never seen my father appear so little. "Case dismissed," declared Caldwell. She hesitated and pulled up her gavel, saying, "With prejudice. It can never be filed again. Mr. and Mrs. Mitchell, your son did more in 2 years than most people do in a lifetime. The fact that you tried to destroy him for it," she said with a sigh. "Get out of my courtroom." It exploded in the gallery. Reporters rushing, onlookers whispering. Hamilton attempted to protest, but Caldwell had already gotten up and moved off the bench. My parents sat still. Carolyn's flawless poise broke. Richard's jaw was tight and his shoulders were rigid as he looked straight ahead. Emily took hold of my arm. "We won, Ethan. I was unable to talk. Luke got up from the gallery and came over to me. I recognized the look on his face. Shame, horror. He was in the back row as I turned away. A gray-haired Marine with a ribbon-filled chest wearing dress blues. He stood slowly and deliberately, lifted his hand, and gave a precise, pointed salute. Then another veteran got to his feet. One salute from the Army, followed by another from the Navy. A wave of activity swept across the courtroom. All of the veterans, onlookers, court guards, and an unnoticed bailiff stood there, saluting, my eyes burning, my throat shut. I didn't wave, I didn't cry, I didn't grin, I just nodded. I just turned and moved down the center aisle. Past the reporters who were already typing their reports. Past Hamilton, who was packing his briefcase with trembling hands. And past my parents, who refused to look at me. In the corridor, Emily caught up with me. "Where are you going?" "Home." "Ethan, wait. The media is going to want a statement. Your parents might try to appeal. They can't. Dismissed with prejudice." "But Emily..." I turned to her. She nodded without pressing, saying, "Thank you for trying even when it looked impossible." I stepped outside into the chilly April air as I left the courthouse. The sun was going down. The sky looked gorgeous, orange, and purple. It buzzed on my phone. Saw the news. "Holy. You okay?" was the text I returned from Sofia Rivera at the VA. "Yeah, finally." Another buzz. "The number is unknown. This is Judge Caldwell. Wanted to check if you have everything you need. Right? Service documentation. Also wanted to say thank you again for that night. I never got the chance. 100.com sits. I looked at the screen and said, "You just gave me everything I needed." "Thank you, Your Honor." She responded right away. I nearly laughed when I said, "Amelia." And I think you outrank me anyway, specialist. I received an official letter from the Pentagon 2 months later. My service record has been fully declassified. Permission to talk about specifics if I wanted to. I put it in the file. Didn't read it. I was no longer required to prove anything. Not to Luke, not to my parents, nor to anybody. I was offered a promotion, increased responsibility, and higher compensation by the Veteran Resource Center. I accepted it. I began working with men who returned home to families similar to mine, in need of a sympathetic ear. My parents never got back to me. No acknowledgement, no apologies. I didn't pick up when Luke called once. He apologized, saying he should have trusted me, and asked if we could speak on his voicemail. I removed it. Rebuilding some bridges is not necessary. There are some compassionate distances. I received an invitation to speak at a veterans event 6 months after the trial. A small get-together where men tell stories and foster a sense of togetherness. Amelia Caldwell was present as a fellow veteran. Not as a judge. We spent 2 hours discussing that evening in the Arandab Valley. About the consequences and the burden of carrying untold tales. She remarked, "You know what irritates me the most? Your parents had you there. Yeah, you deserved better. We both did. That's why we kept going anyway." She grinned. This amazing person. And they were so busy protecting their image that they couldn't see you. I still drive the beat-up Honda, I still live in that studio apartment, and I still work at the resource center guiding guys through the VA maze. Yeah. I guess that's the job. The difference is that I'm no longer concealing. Not from my narrative, not from the wounds, not from the reality of my actions and identity. My parents want my erasure. They desire to tell the tale in their own way. They might disown and blame the embarrassment, the created fantasy, and the problematic son. However, I remain here, continue to stand, and continue to assist others in standing. Everything they attempted to take from me was lost. I didn't have to ruin their case, their reputation, or their narrative control. I was convinced by the truth. I'm Ethan Mitchell, a Bronze Star recipient, combat medic, Army expert, and I don't require anyone's consent to exist. My daughter blamed me for her dad leaving. So I walked out. 2 weeks later. She called me crying after learning the truth about his abandonment. My daughter claimed that I was the cause of her father's departure, so I also left her. After working 2 shifts, I was preparing coffee when my 16-year-old daughter Sophia entered the kitchen wearing a costume for a party that I had never sanctioned. "I'm going to Lily's house. Her mom said I could sleep over." Her expression changed to something I hardly recognized as she said, "It's a school night. You have a test tomorrow." Lily's mom trusts her. "You're so controlling. No wonder Dad couldn't stand living here." I poured myself a coffee. With tears welling up in her eyes, she came closer and said, "Sophia, it's true. You drove him away. Everyone knows it. I heard Lily's mom say it. You're impossible to live with." I ought to have maintained my composure. Instead, I ought to have provided an explanation. I felt hurt and tired, and I made the worst possible statement. "Fine. You want me gone? I'll give you some space." I drove to my sister's place after grabbing my keys. I assured myself that I only needed one night to get my thoughts straight, and that I would return in the morning. However, Sophia didn't text, call, or do anything else. So I waited. She was unaware of what I had shielded her from. Prior to his departure, her father depleted the savings account. To keep us in our home, I had worked double shifts on those nights. The real reason he vanished, which had nothing to do with my impossibility and everything to do with his meeting a younger person in a different state. I would give her a more compassionate account. That her father simply needed room. That people can grow apart at times. I believed I was keeping her safe. Perhaps I was simply shielding myself from that discussion. Her Instagram account revealed the entire story on day 4. Party photos and remarks on her sense of freedom. An unfamiliar boy put his arm around her shoulder. On the 6th day, the text began. I answered them all in the same manner. "Where's the permission slip for the field trip? Do we have laundry detergent? The school called about my test. Can you call them back? You can handle it." She broke on day 10. At $11:30 Mathram PM. She called me in tears. She had attended a party that had spiraled out of control. A few older children appeared. It became ominous. She had locked herself in a restroom. "Mom, Please come get me. I'm sorry. Please. I forced myself to ask the question even though my gut told me to rush to my car. Quietly. I found his number online. Did you try calling your dad? He now has a young boy and a new family. Last week, he shared pictures from Disneyland. She had never disclosed to me that she had researched him. He didn't respond when I asked, "Did you call him?" He simply stated that her voice cracked when I texted him. He advised me to ask my mother whether there was a reason he gave up his rights. I had already reached for my keys. She was seated outside a house I didn't recognize on the curb. Her face was smeared with mascara. Without a word, she got into the car. We didn't talk as we drove home. She sat at the kitchen table and gazed at her hands when we entered. I didn't know he signed away his rights. I never told you. Why? Because you were 12. Because I wanted you to believe your father loved you. Even if he couldn't show it. Because I thought the truth would hurt more than the lie. Glancing up at me, she said, "You let me blame you for years. You let me think you were the problem. I thought I was protecting you. From what?" She broke down once more and said, "From knowing my dad didn't want me." I grabbed her hands across the table and said, "I already knew. Mom. I just didn't want to believe it. It was easier to be mad at you. I'm sorry I left this week. That wasn't fair. I was hurt and I handled it wrong. I'm sorry. I said you were the reason he left." She gave my fingers a squeeze. "You're not. You're the reason I'm okay. You're the reason we still have a house and I have clothes and someone shows up to my volleyball games. I'll always show up." She dried her eyes and said, "I know. I think I always knew. I just didn't want to admit that the parent who stayed was the one who actually loved me." For a long period, we sat across the table holding hands without speaking. She is now 18. When I enforce curfew, she continues to push boundaries and roll her eyes. Like any other mother and daughter, we argue about clothes, boys, and screen time, but she has never again held me responsible for her father. And she always says the same thing when she leaves the house, regardless of how irritated she is with me. 3 words, "Love you, Mom." All I ever needed was that. Not perfection, not an apology. Just the assurance that she knows exactly who will be there for her when she returns. Her father sacrificed her life. However, she now recognizes the difference after I provided her a home. I heard noises coming from the kitchen when I woke up the morning after our conversation. Sophia was preparing scrambled eggs at the stove when I stepped in. She had my favorite coffee mug on the counter and toast in the toaster. When I walked in, she continued to stir the eggs in the pan without giving me a look. When they were finished, she slid it across the table to me and placed it on a plate with 2 pieces of toast. She told me everything I needed to know with a tiny smile that fell short of her eyes. We were going to be all right. Over the course of the following several days, our relationship began to feel different. She had never asked me any questions before. Sincere inquiries concerning matters I had concealed from her for years. She inquired about the savings account her father had drained one evening while I was paying the bills at the kitchen table. I put down my writing and turned to face her. The truth was what she deserved. Before he went, I informed her about the math BBS, $17,000 he had taken. How I had been putting cash aside for our emergency fund and her college fund. How I had to start over from scratch after he wiped it out 4 days before he vanished. I informed her of the additional shifts I had taken on. I offered to work extra hours and miss meals so she could get new volleyball shoes. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she listened. She didn't ask questions or interrupt. She merely listened as I described how I had restored what he had wrecked. She inquired about the divorce a few days later. The true tale, not the simplified version I'd been telling her for years. I sat down with her and told her about her father's online meeting. How, when I was working double shifts, he talked to this other woman for months. How, without telling me, he planned his entire departure and made promises to her. He simply departed when Sophia was 12. While at school, she packed a bag and took a car to a different state. No conversation, no warning, just gone. When I told Sophia, she started crying. She claimed that she had always questioned why he never paid her a visit or called, and why he consistently failed to remember her birthday. It wasn't something she did wrong, she realized now. It was because he decided to leave. She thanked me for allowing her to visit and introduced herself as Ella Pritchard. I liked her right away. She looked at him. Her posture was correct. She appeared at ease yet respectful. Instead of gossiping about other children, I heard the girls discussing their arithmetic assignment as they went to Sophia's room to finish their homework. An hour later, Ella's mother arrived at the door to collect her after a car drew up outside. We spoke in the doorway for a few minutes after she identified herself as David Pritchard. She exuded warmth and a sense of stability. Ella had been chatting about Sophia all week, she said, and she was happy that the two children were now friends. Before she went, we swapped phone numbers. Sophia entered the kitchen as I was preparing dinner after they had left. She wanted to know my opinion about Ella. She seemed like a really kind person. I told her. Sophia grinned and remarked that Ella was unique among her friends, that she genuinely cared about her studies and had objectives, and that she inspired Sophia to improve. I congratulated Sophia on making healthier friendships. She gave me a brief hug before returning to her room. It was 4 months later. On a Thursday afternoon, I received a call at work from the school counselor. Concerned that anything was awry, I went outside to answer the phone. Rather, she informed me that she was phoning to offer her congratulations to both of us. In every subject, Sophia's grades had considerably increased. Her grades have improved from primarily C's and D's to A's and B's. She was turning in all of her assignments on time and participating more in class, according to her professors. This type of turnaround was unusual, according to the counselor, who wished to recognize Sophia's and my hard effort. Then she told me another thing. As a freshman, Sophia had made the varsity volleyball squad. At their school, that seldom ever occurred. Sophia was promoted from junior varsity because the coach was so satisfied with her growth and commitment. I hung up after thanking the counselor. I spent a few minutes sitting in my car before returning inside to complete my shift. Sophia was in the kitchen preparing a snack for herself when I arrived home that evening. The counselor had called, I informed her. With the peanut butter jar in her hand, she froze. After observing her face go through around 5 distinct emotions, I grinned and told her how pleased I was of her. She put the jar down and gave me a tight hug. Because she didn't want to let me down if she couldn't keep up, she stated she had been afraid to tell me about varsity. I assured her that I fully believed in her ability to keep up. I did something I hadn't done in more than a year the following weekend. I was off from work for 2 days. Just a typical weekend spent at home with my daughter, no additional hours or double shifts. We slept until 9:30 on Saturday morning. After that, we dressed and headed to the shopping center. Since everything in the stores we typically passed were too pricey, we tried on outfits there. We just purchased a few items that were on sale, but it was nice to peruse without having to keep an eye on the time. During our lunch at the food court, Sophia informed me about her classes, friends, and the persistent approach from a male in her English class. We visited Target after lunch to get snacks and a new lamp for Sophia's room because her previous one had broken. Around 4:30, we arrived home and changed into cozy attire. We cooked popcorn and Sophia selected 3 films from our streaming queue. We watched movies on the couch that evening, laughing at the clumsy speech. We didn't discuss anything serious. We didn't have in-depth discussions or work through our emotions. We simply coexisted in our living room, going about our daily lives in harmony. Sophia dozed off with her head resting on my shoulder at around midnight. I didn't want to move and wake her, so I sat there for a little longer. I have been striving to do this. My daughter felt secure enough to lie beside me on Saturday evenings, but there were no extravagant gestures or dramatic reconciliations. While I was filing bills at the kitchen table on Monday night, Sophia approached me. After a minute of standing in the doorway, she asked if she could speak with me about anything. I ordered her to sit down and shut down my laptop. She picked at her fingernails while sitting across from me. She then inquired as to whether we could all afford family therapy. According to her school counselor, it could help us develop even greater communication. She stated that although she was aware of the financial constraints and the high cost of therapy, she believed it would be worthwhile. I looked at her a moment. Even though things were already so much better, my 6-year-old daughter was taking the effort to strengthen our connection and asking for treatment. I told her that I thought it was a terrific concept and that we could make it work. She appeared relieved. For the next 3 days, I called various clinics and therapists. I eventually located a sliding scale clinic across town that charged according to income, but the majority of them were much above our means. I scheduled a meeting for the next week. Sophia thanked me 3 times after I told her. She appeared anxious but enthusiastic. I was anxious as well. However, I had the courage to follow through if my daughter had the courage to seek for assistance. On a Tuesday night, we had our first therapy session. The clinic was housed in an ancient structure with fluorescent lights and a torn carpet. We were greeted by the therapist in the waiting area. She had glasses, a warm grin, and was younger than I had anticipated, possibly in her early 30s. We followed her back to her office, where she took a chair across from us, and we sat on a couch. The meeting got off to a clumsy start. We were at a loss for words. We were asked by the therapist why we were there, and what we wanted to gain from the session. I let Sophia respond first. She expressed her desire for improved communication, her fear that we might make the same mistakes again after fighting so hard to change things, and her want to avoid reverting to old habits. I then discussed my desire to help Sophia learn how to listen better, to ensure that she always felt heard, and to provide her with the means to communicate her emotions, without fear. After listening to us both, the therapist began teaching us some fundamental communication skills. She encouraged us to try expressing our emotions without placing blame by starting sentences with our sentiments, rather than making allegations about the actions of the other person. At first, it felt strange and robotic, but by the conclusion of the lesson, we were both improving. The therapist recommended monthly sessions to sustain our development before we departed. Both of us concurred. Sophia remarked that it wasn't as horrible as she had anticipated as she made her way to the car. I concurred. Having an impartial person guide us through our relationship felt really fantastic. 4 weeks later, we had our second therapy appointment. The therapist began by inquiring about the state of affairs at home. We both agreed that things were going well. I took a big breath and stated something I had never said out before when she asked if there was anything in particular we wanted to work on. I explained to her that part of the reason I had been working double shifts all the time was to avoid having tough conversations at home, that dealing with the conflict between Sophia and me was more difficult than being at work, that I had put off dealing with our issues because I was tired. Sophia gave me a startled expression. Then, she also made an admission. She claimed that pushing me away seemed safer than running the risk of being abandoned again. That it would be less painful when I finally left, like her father did. If she kept me at a remove. She claimed to have been putting me to the test, determining the extent to which she could push before I gave up on her. Something in my chest exploded when I heard her say it. I extended my arm to grasp her hand. I assured her that even if she tested me for the rest of her life, I would remain. We worked through these admissions with the therapist's assistance. We had both been defending ourselves in ways that, as she pointed out, actually made matters worse. Vulnerability, not distance, was the source of that true safety. We were both crying a little by the conclusion of the session, but it felt nice to cry, like letting go of something we had been holding on to for too long. In late spring, Sophia's volleyball team advanced to regional championships. With games every Saturday and Sunday, the tournament took place across 4 weekends. I planned my employment so that I could go to every game. I traded shifts with co-workers. I requested favors. I managed to make it work. I was reminded of why I had worked so hard to keep our family together as I watched Sophia compete in those championship games. She was doing well. She walked confidently and joyfully across the court. She gave her teammates high fives. She yelled encouragement. Before giving up entirely, she wanted to know that she had tried everything. I asked her what she wanted to tell him. She expressed her want to share with him the impact of his desertion on her. She wanted to know if he would be open to a relationship of any type, even if it was just sporadic emails or phone conversations. I assured her that I was in favor of whatever choice she chose and that she was free to contact him if necessary, but I cautioned her to keep her heart safe and to be ready for the chance that he wouldn't reply or that his response might be devastating. I understand, she responded, nodding. I was requested to assist her in writing the email. Yes, I replied. We worked on it jointly for the next hour at the kitchen table. She wrote about her life, her feelings, and her achievements. She questioned him candidly about why he had left and if he had ever considered her. The email was measured and cautious. It did not accuse or place blame. All it asked for was the truth and the potential for a relationship. She showed it to me once more after it was done. It's perfect, I told her. She inhaled deeply before pressing the submit button. Her father did not respond for 2 weeks. During those first several days, I watched Sophia's expression droop every time she opened her laptop and checked my email nonstop. Although she never mentioned checking her mailbox, I could tell by the way she looked at the screen and swiftly closed it. She discovered me folding laundry in the living room on day 12 and took a seat beside me on the couch. Without glancing at me, she grabbed up a towel and began folding it. She claimed that she wasn't shocked that he hadn't responded. She claimed that in order to avoid living her entire life wondering what might have happened, she wanted to give it one final go. I had never heard her speak with such maturity and steadiness. I expressed my pride in her handling of the situation. She gave a small smile and continued folding the towels. Her father didn't reply until day 18. Sophia received the email while she was at volleyball practice. She sent me a copy of her initial email, and his reply appeared in the same thread, so I saw the notification on my phone. I didn't open it. I waited until she got home and found out for herself. At 7 o'clock, she entered the room, left her workout bag in the hallway, and made her way directly to the kitchen table where her laptop was resting. Her breath caught while I was preparing dinner. After reading it once and twice, she glanced up at me, tears already running down her cheeks. She swiveled the laptop in my direction. There were 4 sentences in the email. He claimed to have moved on with his wife and started a new family. He claimed that it was unhealthy for all parties to look backward. Although he wished her well, he stated that he believed it would be best if they did not communicate. He just used his first name when he signed it. For 25 minutes, Sophia sobbed in my arms. I just held her and rubbed circles on her back, exactly like I used to do when she was younger, while her entire body trembled. She dried her eyes and remarked, "At least now she had closure." As she eventually withdrew, instead of constantly wondering, she stated she was relieved to know for sure. She reopened her laptop, erased his contact details from both her phone and email, and shut it off. She eventually put it down and appeared lighter in some way, as if she had been holding something heavy. That evening, we had dinner together and discussed about volleyball practice rather than her father. During training, she chuckled at a statement made by one of her teammates. For the first time in years, the conversation felt effortless and natural. I began to notice minor shifts in Sophia's communication style over the course of the following several weeks. Rather than merely beginning conversations without saying hello, she called me mom more frequently. Rather from the teenage humiliation I had grown accustomed to, Sophia introduced me as Ella's mother with this tone of genuine pride one afternoon when Ella came over to study. "I put a lot of effort into taking care of us both," she informed Ella. Ella grinned at me and told me that her own mother had remarked on how amazing it was that I handled everything by myself. For me, these little changes were crucial. Requested Reds is currently available on Spotify. Look at the link in the comments or description. They demonstrated to me that Sophia now grasped what I had been attempting to explain to her for years. On a Tuesday in late October, I was born. Since Sophia had school and I had to work, I didn't have any specific expectations. She was seated at the kitchen table with a wrapped box in front of her when I got home that night. Her expression was one of tense excitement, as if she was eager for me to open it. I took my bag and took a seat across from her. She motioned for me to open the box after pushing it in my direction. A framed picture of us from her volleyball championship match was inside. Her arm was across my shoulders, and we were both grinning broadly. At the bottom of the frame was an inscription that said, "To the parent who stayed, I love you, Mom." Before I had even finished reading it, I began to cry. Sophia informed me that she had purchased it with money she earned from babysitting. She stated that she wanted me to have a memento that expressed her gratitude for what I did. I gave her a huge embrace and gave her a dozen or so thank yous. "I'm welcome," she added with a laugh, "and happy birthday." The following morning, I put the picture on the wall in our kitchen, so that we could both see it from the table. I was filled with thankfulness every time I passed it or sat down to eat because of that picture. It served as a reminder that being in the moment was more important than being flawless. It served as a reminder that all of the sacrifices and multiple shifts had been worthwhile. It served as a reminder that Sophia at last saw me clearly, not through the prism of Lily's mother's rumors or her father's desertion, but rather as the person who consistently picked her. After a few weeks, Sophia began questioning me about aspects of my life unrelated to being her mother. She asked me what I wanted to be when I was her age one evening, as we were traveling home from her volleyball practice. I informed her that I had desired to become a teacher. "Why didn't I become one?" she asked. I explained that I had to start working straight away to support us after becoming pregnant with daughter shortly after high school. After a minute of silence, she inquired as to whether I had ever regretted not attending college. I told her straight out that I didn't regret her, but I wished I'd had the opportunity. The chat felt different from our normal exchanges, and she nodded, saying, "Maybe I could still go someday." She saw me as a complete person with goals and passions that went beyond simply looking after her. For a little moment, my gut constricted. An old fear, attempting to come to the surface. However, when I took a close look at my daughter, I saw someone very different from the girl who had attended that party a year prior. By now, I knew Ella well, had hung out with her and David at team dinners and volleyball matches. I had faith in Sophia's judgment beyond all else, and in both girls. Without hesitation, I replied, yes. I realized that I was no longer afraid when she gave me a hug and hurried off to prepare her overnight bag. I sat in our peaceful home that evening while Sophia was at Ella's, waiting for the anxiousness to strike. I kept anticipating getting anxious or restless, checking my phone every 7 minutes, or imagining the worst. However, none of that took place. After preparing dinner and watching a movie, I went to bed at a respectable hour. I have total faith in my daughter. I had faith that she would call me if she needed anything, and that she was capable of making wise decisions. The fear that used to overwhelm me every time she left the house was so different from the tranquility I experienced. Together, we had created something genuine, a solid enough base for me to stop worrying. Sophia had this excited expression on her face when she got home from school a year after our kitchen table reconciliation. She informed me that she had written a paper about the parent who influenced her the most for her English class. Her teacher phoned me at work a few days later. After 22 years of teaching, the teacher claimed that Sophia's essay was the most poignant thing she had ever come across. As an illustration of effective personal writing, she requested permission to read it aloud to her other courses. With trembling voice, I consented, and Sophia showed me the essay when I came home that night. Sitting at our kitchen table, I read about our 10-day separation, the terrifying party, the moment she realized her father had really abandoned her, and discovering that love is more about showing up every day than making big gestures. After reading every phrase while crying, I gathered my daughter into my arms and gave her a firm hug. We discussed choosing a frame that matched the one surrounding her championship photo and getting the essay printed at the coffee shop downtown. After Sophia drove us to the store the following afternoon, we spent 25 minutes examining various frames, until we discovered one with the same dark wood finish. She assisted me in marking the location of the nail and measuring the wall space when I got home. While she made sure the frame was level, I held it up against the wall. After hanging it up, we both took a step back to examine our work. Sophia was seen mid-jumping at the net in the championship picture. The essay, which told a different kind of triumph narrative, was sitting right next to her team's celebration behind her. Two frames that depicted our shared identity now hung on our kitchen wall. Not only as mother and daughter, but as two individuals who had mastered the art of mutual honesty. Something settled in my chest as I ran my fingers along the essay frame's edge. A gentle pride that was more concerned with survival than with perfection. 3 weeks later, Sophia learned that her coach had put her forward for a leadership award when she returned from volleyball practice. The winners would give brief acceptance speeches at the ceremony, which would take place in front of all the teams and their families in the school gym. At our kitchen table, Sophia rehearsed her speech, reading it to me twice and asking if I understood crucial portions. I watched other students get medals for their academic and athletic achievements while sitting in the bleachers on the night of the presentation. After that, Sophia's name was called. She turned to face the audience after accepting her prize from the coach and approaching the microphone with a composed yet anxious appearance. After expressing gratitude to her coach and teammates and sharing her personal definition of leadership, she turned to face me in the stands. In some way, her voice became louder but quieter. She said that by working double shifts, attending every game, and persevering through difficult times, her mother had shown her what true strength looked like. Before she was even done, people began applauding, and I had to wipe my eyes since I hadn't anticipated her saying anything like that. Sophia found me in the parking lot after the wedding, and I gave her such a strong hug that I felt like I might never let go. It had been 17 months since the week I had left, since the terrifying party and the talk at the kitchen table that made all the difference. I heard my name spoken when I was comparing pasta prices at the grocery store. When I turned back, Lily's mother was standing by her cart, appearing uneasy. She claimed that she had been wanting to speak with me for some time and that she owed me an apology for her remarks regarding my parenting and divorce. She expressed regret for any hurt she had caused and acknowledged that she had propagated rumors without knowing the whole truth. As I stood there, gazing at this woman, who had made my life more difficult during an already terrible moment, I held my box of spaghetti. A part of me wanted to let her know how much harm her remarks had caused, and how Sophia had made those accusations against me during our biggest argument. However, I was sick of harboring animosity that just caused me pain, and I was sick of blaming and being angry. I wished she had learnt to keep her mouth shut and informed her that I accepted her apology. Knowing that I no longer had to harbor that resentment made me feel lighter in some way as I shoved my cart past her and completed my shopping. I had come to terms with the fact that she didn't care about our private lives back then or now. Sophia informed me a few days later that she had met Lily at the school behind the lockers. For a few minutes, they had engaged in casual chat regarding teachers and classes. Nothing sentimental or profound. According to Sophia, it was simply different from their previous friendship, and not particularly strange. When we were doing dishes together that night, Sophia brought it up once more, and expressed her gratitude for having chosen new companions, in light of everything that had transpired. She had discovered that true friends don't push you to make risky decisions, lie to your parents, or sneak out to parties. True friends are more concerned with your future and safety than they are with having fun right now. I gave her a plate to dry and informed her that, despite the fact that it was a frightening experience, I was proud of the lesson she had learned. She agreed and remarked that Ella and her other volleyball pals had taught her the value of true friendship and that she wouldn't trade them for anything. We had a conversation about new freedoms and obligations as Sophia's 18th birthday drew near. Since she was becoming older, I could understand her desire for a later curfew. On weekends, we decided to start at 11 instead of 10:30, but only if she continued to receive B grades or higher. We also needed to discuss the cost of auto insurance because she wanted to start driving as soon as she received her license. I explained to her that I couldn't afford the entire increase based just on my pay after showing her the figures. Sophia promised to obtain a weekend part-time job to help pay for it, perhaps babysitting for neighbors or working at the coffee shop by the school. We shook hands as if we were business partners after I promised to match whatever contribution she made. It felt like we were making progress when we established these limits together rather than me merely dictating rules. Rather, we were creating something based on respect for one another rather than dominance and disobedience. I came to see that this was the essence of partnership, the organic flow of cooperating to achieve a common objective. Not the grandiose speeches or extravagant displays, but the peaceful morning after, when everyone cleaned up and found happiness in the little things. Even though it was nearing summer, Sophia served us both hot chocolate when we finished sweeping the floor and loading the dishwasher. I reflected on how far we'd come since that awful week 2 years ago, when everything fell apart as we sat at the kitchen table with our cups, happy but drained. Sophia passed her driver's test on her first attempt 4 weeks later. I gave her such a strong hug that she smiled and instructed me to take a deep breath when she ran out of the DMV, waving her new license in the air. I immediately gave her the keys when she asked if she could take us to her volleyball practice that afternoon on the way home. With firm hands, she checked her blind spots twice, carefully adjusted the mirrors, and pulled out of the parking lot. She drove with a mixture of pride and fear that I think all parents have when their child gets behind the wheel. However, she was cautious and self-assured, using her turn signals, adhering to the speed limit, and maintaining both hands on the wheel as I had instructed. She asked how she was doing, and gave me a big smile when we arrived into the gym parking lot. I meant it when I told her that she drove better than half of the grown-ups I knew. I experienced a change in myself as I watched her enter practice with her gym bag, looking so mature and competent. She was no longer my little daughter. She was starting to earn my true admiration and respect. As usual, we continued to think about everyday topics. No matter how many times I instructed her to clean her room, it remained untidy. She attempted to negotiate later curfews and resisted screen time limits. She put off doing her schoolwork till the very last minute and then worried about deadlines that she might have easily completed. However, there was a fundamental shift in the way we addressed these disputes. They didn't devolve into days of icy silence or unrepentant harsh remarks. We debated, argued, and occasionally raised our voices before moving on. These superficial disputes couldn't break the foundation beneath it, since it was so strong. We both understood that we were on the same team and that we loved one another. We had learned to distinguish between the little things and the important things, so even when we disagreed about the rules, our arguments were settled in a matter of hours rather than weeks. And it was always the same thing that mattered most. No matter what, we were always there for one another. Sophia always stopped at the door to speak those 3 words before leaving the house. Whether she was upset with me because of something I said or a rule I imposed didn't matter. Even if we had just concluded our argument about her untidy room and her use of her phone, it made no difference. She would go for the doorknob, grab her workout bag or backpack, turn around, and say it. She would occasionally say, "Love you, Mom," with a smile, a grudging nod, or an eye roll. But every time she said it, I smiled because it meant more to me than any apology or justification could. They implied that she was aware that I would be around when she returned. They indicated that she had enough faith in our foundation to go, believing that it would still be strong upon her return. They indicated that she had at last come to understand the distinction between a parent who kept their word and one who didn't. That awful week when I drove to my sister's place and left Sophia to fend for herself had been 2 years ago. It had been 2 years since she had called me in tears from that party, terrified and alone, discovering the hard way that her father had moved on without her. In retrospect, I could see how that week had forced us both to face our vulnerabilities. Before we could create something genuine, the protective lies I had been saying had to go. Before she could truly love me, the resentment she had been harboring had to be let go. We have created something more powerful than before. Something founded on integrity, mutual respect, and the everyday decision to support one another. Not only during the major events, but throughout all of the little, everyday ones that truly comprised a life. Sunday morning breakfast preparation. Traveling by car to the volleyball practice. Talking about plans for college while folding clothes. These were the instances that demonstrated that love didn't require extravagant displays. It was about being there consistently, even when it was difficult, tedious, or inconvenient. As I stood in our kitchen, I gazed at the essay she had written for English class, and the framed picture from her volleyball victory. Both were displayed on the wall where we had our pivotal discussion that evening 2 years prior. Sophia was seen in the picture mid-serve, powerful, focused, and totally at her best. Her path from an angry adolescent to someone who realized that love required more than just saying the words was detailed in the essay. Even though I had committed the final line to memory months earlier, I read it again. I used to believe that I had failed in some way because of her father's absence. My father gave me life, but my mother gave me a home, and that made all the difference. That he would have stayed if I had been better, different, or more. But as I stood here and took in everything we had created together, I realized what Sophia had found out before me. He killed her. I gave everything else to her. And now she knew the difference. Truly grasped it in a level that beyond words. So did I. Well, that wraps up whatever this was. If you stayed until the end, I assume curiosity got the best of you. Might as well come back next time and see if I top it. I was abandoned at 15, when my father chose his new wife. Now he's harassing us after being cut out of the will. My father picked his new bride over me when my mother died and let me go at 15. My grandparents removed him from their will. Now he's bugging us, claiming I exploited them for money, despite not contacting me for 12 years until inheritance was discussed. Because of years of important history, this will be long. My mother got sick when I was 8F. She needed regular care for congestive heart failure and other issues. Our house changed after that diagnosis. Mom couldn't manage temperature changes, so the windows were mostly closed. Always smelled like chemicals from disinfectants and pharmaceuticals. Medical equipment filled half our Portland living room. By age 10, I could check her oxygen levels and notify the nurse if something was wrong. I learned to heat soup to the appropriate temperature so she could swallow it without pain. My pals learned to bike and had sleepovers. I measured medications and recorded her symptoms. My dad was a financier. He made decent money, and we lived in a comfortable suburban home. After Mom got sick, he changed. Upon returning from work, he went to his office. The restaurant served him dinner most nights. He left the room when Mom coughed. His movements around the home showed he was disturbed by her illness, even if he never said so. Like he was avoiding anything that reminded him she was dying. I turned 13 4 weeks before Mom died. She died at home Tuesday night. Her respiration changed when I did schoolwork close to her bed. I rang Dad. He entered, examined her, and called the hospice nurse. He returned to his office while we waited. After 25 minutes, the nurse verified my suspicions. Next Saturday was the funeral. Dad, dressed in a dark suit, shook hands with everyone. In the service, I saw him check his phone twice. Mom's mother, my grandmother, sat next to me and grasped my hand. Dad was on my other side but never touched me. Visitors arrived to our house after the funeral. Dad discussed a merger with coworkers in the kitchen. I walked upstairs and stayed in my room until everyone departed. The house was quiet for 4 months. Dad had a cleaning service remove all the medical equipment. Mom's belongings were packaged and stored in the garage. I tried to maintain my room. Maybe if I did nothing, things would return to normal. Then Dad brought Lauren home. She was 33, worked in marketing, and had blonde, high ponytail hair. She chatted and laughed loudly. She was very unlike my mother. One dinner, Dad introduced her as his girlfriend. He said, "This is Lauren," while I ate spaghetti. "Her presence will increase." Lauren smiled and asked about school. I remained silent. Within 7 weeks, Lauren moved into our house. She brought 3 suitcases and 12 cartons. Dad helped her carry things upstairs to his bedroom. His and my mother's bedroom. Lauren was redecorating when I got home from school. She switched out Mom's soothing blue curtains for bright yellow ones. The medical bed frame was replaced with a trendy furniture store platform bed. Mom's corner reading chair, which she used when she was strong, was gone. I found Mom's wedding dress in a garage donation box. Like her jewelry box and framed family photos, her favorite novels were there. The box went to my room. Dad noticed me holding it and instructed me not to mess. He said nothing else. About 6 weeks after Lauren moved in, Dad's folks visited. They sat with Dad and Lauren in the living room. They were audible upstairs. My grandfather told Dad he was making a mistake, it was too soon, and to worry about me. Dad said they should accept his choices because it was his life in his house. My grandmother visited my room before leaving. She inquired about my health. I shrugged. She said their door was always open for me. After they left, Dad called me downstairs. He and Lauren sat on the couch. He told me to respect Lauren because she was family. "What about Mom?" he remarked. Mom was gone, and we all needed to move forward. I stopped eating dinner with them. My plate goes to my room. Lauren would get offended when I didn't eat her extravagant meals. Dad revoked privileges. First my allowance, then my phone. He then told me I couldn't play soccer since I wasn't a team member at home. I learned Lauren was pregnant with twins at 15. Dad was happy. He hugged her in the kitchen and started baby name talk immediately. Pregnancy harmed Lauren. She screamed at me for leaving my backpack in the hallway or using her bathroom. Dad worked late most nights, so it was just her and me at home. She would watch me and point out my mistakes. I spoke disrespectfully. I looked judgmental. My breathing was too loud during her nap. At dinner, 7 months pregnant, things escalated. Lauren ordered takeout since she was too exhausted to cook. I was moving food on my plate, not eating. Lauren wondered why I couldn't be appreciative once. I remained silent. Her volume increased. She stated my awful childhood shaped everything about me. She wanted a normal family, and I was wrecking everything. I regarded Dad. He watched his food. I anticipated his order to halt her. He remained silent. Packing began upstairs. I packed clothes and Mom's stored items in my school backpack and duffel bag. I called my grandparents from my room's landline. When my grandfather answered, I asked to stay with them. He agreed quickly and urged me to pack everything vital. They arrived an hour later. Dad greeted them at the door. It was hard to hear the foyer chatter. The grandfather's voice rose. Grandma then helped me carry my luggage downstairs. Dad stopped in the hallway and inquired where I was heading. Walked past him without answering. Was my last time in that house. My grandparents lived at a smaller lakeside house 45 minutes away. They prepared the guest room and let me stay as long as I wanted. The home was peaceful. My grandmother cooked regularly. Grandfather assisted me with homework. No one yelled at me. Dad made daily house calls for 10 days. My grandparents replied that I didn't want to talk. Calls ceased after that. I graduated high school with my grandparents. My grandparents had me invite Dad to my graduation. He arrived alone, sat at the back, and left after the ceremony. He sent a $150 check and card. No note. After community college, I transferred to a state institution for my final 2 years. I studied nursing. My grandparents compensated for scholarships gaps. Never asked Dad for anything. My grandma occasionally mentioned extended family news during those years. Lauren gave birth to Ethan and Noah, twin sons. Every advantage was used to raise them. Always new toys, private preschool, Disney trips. Dad shared images from baseball games and birthday parties on social media. I never called. He also never reached out. Last month, my grandfather sat me in his study. His health is poor at 83. I learned he and Grandma updated their will. Everything went to me and my aunt, Isabella, Dad's sister. Dad got nothing. But neither were the twins. Asking why, he stated Dad chose to let me go and never tried to get me back. He witnessed his son marry someone other than his daughter and wouldn't reward that. Though little, the estate contained their house, cash, and investments. Important enough. My granddad informed Dad of the change. Things started then. Lauren emailed me first. Family issues were discussed. She called me manipulative and selfish in 4 paragraphs of email. She said I poisoned my grandparents against my father, that I was a money-hungry vulture, and that everything wrong in their lives was due to me being a difficult child who refused change. I remained silent. Then they visited my grandparents 3 weeks ago. Dad, Lauren, and the 1-year-old twins. They arrived as I was helping my grandmother with yard maintenance. Lauren exited first, conversing before leaving the car. The twins went to the backyard and started tampering with my grandmother's garden decorations. They knocked over a ceramic bird bath. Lauren didn't look their way. Dad approached the porch where I was standing. I was asked how I was. I said it would take time to cover the last 12 years. My grandparents emerged. Grandfather stood between Lauren and the entrance door. She demanded to know why they rejected their son. She said, "Family takes care of family." My grandfather replied. He said he raised his son to be responsible. When my mother was unwell, Dad had to take care of his wife and kid. He failed by withdrawing emotionally and replacing my mother before she was dead. He said Dad could choose when I went. He could have defended me. You might have joined me in counseling. I could have done anything to prove my worth. He left me and began a new family without me. Lauren attempted an interruption. My grandmother told her to stay quiet because this was between the males. Despite her flushed face, Lauren stopped talking. My granddad continues. He assured Dad he wasn't punished. He was paying for his actions. That the money wasn't punishment, it was about rewarding family-oriented folks. Because I returned and cared for them in old age. Aunt Isabella called weekly and visited monthly. Dad said nothing. After a moment, he turned and returned to his car. Lauren took the twins, who were throwing rocks at the bird feeder, and followed, driving away. After going inside, my grandfather didn't say anything. Dad emailed me 5 days later. That was long. His apology covered everything. Said he was drowning after Mom died and Lauren was his only lifeline. That he realized he had failed me but couldn't mend it after so long. He offered a relationship if I tried. Read twice. I archived it without replying. I don't know what I want from him. An apology doesn't recover my fatherless years. It doesn't change that he chose comfort over responsibility, started a new family, and forgot about his daughter. My grandparents arrived. Their aid made me who I am. They gave it even though they didn't know me. Living my life. Now I work in a hospital. My own apartment. My grandparents need help 3 times a week, so I visit. I don't do this for my grandfather's will, they and I matter, so I do them. Dad chose. Now he must live with them. Should I update once? Since posting, things have changed, and many want an update. Aunt Isabella contacted me a week after Dad visited my folks. She requested coffee. We met near her downtown workplace. Dad was calling her often, she said. He wanted her to persuade my grandparents to reverse the will. He offered to split her inheritance if she helped him. She declined and said she supported our grandparents. Then she revealed something new. After I moved home with my grandparents at 15, Dad told extended family that I left, that he tried to make things work, but I was too furious over him leaving Mom. He presented himself as a decent parent dealing with a defiant teen. Aunt Isabella first believed him, but years passed and he never contacted me. She asked my grandparents what happened and discovered that Dad let me go and never tried to get me back. That he planned Lauren's permanent move before I left. She apologized for not contacting me during those years. She stated she should have checked in instead of trusting Dad. Chatted for 1 hour 45 minutes. She inquired about my life and work. Asking about her kids. Reconnecting with that family member after so long was unsettling. It got worse at my grandparents' house. Lauren called their landline in weird hours. My grandma answered early morning and late night, and Lauren would give speeches about how they were pulling the family apart, how the twins should meet their great-grandparents. How I manipulated 2 seniors. My granddad unlisted their number. Dad mailed physical letters. They were sent to my grandfather and read like legal arguments, explaining why he deserved his inheritance and how he had cared for them as children, even though my grandparents were independent until recently. He cited twin medical costs and college funds. Grandfather tossed them aside unfinished. Then Ethan and Noah visited my office. They slipped past the entrance desk at my hospital, claiming to be family visiting a patient. Our nurse discovered them strolling the corridor near the staff area asking for me. They were removed by security. Since they're 11, they couldn't have come alone. They were driven and waited outside. Probably Lauren. That night, I called Dad. My first call in nearly a decade. If he or Lauren sent the twins to my office again, I would file a restraining order. He pretended to be unaware. I hung up. My granddad got sicker about this time. He was hospitalized for 4 days after falling. Nothing huge, but enough to remind everyone he's old. Dad arrived at the hospital with flowers after hearing from someone. He wasn't on the approved guest list, so the nurses wouldn't tell him my grandfather's room. With my grandmother and Aunt Isabella. I ran into Dad in the lobby one evening as I left. Asking to talk. No. I said. But he followed me to the parking lot. He said he understood my anger, but isolating him from his father during a health crisis was cruel. When I was 15, witnessing my family fall apart, I inquired where he was. That stumped him. He changed tactics. He said the twins sometimes ask about me. Photos may make them think about their elder sister. I said it wasn't my concern. He chose to keep us apart for years. He became angry and called me selfish and cruel. The family should have forgiven. I inquired if he forgave me at 15 when I was grieving. He left without saying if he'd forgiven me for complicating his new life. My grandfather returned home after 10 days in the hospital. He had my grandmother agree to tell him if Dad called again. He stopped being diplomatic. Aunt Isabella suggested we all consult a lawyer to ensure the will was solid. Dad appeared desperate enough to dispute it legally. My granddad consented. The lawyer examined everything. The will was strong. Grandfather was mentally sound. His judgments were justified, and he had the assets to disperse. In case of Dad or Lauren harassment, the lawyer advised documenting. I started recording emails and calls to my grandparents' old number before they changed it. I received a parcel at my flat 3 weeks after my grandfather returned. From Dad's address. My childhood photo albums were within. Photos of Mom and me. Pre-sick family vacation photos. He found these while cleaning the attic and thought I may like them, according to the note. Nothing else. I browsed CDs that night. I never seen those photos. As a newborn. Mom and I at the beach when I was 5. And preparing cookies in the kitchen. They also showed Dad holding me as a toddler, teaching me to ride a bike, and smiling in a way I don't remember him smiling until Mom got sick. What he intended me to do easily is unknown. Get nostalgic. He was different before, so forgive him. I stored albums in my closet. I didn't throw them away but didn't display them. Aunt Isabella phoned again last week. Dad stopped contacting her. She said. Lauren had stopped trying to get her to help. She was relieved yet anxious about his next move. I saw calmer grandparents. Stop unannounced visits and late-night calls. Grandmother suggested Dad may have embraced reality. Not convinced. Nobody fights this hard for anything and quits. I visited my grandparents yesterday to help with house renovations. My grandfather approached me to talk. He said he didn't regret his will decision and that even if Dad took them to court, it was worth it to clarify his position. He admitted to failing to intervene more when I was younger. He wouldn't again fail by encouraging bad behavior. I inquired if Dad would sue. He wasn't sure but ready anyway. We finished repairs and ate dinner. Grandmother made pot roast. Nothing regarding Dad or Lauren was discussed. We ate and chatted normally. I knew family should feel like this as I left that night. No stress, no conditions, just people who wanted to spend time together. Whatever happens with Dad, I have this. This is more than he offered me. Update. 2. The situation escalated unexpectedly. 3 weeks after my last update, my apartment building manager called. At the front desk, someone claimed to be family and asked me about my schedule and if I lived alone. Manager wouldn't say, but wanted me to know. I reported it to police. It could be Dad, Lauren, or someone they sent, but I wasn't risking it. Then my grandmother called. She claimed a home health agency employee had visited their home. She said she was evaluating my grandfather's independence since someone had raised concerns. My granny refused her entry. When she called the agency the woman claimed to work for, no one had been sent. Getting into the house was a swindle. My grandfather was furious. He called Dad personally and threatened to apply for a restraining order and inform the family of his behavior if he sent anyone else to bother them. Daddy denied sending anyone. Said it could be a mistake. He didn't convince my granddad. Increased trips to my grandparents' place. Instead of 3 times a week, went 4 or 5. My grandma enjoyed the company, but my grandfather seemed anxious. His doctor advised stress reduction. Said his blood pressure was high and he needed to relax. How can you maintain calm when your son seems to be trying to prove you're inept to overthrow you? Aunt Isabella visited over the weekend. Family meal at my grandparents' house. She brought her husband and 2 kids. The house was full with caring folks, which was lovely. Aunt Isabella addressed Dad's social media post concerning elder abuse at supper, talking about adult children who exploit aging parents for money. Several family friends called her to check on my grandparents. It took her several times to inform folks that my grandparents were okay. Yes, they choose their will. No manipulation occurred. She was exhausted and my grandparents were humiliated by social media drama about their family company. My grandfather then decided. He called a conference with extended family who continued asking questions, not Dad. About 18 people, cousins, his siblings, my grandmother's siblings. He organized everything. How Dad left me when Mom died. He let me leave at 15 and never tried to get me back. How money had made him only want reconciliation. Some relatives were stunned. Others suspected something was wrong but didn't intervene. Everyone understood why the will was worded that way after the meeting. Dad learned about the meeting. He sent my granddad an email calling him vindictive and accusing him of turning the family against him. My grandfather was undermining his relationship with me. He said. My granddad sent me the email uncommented. Everything changed the following week. I returned after a hospital shift to discover Lauren in her car outside my apartment. She exited and approached me. I started recording with my phone. We must discuss, she said. That everything was out of control and we needed to act like adults. I ordered her out. She declined. She accused me of mistreating my father. That he made mistakes but tried to fix them. That my resentment was destroying the family. When I was 15, I inquired where this concern was. No one followed me as I went. She claimed I was dramatic and that many kids live with grandparents, which is okay. Tell her to leave again. She moved closer and said I needed to hear her out, that the twins deserved more and shouldn't suffer from adult troubles. I asked, what about me? Did I deserve better as a child with adult issues? She said that differed. That was long ago. An outside neighbor asked if everything was good. Lauren returned to her car and left. I preserved the recording within. The next day, I requested a restraining order against Lauren. The tape, the twins' incident at work, her months-old email, and my apartment manager's testimony about someone asking inquiries were included. Temporary order granted. Lauren had to stay 600 feet from me, my office, and my apartment. Dad called me after learning. He was mad. Said I was overreacting, and Lauren was helping. I inquired how visiting my home after I warned her to stay away helped. He said I overreacted. I hung up. He returned 7 calls. I blocked his number. My grandparents supported the restraining order. My granddad thought borders were needed. Aunt Isabella concurred. Dad seemed more desperate after the command. His visits to my grandparents resumed. He watched the house from across the street in his automobile. First, my grandfather called the police. They advised Dad to go. He did, but returned 2 days later. Over 3 weeks, this happened 5 times. Every time my granddad contacted cops. After each warning, Dad left but returned. Finally, my grandfather requested a restraining order. Dad harassed them and stressed him out, harming his health. We also granted that order. Dad violated it 2 days later, by writing to their house, rambling about familial persecution. The letter was lengthy. Just a chance to fix things. How his parents prioritized money over him. Police were called. Dad was informed further breach will result in arrest. Everything has been silent for 10 days. No phone calls, visits, or letters. My granddad saw another doctor. Although high, his blood pressure is stable. The doctor warned him to stop stressing or face major problems. I urged my grandfather to modify the will and give Dad anything to leave. No. He said. Dad would learn harassment works by giving in. Aunt Isabella recommended temporarily transferring my grandparents somewhere Dad doesn't know about until things calm down. No, they refused. Said they've lived in that residence for 45 years and won't be relocated. I get their point, yet I'm worried. Dad probably expects this tension to kill my 83-year-old grandfather. Dad may contest my grandfather's will if he dies without amending it, claiming improper influence or impaired competence in his final months. My grandmother said they've handled worse than a tantrum from their grown son. So don't worry. But I worry. My visits rose again. Started staying some nights to make sure someone was there. I can work from their house because my flat is close. My granddad and I sat on the porch last night. He inquired about my regrets. If only I had kept in touch with Dad to avoid all this unpleasantness. No, I said. I lamented missing 12 years with my father I could never get back. His fault, not mine. I was young. He was grown. A nod from my grandfather. Said it was correct. Respecting oneself is more important than peace. Especially when peace means accepting mistreatment. We sat silently. Then he said something memorable. He answered, "Blood doesn't make family. Conduct does." That dad quit being family the day he let me leave without following. I don't know what's next. Not sure if Dad will give up or find new ways to make our life tough, but I'm done letting him decide. Whatever happens, I'll tackle it with help. Final update. Maybe this is my last update until something huge happens. The restraining orders held. Dad hasn't broken them since the letter. I suppose the arrest threat got through to him, but things aren't fixed. Aunt Isabella contacted 10 days after my last update. Dad contacted her again with a new strategy. He asked her to arrange a meeting with me. He wouldn't bring up the will. He just wanted to communicate. She inquired about my intentions. No, I said. I had nothing new to tell him. My response was given. He became angry and accused her of contributing. He hasn't contacted her. I was contacted by an unexpected person. School counselor for Ethan and Noah. The counselor said that the twins had been fighting, not doing their homework, and disrupting class. Noah said their family was coming apart because their older sister despised them during a session. My counselor asked if I could help them grasp the situation. I simply stated that I hadn't seen my father in over a decade, that we had no contact, and that while I didn't dislike the twins, I wasn't their family. The counselor thanked me and said they will make do. I pity the kids. They're 11 and stuck in their parents' disaster. Dad and Lauren broke it, not me. My granddad recovered. Stopping the harassment lowered his blood pressure. Doctors liked the improvement and lowered one of his meds. We had quiet weeks. I visited regularly, but things calmed. Springtime conversations with my grandmother about gardening began. My granddad was arranging old photos and albums, peacefully. The lawyer called. Dad challenged the will. A formal notification of intent to challenge, not a lawsuit. He claimed that my grandparents were incapacitated when they changed the will, and that I had influenced them. The lawyer stated this was normal and unimportant. My grandfather was mentally sound when his will was amended, according to medical records. Our evidence showed that the will amendments were made before most of Dad's harassment, disproving the undue influence claim. It means preparing for a judicial battle. Gathering medical, financial, and witness testimony about my grandparents' decision-making ability. It was fine with my grandfather, who expected Dad to try it. My grandmother was irritated, not terrified, just exhausted. If Dad brought action, the lawyer predicted it would take 18 months, and cost much, possibly eating into his inheritance. We debated settling as a family. Give Dad something to fix this. My grandfather declined. He would fight this with every penny if necessary. That principle trumped money. Aunt Isabella concurred. She offered to pay legal fees. I noted that Dad wanted us to spend our time, energy, and money on this. My grandfather said possibly, but he didn't reward poor behavior. Challenge still pending. Dad must sue within a specified time frame or it's dismissed. The lawyer believes he will back down once he understands how costly and difficult it will be. Meanwhile, life goes on. I got promoted, given greater responsibility, and paid more. My grandmother celebrated with my favorite dinner. A friend introduced me to someone. Nothing major yet, but it's wonderful to have something outside of family drama. My grandparents' 62nd wedding anniversary was last week. Aunt Isabella's relatives came down. We had a modest party at their house. Just caring family. Someone took our group photo. Everyone smiles, my grandparents in the middle, Isabella's family on one side, myself on the other. I realized this was my family. Not my birthright, but the one that appeared. Dad hasn't contacted me in almost 3 months. That could suggest he's given up, or planning something different. I won't wait to find out. I asked my granddad how he would change things in the past. If only he had intervened when I was 15. He responded, yeah. But the past is unfixable. You can only improve forward. His worst mistake was thinking Dad would lead. That he waited too long to act to give his kid the benefit of the doubt. Before he understood Dad wouldn't change, years had passed. I told him he and Grandma helped me more than anyone else, and it wasn't his fault. Though kind, he regretted not doing it sooner. We sat on the same porch so often. Everything was silent except birds and distant cars as the sun sank. Grandmother came out and offered tea. Yes, we did. She brought 3 mugs, and we sat as the sky darkened. I imagined Dad with Lauren and the twins at his house. I wondered if he liked his choices. Maybe switching families gave him what he wanted. Not hating him. Don't think about him enough to dislike him. He was a former acquaintance who made decisions that brought us here. My grandparents are 80. They're temporary. The house, money, and whatever else they leave me will be mine after they die. Dad gets whatever he built with Lauren. Perhaps he will fight the will and delay this for years. He may finally accept reality and move on. I have no control over him. I can manage being here, showing up, and taking care of those who took care of me. I left my grandparents' house after dinner last night. As usual, my grandfather walked me to my car. His pride in me was not based on the will or the conflict with Dad, but on who I had become. I thanked him and said I learned from the finest. He grinned and hoped. I drove home after he returned inside. The situation is that. Just life, no conflict or resolution. Not giving up. That's okay. Some stories don't need neat ends. Sometimes just keeping going is enough. Move on to the next story. Story 2. A used CNDM was in my girlfriend's bathroom. She claimed she was at her dad's place, and accused her roommate's sister. Her tale was too incomplete. Her roommate proved her cheating weeks later. Due to days of poor sleep, I, 29, need to vent. Emily, 27F, and I have been dating for 9 months but have known each other for about 6 years. Our college mutual acquaintances introduced us, and we were always close. Our relationship changed last year, and we started dating. Prior to me, Emily had 2 serious relationships. One lasted 4 years in college, another 18 months afterward. She kept good relations with both exes, which I thought showed maturity. She never cheated or manipulated anyone in my 6 years with her. According to my observations, she's always been honest and caring. My last 6 weeks were tough. My automobile broke down on the highway in a thunderstorm. The repair shop indicated the engine was toast, so I had to buy an affordable car. I was stressed when someone backed into my car in a parking lot 3 days earlier, inflicting minor damage. My boss has given me 3 new clients with unreasonable deadlines, adding to my workload. Emily and I didn't see each other for about 4 weeks during this upheaval. Our schedules clashed, and my car prevented me from driving across town to her house. Even phone calls and texts altered over time. Early in this 4-week time frame, we had 3 arguments. First, I canceled supper due to work. The second was when I missed her call 4 times in one evening while doing auto paperwork. The issues were minor and resolved within a day. After our arguments, her texts got shorter and less frequent. My first assumption was that she was busy. Emily, a marketing business employee, announced a major new client. Her texts ranged from full-day recaps to good morning and hope you had a wonderful day. When I asked how she was, she said great or weary from work. No queries or specifics concerning my day. Part of me assumed this was typical. Communication can fluctuate in relationships, but I couldn't shake this bad sensation. It felt weird. After 4 weeks apart, I picked Emily up from work last Friday. We scheduled a supper to catch up. Her first words in my car were apology for being absent for 2 weeks. Work was crazy, but she could have done better. She pledged to improve. I was relieved. Maybe I was overthinking. We drove to her apartment enjoying pleasant conversation and avoiding conflict. We would go to dinner after she changed. Emily shares a 2-bedroom apartment with Sarah. When we arrived, Sarah was gone. Emily changed upstairs while I waited in the living area. I went to the downstairs restroom near the kitchen to use it. After washing my hands, I found gum wrappers on my fingers. I went to the trash can to dispose of it. Full kitchen trash, so I used the bathroom's little bin. As I dropped the wrapper, I noticed something on top of the trash. First, I wasn't sure what I saw. My stomach fell. Not a new condom wrapper. I froze, attempting to process what I saw. My partner Emily and I haven't used condoms in 6 months. She uses birth control, and we both were tested before deciding. I stood staring at this wrapper, thinking of possibilities. I argued with myself about next steps. A voice in my head told me to ignore it, that there could be an explanation, And that looking through someone's trash was wrong, but I couldn't ignore it. I removed some tissues. The condom was under the wrapper. Used, no doubt. I washed again with shaky hands. "Emily, please come downstairs," I called. She came down fast, still changing, looking apprehensive, so my voice must have sounded funny. I pointed to the restroom and asked why a used condom was in the garbage since we don't use them. She remained motionless and silent for long seconds. She spoke with a trembling voice after her body shook slightly. She insisted it wasn't hers. She said she stayed at her dad's residence from Tuesday night to Wednesday morning. Due to Sarah's buddy staying in their living room, she let her younger sister and boyfriend occupy her bedroom. Emily stated that she knew Sarah's sister's boyfriend from college and had braided his hair earlier that week, so they felt comfortable in her home. She said they used her room while she was out and threw the condom in her bathroom garbage. I wondered why a condom from Tuesday or Wednesday would be near the top of the bathroom garbage on Friday. Emily told me to inspect her room. Food wrappers and beverage cans littered the area. She said she hadn't thrown anything trash in recent days because she was exhausted from work. Her manner altered as she spoke. She reportedly became mad at Sarah's sister. She threatened to confront her about using her room for sex and leaving proof in her garbage. She claimed she would restrict them from her room going forward. We sat silently in her bedroom upstairs for what seemed like forever. Sitting on her bed, I shook. Emily sobbed at her dresser, staring at me. The silence lasted over 45 minutes. Finally, I informed her this was my most humiliating experience. That discovery cut to the heart. Emily declared her love for me through tears. She insisted she would never end our relationship for nothing. I informed her that everyone says that in these situations, people always say they would never do what they're accused of. I reluctantly believed her story after considerable debate. Making it up on the moment would have been difficult. I had one request. I wanted to be there when she confronted Sarah's sister about using her room and leaving the condom. Things worsened here. Emily refused. Her buddies were not mine, therefore involving me would be breaking a boundary. She claimed she would trust me to handle it and tell her what occurred if the circumstances were reversed. I was hurt by that refusal. Why wouldn't she want me to see the fight if she was innocent? This would clear her identity quickly. Her explanation lacked sense. In addition, Sarah and her sister weren't home that night, so the confrontation couldn't happen immediately. Emily promised to call them tomorrow. After our dispute, Emily explained that she was trembling and crying because she was afraid of losing me. Her anger over confronting Sarah's sister returned once she finished crying. Dinner plans were forgotten when I left her flat that night. My mind alternated between wanting to believe the lady I loved and logically screaming that something was wrong. I've known Emily 6 years. I never thought she would cheat. But the proof and her refusal to let me see the confrontation were against her. I had the longest 25-minute trip home. Emily sent me texts, but I couldn't read them. I needed time to contemplate. I contacted my oldest friend, brother, and another close friend the next morning. I told them the facts and requested their honest opinions. Each stated the same thing. Her tale was fishy, and her refusal to allow me attend the encounter was a significant red flag. My brother said he would fight to establish his innocence if accused of cheating with tangible evidence. That wouldn't affect friendship boundaries. I got more certain as I thought about it. Even if Emily hadn't cheated, which seemed implausible, her behavior undermined my trust. How could I continue with someone who valued friendship over loyalty? Her private bathroom trash can held the condom. Her emotional reaction looked premeditated, and the time frame didn't match. Initially disbelief, then tears, then rage somewhere. By Sunday night, I decided. We couldn't stay together. I needed to finish things neatly and move on, regardless of my biggest concerns. Update 1. My post was 17 days ago. Thanks to everyone who responded and offered support. Reading your tales and suggestions got me through some terrible times. After another day of contemplating, I went to Emily's place on Monday night. I texted her earlier to discuss the weekend. She swiftly replied that she was excited to clarify. I was mentally ready when I arrived. I packed a little bag to retrieve my jacket, phone charger, and 2 books from her house. Emily gave me a hug I didn't return. She appeared anxious but hopeful, sitting in her living room. I was glad Sarah was out tonight. I wanted no one to see what I was about to do. I informed Emily I was breaking up. I held my cool and said that her refusal to let me see her face, Sarah's sister, was the final straw, regardless of the condom. She refused to give me the one thing that could prove her innocence. Emily interrupted me before I could complete my explanation. Her demeanor altered fully. My hopeful, nervous host was replaced by a protective, angry one. I was considered callous for breaking up with her so quickly. She claimed I should have texted her earlier in the day to warn her something was wrong instead of pretending everything was fine until I arrived. She said my outfit was nice. I came straight from work in my office clothes and was accused of being harsh for appearing good to break her heart. She thought I shared our private business with others because I seemed so resolved, betraying her trust. I told her we discussed the subject extensively Friday night. There was little else to say. What caused the split, the condom, and her odd explanation were rarely mentioned. The few times she acknowledged it, she flatly said, "I didn't do anything." After 25 minutes, we slipped into an awkward quiet. Emily suddenly said she had reconsidered the confrontation. She told Sarah's sister she included me after thinking about it. She wrote about this decision and how much she cared about me in her small work diary all day. I inquired why she hadn't notified me immediately about her change of heart. Why mention it when I broke up with her? She wanted to tell me in person but had no good answer. It was too late, I told her. Trust was broken. I said I couldn't trust her, even if she hadn't cheated because she handled it so terribly. Why someone accused of cheating wouldn't try to prove their innocence made no sense. The facts persisted. A used condom was in her garbage when we don't use them. Her argument included too many convenient details and timing concerns. Emily's rage became imploring as I packed to depart. She pledged to improve and be transparent. My resolve persisted. I told her at the door that I would do anything for her, but she had rejected that. The result was the same whether she cheated or destroyed trust with her suspicious behavior. My roughest week was following the breakup. I alternated between doubting and believing my choice. I blocked Emily on social media but kept her number unblocked for important conversations regarding goods or friends. Sarah texted me 4 days after breaking up. We weren't close, so this startled me. We were invited to coffee. Against my better judgment, I consented. Sarah looked uneasy in the coffee shop. She said she felt caught in the middle but thought I deserved to know. She said their flat had no overnight guests that week. Sarah's sister visited Monday afternoon but left after 2 hours. She hadn't stayed with her boyfriend overnight. Emily hadn't stayed at her dad's house recently. Sarah said. Her father spent the week fishing with friends. This verified my suspicions. All of Emily's tale was fake. Sarah apologized for not telling me sooner but said she didn't know until Emily informed her about our dispute. She regretted witnessing me fooled. Thanking Sarah for her honesty, I urged her not to tell Emily about our chat. She agreed and stated she was looking for a new place, because Emily was uncomfortable. Emily texted to meet again that night. She claimed to have proof that explained everything. I told her I knew about her falsehoods, her dad being away, and Sarah's sister not remaining. I told her to only contact me about returning anything we might still have. She sent many texts, revealing partial truths and making up new ones. She ultimately confessed to meeting an ex-boyfriend while 4 weeks away, but said they only kissed once while drunk. She now claims Sarah, who used her bathroom, owned the condom. I ignored these messages. Each new answer contradicted the last, trapping her in lies. Finally, the messages ceased. A week later, a mutual acquaintance saw Emily at a pub with her ex-boyfriend, whom she reported merely kissing. They resembled a couple. Another puzzle piece fit. She probably cheated more than once during those 4 weeks when her texts stopped. The sting of betrayal persists, but my certainty strengthens daily. I was right to go. Not the woman I thought I knew. Update 2. My previous update was 7 weeks ago, and life is slowly returning to normal. I changed apartments to avoid Emily in our old area. I worked hard and played basketball with old buddies on weekends. Thursday's event was unexpected. I literally banged carts with someone around a corner while grocery shopping after work. I turned to apologize and saw Emily's roommate, Sarah. Sarah inquired if I had time for a quick coffee at the store's cafe after our awkward welcome. I hesitated but agreed. Sarah looked hesitant about telling me what she wanted to say at a quiet corner table. She said she left Emily's flat 4 weeks after our separation. The mood was awful. She found something I should know before going. Sarah noticed a strange phone charger behind the couch while packing. When she inquired, Emily grew protective and snatched it swiftly. Sarah overheard Emily's call later that night. Emily had no idea Sarah came home early from work. Sarah said Emily was telling someone about their close encounter and how to be more careful. She said she almost lost everything over a simple error and couldn't believe she threw away proof. Sarah felt uneasy eavesdropping and alerted Emily. Emily hung up and pretended nothing happened. Sarah saw Lucas on Emily's phone alerts the next day. Emily's 4-year college ex-boyfriend was the name she recognized. Emily hardly mentioned him during our relationship, but they were apparently friends following their breakup. Over the next few days, Sarah saw Emily regularly grinned at her phone while texting. Sarah recognized Lucas on the screen. Emily also started going out more at night without telling anyone. Sarah explicitly asked Emily if Lucas had cheated on me before moving out. Emily initially denounced it. Emily modified her narrative after Sarah reported overhearing her phone call. She said Lucas had visited me several times while I had car issues. She said they reconnected after she and I broke up, but Sarah didn't believe her. Sarah's last revelation may have been the most significant. Cleaning Emily's diary on her last day at the flat, she found a little pink notepad. Sarah knew she shouldn't look, but curiosity won. She opened it to a random date page from our relationship. Emily was confused about her feelings for Lucas, who had sought out after dissolving his relationship. It discussed unknown gatherings and her remorse over loving Lucas and Lucas. Emily claimed to write about include me in a dispute with Sarah's sister about our breakup, but no mention was made. Sarah apologized for intruding Emily's privacy but believed I deserved the facts. Before returning it, she photographed the diary entry as proof. She showed me her phone photo. I recognized Emily's handwriting from birthday cards and notes. After Sarah finished, I sat quietly. I felt odd after my suspicions were confirmed. My instincts were right, but Emily's deception hurt again. Thanks, Sarah, for telling me everything. She no longer talks to Emily, and has isolated herself from their shared acquaintances who supported Emily during the breakup. She told me Emily and Lucas are dating 10 weeks after our breakup before leaving. My rage outweighed my hurt on the way home. Not just the adultery, but Emily's intricate deception web, the story about Sarah's sister, the journey to her father's house, and the diary post about wanting me in the confrontation were all lies to disguise her conduct. An unknown number texted me that night. Emily wrote from her new phone. She wanted to clarify after hearing I spoke with Sarah. She requested a meeting. I remained silent. No explanation or discussion was needed. Finally, the whole picture was clear, and no talk could change or lessen the pain. I blocked the new number and deleted our text thread. I finally slept through the night without rehashing events since finding that condom. Update 4. 4 months have passed since my previous update. So I thought it was time to wrap up this chapter of my life. Emily and I met in a coffee shop a month ago. I avoided our former haunt to avoid such an encounter, but this location was across town from my new office. Seeing her alone, we froze, unsure whether to acknowledge each other. She tentatively approached my table and requested a moment to sit. I nodded against my better judgment. Her hair was shorter, and she appeared leaner than I remembered. Emily first said she had been in treatment for 3 months. She admitted to cheating on Lucas several times, including the night I found the condom. She admitted her guilt without apology. Emily claims her relationship with Lucas ended weeks after they started dating. He allegedly pursued her for months before we split up, convinced her they were meant to be together. Once she was available, he lost interest. She said losing me and Lucas so quickly made her reassess her actions. Her therapist helped her identify insecurity and abandonment fears that caused her to keep Lucas as a backup in my relationship. Listening without interruption. After she finished, she requested if we might try again. She stressed her transformation and regret. I answered simply and definitively, no. I emphasized that deeply destroyed trust couldn't be rebuilt. The issue was not simply cheating, but the intricate deception, several lies, bogus diary entry, and act of innocence. Each falsehood showed dishonesty I couldn't ignore. Emily nodded, wiping tears. She gave me an envelope with a handwritten apology before departing. She told me not to read it in front of her and departed. The letter is unopened in my desk drawer. It may be read someday, but for now, I choose to live in the present. I've rebuilt my life in unexpected ways in these 4 months. Basketball leagues with friends introduced me to new individuals. A colleague introduced me to his hiking club, so I now spend weekends on trails rather than reminiscing. My brother urged me to get a shelter dog. Cooper, my 4-year-old shepherd mix, is my buddy and a grounding responsibility. Our morning runs are my highlight. I've had casual dates but nothing serious. I'm more cautious, but open to options. I treasure Emily's lesson to believe my intuition when something feels wrong, despite the discomfort. Sarah asked me to her new housewarming celebration last week. The invitation startled me, but I accepted. No one mentioned Emily or the past, making the evening enjoyable. Sarah is a casual buddy who shares a traumatic experience with me but isn't defined by it. Most mutual friends who knew Emily and me gravitated toward one of us. Several approached out after hearing different accounts. I presented the facts without embellishment and let them decide. Some connections weakened, others flourished. I still think about what ifs late at night. What if I hadn't used her bathroom that night? What if I missed the condom? Would alternative means have led me to the truth? Would I have prolonged a deceptive relationship? These unanswered queries become less prevalent over time. The experience altered me. I'm more cautious about inconsistencies and more clear about concerns, but I've worked hard not to assume suspicion. One person's treachery doesn't guarantee loyalty. Life goes on. Betrayal now hurts only occasionally in quiet moments. I no longer check Emily's social media or ask friends about her. Whatever she does now is separate from mine. Many thanks to everyone who have supported and advised me throughout my adventure. It helped on dark days. This may teach us that trusting ourselves, our observations, our instincts, and our value is more important than believing others' convenient answers. No further updates on this situation. The story has ended, therefore, revisiting it is pointless. Let's end this chapter and start fresh ones. Abandoned at 18 with note, figure it out. 12 years later, I'm a success. My parents broke in to demand money. I filed a permanent restraining order. At 18, I returned to an empty house and a note on the kitchen counter. This was the cruelest thing I've read. It stated, "You'll figure it out." I didn't know what went wrong. I assumed they were tired of pretending to adore me. Actually, they never pretended. I cooked a birthday cake for my mom alone at 14 and she called it clumpy. I helped my brother Grayson with finals at 16. He called me a know-it-all and slammed his door. After my dad stated I was useless, I was shouted at when I told him I surrendered my entire earnings to him to pay expenses at 17. Though valuable, I was never liked. My parents and brother, my only family, moved 2 states without telling me. I learned from the landlord 10 days later. I had 10 days to leave since they canceled the lease early. I stayed at a friend's house for 4 nights until running out of options. I ended myself sleeping at the rear of a storage unit I rented with my last savings. I snuck into the YMCA and showered, eating peanut butter with a spoon for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I pretended everything was fine while applying for jobs on free library computers. I obtained a night shift diner serving job. The management was tough yet fair. I received cash under the table till I had an ID. One time, she let me nap in the break room when I was exhausted. I fought through it. Purchased a prepaid phone, recorded all receipts, and followed free finance and goal-setting YouTube videos. The first year was hard, but I survived. The tipping point was when a cafe regular gave me a temp job cleaning office files. It tripled my serving pay. Yes, I said. Job after job followed. I arrived early, learnt quickly, and asked questions. At 23, I freelanced full-time. I founded a consultancy firm at 26 with a folding table and borrowed laptop. I had 6 contractors, my own office, and clients like companies I dreamed about by 28. By 30, I was a real billionaire with a retirement account, no debt, paid-off apartment, and affordable health insurance. The first time my bank app crossed 7 figures, I cried. No one from my family reached out during those difficult years. My brother appeared in a suggested friends list. He married and lives in the state they disappeared to. I watched the TV for a long time, wondering whether he told his wife about me, if I ran away, or nothing. I sometimes wonder whether hating them would have been easier. Truthfully, it was never hate. Heartbreak. Now I go to treatment to keep unbroken. I have a list of coworkers, classmates, and strangers who saved me without having to, showing me actual support. A podcast interview I recorded about surviving family estrangement went viral last week. It got 2 million views in 5 days. I received support, thanks, and strangers telling me I understood their sorrow in my inbox. Then, one email stood out. My mother wrote, "You're still our daughter." Just a statement about hearing my perspective and possibly talking. No apology. My brother sent another message. "We miss you. Can we fix this?" After staring at the screen, I closed the laptop. I contemplated whether mending involves looking back or moving forward. I delayed responding. Time was needed to process. Reagan, my therapist, advised me to wait a week before deciding. Give yourself space to feel whatever comes up, she advised us. No haste to answer. So I did. Work, gym, dinner with friends, normal stuff. Those emails tormented me. I kept opening, reading, and closing them. My mother's reply was chilly and clinical, like a distant friend. Though shorter, my brother's felt more genuine. I kept thinking about them. I replied to my brother first after 12 days. Just something basic. I wrote, "It's been 12 years. What changed?" And sent before thinking. He replied within an hour. His realization of their actions came via the podcast. He said he was 16 when they left me, that he didn't have a choice, that he'd always wondered about me, that he'd looked me up online a few times but never had the confidence to reach out, and that seeing me succeed made him proud. Not fully bought. Why wait till I was famous if he was worried? I asked him that exactly. His following email was lengthier. He admitted they were broke, my parents' business had failed, his wife was pregnant with their second kid, and medical bills were mounting. My stomach sank. The reason was there. Another week passed before I replied. My mom wrote a follow-up email with old family photos of me as a newborn, us at the beach when I was 6 or 7, and Grayson and me constructing a snowman. Happy times that felt like they belonged to someone else's life. Her email concluded, "We made mistakes. We want to make amends." Reagan saw the emails in our following session. She reminded me that I was in control, could set boundaries, and didn't owe them anything, but she also suggested that closure, whether reconciliation, or a final goodbye, might help me go forward. Although I nodded, I was conflicted. Almost wanted to tell them to go to hell. A portion of me wanted to know why they left me, and a tiny idiotic portion wanted them to love me. I met my brother initially, without parents. We planned to meet in a Chicago coffee shop midway between our homes. After flying in that morning, I checked into a hotel to calm down. I almost canceled 3 times, but at 2 p.m., he was readily visible as I entered that coffee shop. Though older, heavier, and with a receding hairline, his eyes were the same. He stood awkwardly and uncertainly when he spotted me. I didn't embrace. We sat across from each other with coffees like strangers. The first 25 minutes hurt. Discussion on the weather, my flight, and his driving. Then he apologized. "Caroline, I'm sorry," Grayson sputtered. "I was just a kid when it happened. I didn't know they were planning to leave you behind until it was too late. I was too scared to stand up to them." I won. I listened, scanning his face for dishonesty. He seemed serious, but I'd been duped. I asked him my 1-2-year-old query. Why me? Why was I left behind? He stared down at his coffee. "They always saw you as the strong one, the independent one, the one who would be fine on your own. They believed you didn't need them as much as me. They convinced themselves you'd be better without them." I'd never heard something so ludicrous. I told him about the storage unit, eating peanut butter for weeks, showering at the YMCA, and working night shifts at 18. His face fell. "I didn't know," he muttered. "They told me you had a plan, that you wanted to stay behind, that you were going to live with a friend's family, that you'd chosen to separate from us." All lies. After our conversation, I wasn't sure what to think. He seemed sorry. He showed me images of his wife and children, told me about his accounting profession, asked about my business, and didn't ask for money, which shocked me. He hugged me goodbye. I allowed him but didn't hug. I stood with my arms at my sides, feeling nothing. Dialing Reagan from my hotel, I told her everything. She noted that my brother seemed apologetic but still saw himself as a victim rather than accepting responsibility for my abandonment. She was right. Aged 16, not 5. Old enough to call, email, and check on me in 12 years. Mom called us that night. Grayson must have given her my number since I didn't. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity won. Her voice was raspier and older. I said hi and she cried. She told me how proud she was, how she knew I'd achieve, and how wonderful I was. After letting her talk herself out, I asked her my brother's question. Why me? She replied differently. We were in debt, Caroline. We couldn't afford 3 mouths to feed. We knew you were smart enough to make it on your own. We figured you'd go to social services, and get placed with a better family. We thought we were doing you a favor. I hung up, blocked her number, hurled my phone across the room, and screamed into a pillow. Dad emailed me the next morning. First contact in 12 years. He didn't say sorry. Instead, He wrote of their struggles, medical costs, failing enterprises, Grayson's wife's surgery, and eviction. Finally, he asked whether I could aid the family. No questions about my life, no acknowledgement of their actions. Reagan phoned me right away after I sent her the email with the subject line, and there it is. We chatted for an hour about boundaries, forgiveness versus reconciliation, assisting against enabling, and what I wanted versus what I believed I should desire. My decision came Monday morning. I contacted my brother, saying I enjoyed meeting him. I understood he was in a difficult position when we were younger and was willing to have a relationship with him and his family, but with clear boundaries. No money, no loans, no financial support, and no relationship with our parents until they took full responsibility for their actions. His response was swift and telling. "Really disappointed, Caroline?" He wrote. "Our parents really need help. Family should support each other. You're being selfish with your success." All my childhood guilt buttons popped at once. I remained silent. I booked a Reagan appointment and Bali trip instead. To process, I needed space. Grayson apologized for his email in a voicemail 4 days later. He stated he understood my stance, wanted a relationship on my terms, and would respect my boundaries. I listened to it twice to see if he was sincere or just switching tactics. I gave him another chance but went to Bali with my guard up. 2 weeks on the beach, rice, field, hikes, and meditation. I needed separation. My dad sent 7 more urgent emails when I returned. Subject lines were all I read. Grayson texted me to talk again. I only consented to a call. The call began well. Again, he apologized for pressing. "I've been thinking a lot about what you told me." Stated. "I'm in therapy now." 2. I agreed. His tone was less defensive. Normal conversation regarding his kids and my business. He announced that our parents will visit him next weekend. I was asked to meet them for an hour in public. My chest tightened. "I'm not ready for that, Grayson." He pushed but stopped when I stopped. After hanging up, I called Reagan. We held an emergency session that night. She made me realize I feared seeing them. I still needed their acceptance, love, and to be enough, not because I disliked them. It was sad yet true. I cried in her office for an hour. Grayson texted again the next day. He said our mom cried all night after I said I wouldn't meet them. He said our dad was considering driving to my city. I panicked. Blocked Grayson's number immediately. I called my assistant to say I was working from home all week. Ordered grocery delivery. I hid in my apartment like a scared child. The doorman called Wednesday to report a couple seeking me. Their names were withheld. I knew instantly. Not admitting visitors, I told him. An unknown caller called 5 minutes later. Leave it on voicemail. My dad. "Caroline, we drove 9 hours to see you." He raged. "You're being childish. We deserve a chance to explain." I erased the message and switched off my phone. A knock on my door awakened me up Thursday morning. I froze in bed, beating heart. Peeped through. It was them. My folks acting like they belonged in my hallway. My mother called, "Caroline, please." Through the door. "We just want to talk to you." "We know you're in there," he said. "We love you." "We're sorry." I didn't enter. Shaking, I sat on the floor with my back to the wall. Later, they left. I rang building security immediately. They were told not to let them up again. The guard inquired if I needed police, sounding worried. Reagan was called after I said, "No, just don't let them up." She gave me a sandwich and sat with me as I cried during her lunch break. Told me I could set limits. I didn't owe them a meeting. And their behavior was harassment, not reconciliation. Grayson emailed me after she departed. He was mad. He said I disgraced our parents. They said they were sleeping in a cheap motel they couldn't afford because they needed to see me. He hoped I could help his wife with surgery next month. Said I was mean. I remained silent. Friday morning, I decided to leave town. Flying to Portland to visit my friend Rachel. She helped me while I was homeless. Let me sleep on her couch for a week when I was homeless. I trusted her entirely. My phone rang when I was packing clothing. Unknown number again. I disregarded. 10 minutes later, my doorman called. They reported a woman downstairs with a medical condition. She requested my name. Identified as mother. Felt nauseous. I wouldn't come down, but told him to call an ambulance if she needed aid. He sounded uneasy but consented. After packing, I went downstairs an hour later. Carefully checked the lobby before entering. They're missing. I felt relieved and oddly guilty. The doorman looked odd as I passed. He told me the woman experienced chest pains and was brought to Memorial Hospital by ambulance. I nodded and ran to my Uber. Grayson called again at the airport. Something compelled me to answer. Mom had a heart attack, he sobbed. She's in surgery. This is your fault for stressing her out. I disconnected and phoned Reagan. She replied instantly. I told her what occurred and asked whether I was bad. Caroline. Listen. She insisted. You are not responsible for your mother's health. This feels like another manipulation tactic. Get on your plane and take care of yourself. I did. Over the weekend, I saw Rachel. Told her everything. She remembered my family's abandonment. Reminded myself of my brokenness. She was upset for me. They don't deserve a minute of your time, she continued, pouring me more wine. Not after what they did to you. Having someone supportive felt good. Dad sent me an email Sunday night. Mom was steady. She'll be freed Tuesday after a stent. The email said, she's asking for you. Don't you think you've punished us enough? I showed Rachel. Her eyeballs were rolling so hard I believed they'd get stuck. She said this was typical guilt tripping. Though she was right, I felt responsible. After flying home Monday, roses were outside my apartment door. The card read, please call us. We're staying at the Holiday Inn until Wednesday. No apology or boundaries. Threw the flowers down the trash chute. A stranger texted me Tuesday morning. The photo showed my pale, little mother in a hospital bed. The note stated she may not live long. Do you really want to live with this regret? I put down Reagan. She advised me to change my number, take a break from social media, and possibly stay with a friend. I concurred. I called my assistant to say I'd work remotely for 2 weeks. Packed another bag. Before I left, my doorman called again. A young woman downstairs requested me, he replied. She claimed to be my sister-in-law and had a child. Felt trapped. These folks persisted. Send her up, doorman. I faced this head on. A tired woman knocked on my door. The toddler was napping on her shoulder and she had dark bags under her eyes. I'm Aurora, she whispered. Grayson's wife. I came alone because I wanted to talk to you without family drama. She came in grudgingly, and I gave her water. She accepted gladly. Aurora covered her sleeping kid with a blanket on my couch. Then she chatted at my kitchen table. I only learned about you 4 years ago, she said. Grayson told me you ran away at 18 and cut contact with the family. I always thought it was strange, but never pushed. Hearing your podcast was a shock. I confronted him, and he finally admitted the truth. Unsure of what to believe, I listened. Aurora seemed genuine. It's horrifying what they did to you, she said. I insisted Grayson reach out. But I had no idea they were going to ask you for money. I'm embarrassed and angry about that. Yes, I do need surgery for a thyroid condition, but we have insurance. Your parents are the ones in financial trouble, not us. I asked her why she came. She stared me in the eye. You deserve to know the whole truth. Stated, your parents have been telling everyone you abandoned the family, that you were mentally unstable, and that you stole money from them before disappearing, that they spent years looking for you. All lies to cover what they'd done. It felt like a punch. How do you know this is true? She showed me old Facebook posts on her phone. Mom requesting prayers to find her problematic daughter. Dad says I stole their savings before fleeing. Posts about hiring private detectives and inspecting homeless shelters, designed to appear like victims. All were years after they left me. Aurora apologized for unwittingly participating. She mentioned confronting my parents. She said they told her everything when she threatened to notify the family. Her lies were unraveling, and my podcast had listeners asking questions they couldn't answer, making them desperate. Then her adorable, curly-haired kid woke up. This is Clara. Aurora whispered. She's 3. I have another daughter on the way. I want my children to know their aunt, but only if you want that. 2. No pressure, no guilt. Just an open door if you ever choose to walk through it. I spent hours processing in my flat after they went. I contacted Reagan again and repeated Aurora's words. Nothing surprised her. Abusers often control the narrative, she said. They create alternate realities where they're victims. She asked my next move. I had no idea. Dad sent another email that night. This was different, angry and frightening. He threatened to sue me for defamation if I lied about them online. He claimed they had proof I stole from them. He threatened to go to the media if I didn't remove the podcast and apologize. He said they wanted money for reputation damage. Reagan, then my lawyer, Asher, received it. He phoned me immediately. This is empty, threatening, he said. Truth is an absolute defense against defamation. Save everything, but don't respond. I'll handle it if they actually file anything, which I doubt they will. People who are actually going to sue don't usually announce it first. Grayson called me the next day. Leave it on voicemail. He sounded scared. Caroline, Aurora told me she visited you. Our parents are furious. They're saying terrible things about her now, too. I'm scared they're going to try something desperate. Please call me back on Aurora's phone, not mine. No longer sure what to trust. I rang Asher again. He proposed meeting Grayson and Aurora in public with him as my lawyer to hear them out. I agreed grudgingly. The next day, we met at a restaurant near Asher's office. They arrived on time. Worried and weary, they looked dreadful. Aurora tried to cover her arm bruising. Grayson couldn't look. I'm Asher, Caroline's attorney, he stated as we sat down, making Grayson shudder. Once we sat down and got coffee, they started talking. The story was worse than expected. My parents lived off Grayson for years, moving in and out, collecting emergency funds, and minding his kids while criticizing his parenting. Aurora challenged them about me, and my dad grabbed her arm hard enough to leave marks. Grayson expelled them. They were staying in a motel, calling frequently, and visiting his business. Listening without interrupting, I saw my brother cry as he detailed how our parents had controlled him his whole life. I left them when they convinced him. How he'd been too fearful to challenge their version of events, locked in their manipulation and lies for 12 years, and afraid they'd hurt Aurora or the kids. Asher carefully probed about financial issues, house titles, bank accounts, and whether my parents had keys. Grayson addressed everything. He claimed they co-signed his mortgage. He said his college bank account still had his dad. Said they had spare keys. He said they had all his passwords. Asher took notes, occasionally looking at me. After the meeting, I felt exhausted but clearer. It wasn't about me anymore. Grayson and Aurora also suffered. Not me. But trapped. Asher advised interviewing their own attorney. He gave them a colleague's card and ordered them to change their locks, passwords, and bank accounts immediately. Nodding, they seemed grateful but overwhelmed. We left with Grayson hugging me. Now I hugged him. Though not forgiveness yet, it was something. I realized we'd both been hurt by the same folks. Maybe we could heal each other. My folks sent me more erratic SMS that night. Threats, accusations, and shame. I blocked all. So I phoned Aurora. I inquired about safety. Yes, she said. They changed the locks and stayed with friends the night before. Investigating a restraining order. I was relieved but scared. The next morning, my phone rang. Aurora hysterical. They broke into our house, she wailed. They took Clara's baby photographs, critical documents, and Grayson's laptop. I encouraged her to call the police immediately because they wrote, "Family matters should stay in the family." Promised to meet at their residence. On my way, I called Asher. A police car was outside their house when I arrived. Officers took statements in the living room. It was messy, drawers out. Papers everywhere. Grayson sat on the couch. Head in hands. Aurora pointed out missing things to the officer. I offered assistance as family. The police doubted grandparents would break in. "Are you sure they didn't just use a key?" said. "Maybe this is a misunderstanding." Aurora showed him her damaged arm and informed him about the increasingly aggressive conduct, threats, and harassment. Despite taking notes, he wasn't convinced. Said it would be hard to show who did this without evidence. After the police departed, we cleaned up. The spare car key, photo albums, and bank paperwork were found missing. Grayson looked downcast, saying, "This is my fault. I should have protected my family better. Should have stood up to them years ago. Should have looked for you harder." I said without arguing. We were past that. Asher arrived as we finished. He peered around gloomily. Said this changed things, we needed to document everything. Breaking in was a serious felony. That we should all stay elsewhere for a few days. He promised to assist us get emergency restraining orders in the morning. We nodded. Too tired to argue. Aurora packed luggage for them as Grayson and I secured the house, changed locks again, examined windows, and discussed security cameras. Taking measures against our parents was bizarre but vital. They crossed an irreversible line. Grayson received a dad text as we left. Just, "We're watching you. We are watching you." Shaking hands, he showed me. I emailed Asher a screenshot. I decided to tell them to stay with me. My building had security, cameras, and a doorman who knew not to let our parents in. They graciously accepted. The four of us ate takeout in my living room that night. Aurora brought Clara toys. We silently discussed future actions, restraining orders, police reports, changing phone numbers and email addresses, possibly moving, and long-term protection. Sitting there with my brother who'd abandoned me, his wife who'd believed lies about me, and their innocent daughter was not the family reunion I'd imagined. However, it seemed right, like we were finally facing the reality. We might be able to rebuild from our parents' mistakes. Asher called the next morning to say he'd filed emergency restraining orders for us. Said we have to go to court next week to make them permanent. I reported the break-in to a detective I knew who took it more seriously than the responding officers, he said. He advised us to stay together until this was handled. I concurred. I called my assistant to say I'd work from home indefinitely, due to family issues. She accommodated my schedule. Grayson, who needed to work remotely, had a workspace in my guest room. Aurora and Clara built pillow forts and watched cartoons in my living room. I felt odd having others around. I was single for years. I liked my peaceful routines, clean counters, and empty sink. However, the cacophony was reassuring. Explain Clara's giggling, Aurora's peaceful humming while folding laundry, and Grayson's typing from the other room. It felt familial. Possibly the family we could become, not the one that abandoned me. That afternoon, my doorman called to report a floral delivery. Check the card before sending them up, I instructed him. He read it to me. We know where you all are. This isn't over. I urged him to deny delivery and notify the police if they weren't returned. I phoned Asher again. He stated he'd add this to our case file, enhance our restraining order request, and we were doing everything properly. I didn't tell Aurora or Grayson about the flowers. Their stress was enough. Instead, I got additional groceries, made dinner for everyone, played with Clara, and tried to normalize this unusual scenario. After everyone was asleep, I sat alone in my kitchen and felt everything. Fear, rage, grief, odd hope. I sobbed into a dish towel to stay quiet. Aurora checked in on me while I made coffee in the morning. I lied. She didn't believe me when I said yes. She sat at the counter. It's okay not to be okay, Caroline, she added kindly. I'm not either. Grayson cries in the shower where he thinks no one can hear. Clara continuously asking when we can go home. This whole situation is terrible, but I'm grateful we're facing it together. I gazed at this stranger who was now in my life. I questioned her why she'd come to me that first day and trusted me over her longtime family. Sadly, she smiled. I've always felt something was off about your parents, about the stories they told, about the way they controlled Grayson. Podcast reinforced my doubts. I couldn't teach my daughters that abandoning a child was ever okay. That was our first hug. It was awkward yet sincere, like a start. Not friendship yet, but understanding, solidarity, and a shared desire to eliminate the mistreatment that had hurt us all. The following days were routine. Working, cooking, playing with Clara, and checking on Asher. We lived in a bizarre limbo of household routine and tension, startled at unexpected noises, and flinching when phones called. We were protected but not at peace, together but healing, family but yet discovering what that meant. Friday, Asher called with news. Detectives uncovered evidence. Security footage from a gas station near Grayson's house showed our parents' car parked during the break-in. The restraining order hearing was Monday. He believed we'd pass. We were relieved but worried for the next escalation. A brick hit Grayson's parking garage window that night. A noteless moment. Nobody needs one. The message was plain. The building surveillance footage showed a baseball cap wearing man facing away from cameras. Though we couldn't verify it was Dad. We knew. We added another police report to our case. We tried to hide our fear from Clara. We discussed court attire, testimony, and how to explain our family history without sounding nuts Sunday night. We needed the judge to grasp the escalation trend to protect ourselves legally and physically. It was weird to talk about our parents like strangers, dangerous strangers with our DNA. Mother's email notice rang my phone as we talked. Subject: last chance. I almost erased it, but something drove me to read it. Short and simple. If you go to court tomorrow, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I presented it to dinner guest Asher. He saved a screenshot to our file and urged me not to respond. He said such a threat would benefit us. None of us slept well that night. I checked my locks and listened for noises, wondering what my parents would do. I pondered if we were overreacting or underreacting, and how I went from abandoned teenager to successful businesswoman to hiding in my apartment from my parents. Monday morning was oddly tranquil. We dressed well, business casual, respectful, and trustworthy. Aurora had a friend watch Clara. We drove to the courthouse separately in case and met Asher on the steps. He carried a briefcase confidently. He said he'd handled dozens of cases like this, the evidence was strong, and judges took threats seriously. As we entered the courthouse, I saw them. My parents stood near the entryway, older and smaller than I remembered. My mother approached me first. Dad held her arm and back. They watched us pass without speaking or approaching, staring with fury and even dread. We entered the building past them, checked in at security, followed Asher to the right courtroom, and waited on a bench for our case. Behind us, my parents entered. I could feel them on the other side of the room and nearly hear their whispers, but I didn't turn. I focused on breathing and looked forward. Judge called our case. We stepped ahead and took our seats. Asher carefully presented our evidence. The break-in, threatening texts, flowers, brick, email, and desertion and manipulation history. The judge patiently listened, asked clarifying questions, and watched our parents with growing concern. When their turn came, my parents approached the bench. No lawyer, just them. My dad originally said we were exaggerating, that they were trying to reconnect with relatives, that they'd never broken the law, and that they loved us, and wanted to make right. He said it was a miscommunication exaggerated. A judge inquired about security footage and threatening messages. My dad disputed everything, stated the footage wasn't them, and said their texts were misunderstood. He stated they suffered, not us. Mom nodded and wiped her eyes with a tissue. The judge specifically asked about leaving me at 18. My dad hesitated and talked about troublesome kids, tough decisions, and doing what was best. The judge interrupted him and asked, "Did you leave your minor child alone and move to another state?" My dad looked down and murmured about money. The judge grew stern. The judge issued our 3-year restraining orders. No contact, no accessing our homes or workplaces, and no third-party messages after hearing all sides. Any infraction warrants immediate arrest. My folks were in disbelief and had never seen penalties. My mom only called me once as we left court. Softly. Continued walking. Not looking back. I felt weight lift with each step. Not yet healed, but beginning. The first actual line with major ramifications. All our hands were shaken outside by Asher. He said we did well, the directives were strong, and to call him immediately, if there were infractions. We thanked him, disoriented but relieved like natural disaster survivors blinking in the sun. On courthouse steps, Grayson hugged me. This time, actual hug. "I'm sorry, Caroline," he choked. "For everything. For not protecting you then, for not finding you sooner, for believing their lies, and for bringing this chaos back into your life." I held him back and assured him we would be okay. Find one other. And build something better. As we headed to our automobiles, my phone buzzed with an unknown text. I was almost hesitant to check, but I felt a chill. Clara played in her friend's backyard without knowing she was being monitored. I instantly showed Grayson the 4 words below it, "This isn't over yet." His face blanched. Aurora, on her way to pick up Clara, was phoned. I requested they meet at my flat. My hands were shaking so much I couldn't hold the phone when I called Asher from the car. He urged me to send him the SMS and drive home. He promised to call the cops and meet us. He claimed this violated the restraining order and advised me to keep calm but alert. The return drive felt endless. I kept checking my mirrors, fearing my folks were following. I breathed for a while in my car after pulling into my building's garage, attempting to calm down before meeting Grayson and Aurora. They needed my strength now. They were in my apartment. Aurora held Clara like she could vanish. Poor kid looks bewildered and afraid. Grayson paces, rubbing his hair. I displayed the text. Aurora cried, saying they'd watched her baby and she'd never forgive herself if Clara died. Grayson hugged them both, seeming more resolute than ever. Asher arrived 20 minutes later with 2 cops. They reviewed the text and called after our statements. They'd send a patrol car to the friend's place to investigate, trace the number, and enhance patrols surrounding my building, all the correct things. But I could tell they didn't understand how dangerous, unpredictable, and desperate my parents were. After the police left, we discussed future actions in my living room. Aurora recommended a hotel with different names. Grayson suggested driving to his cousin's residence several states away. I got angry by the minute. This was nonsense. We followed the law and secured our restraining orders, yet they still terrorized us and controlled our lives through fear. I stood up fast. I'm done running, I said. Done hiding, done letting them dictate how I live my life. They've already stolen my childhood, I'm not giving them my adulthood, too. Grayson thought I was insane. What are you planning to do? I didn't know, but we couldn't continue. We alternated watching, while others slept that night. My first shift was spent watching the street from my living room window with the lights off. At 2 a.m., I saw my dad's old Buick. It circled the block 3 times before parking across that street. I woke Grayson after taking phone photos. We watched our dad stare at my building from his car. He was only observing and waiting, not violating the restraining order. In the morning, I sent Asher the images. He stated it was worrying but not a violation because my dad stayed in his car away from the building. He said to document everything and spoke to the detective again. The call ended in frustration. The law had constraints. Restraining orders were paper. They couldn't halt a determined attacker. Aurora and Grayson agreed to take Clara to a secure hotel with interior corridors for a few days. I helped them pack, hugged them goodbye, and promised to check in every few hours. After they went, I sat in my empty apartment feeling strangely tranquil, like I'd reached a conclusion and couldn't keep living in limbo. I called Reagan, told her everything, and requested her advice. A moment of silence. That question hit me hard. What do you actually want from your parents? Not what I didn't want, or was afraid of, but what I actively wanted. I hadn't considered it that way. I wrote a list after hanging up. I wanted to live fearlessly, establish a relationship with my brother and his family, stop feeling guilty for my parents' behavior, and forget the past. Not on that list was reconciliation with my parents. Forgiveness was absent. Nobody understood why they did what they did. I desired freedom from them. What I did that afternoon was wild. I emailed parents. Just a note. I know you're watching my building. I know you're not going to stop, so let's talk one last time. Tomorrow, noon. The coffee shop on 8th Street. Just me. No police, no lawyers. After that, you leave us all alone forever. I sent before reconsidering. Aurora and Grayson weren't told. Kept Asher and Reagan from knowing. I have to do this for myself. I wasn't stupid enough to expect my parents would become rational, but I had to face them. Peaceful expression needed. I needed to break this cycle forever. In minutes, my dad said, "We will be there." No threats, no guilt trips. I spent the rest of the day mentally preparing what I wanted to say, what I needed them to hear, and what boundaries I needed to set. Making a decision lightened my burden, and I slept comfortably that night. I dressed well the next morning to feel powerful and confident, not to impress them. Uber brought me to the coffee shop 15 minutes early. I chose a rear corner table with a view of the door but not from outside. Despite not wanting coffee, I waited calmly while ordering one. They arrived exactly at noon, older and exhausted than in court. Mom saw me first and nudged Dad. After walking slowly like a wild animal about to bolt, they sat across from me without saying. We looked at each other for a long time, these strangers who were my parents and had influenced me in ways they'd never comprehend. First, I spoke. I didn't call this meeting to reconcile or to give you money, or to hear excuses. I called it to make you understand one thing. It's over. You've lost. Not just the court case. You've lost me, lost Grayson, lost your grandchildren, and lost any chance at being part of our lives. And if you can't accept that, if you keep stalking us, threatening us, or trying to force your way back in, I will destroy you. Dad interrupted. I raised my hand. I'm not finished. I showed them screenshots of their threatening texts, Clara's photo, and the emails on my phone. I've sent copies to everyone in your lives, your siblings, your church, your neighbors, your employers, everyone. Not yet, but I will if you contact any of us again. If you come near our homes, or if you so much as mention our names to anyone we knew." My mother cried. "We just want our family back. We made mistakes, but we deserve another chance. We're getting older and don't want to die alone." I lingered on her. "You should have thought about that before abandoning your 8-year-old daughter. Before lying to everyone about what you'd done. Before breaking into Grayson's house. And before threatening your own grandchild. Before breaking in town. Before breaking into Grayson's house." Dad got mad. "You're ungrateful. You've always been difficult. You've turned your brother against us. You owe us for raising you." Actually, I laughed in his face. "Do you really think you're entitled to gratitude for doing the bare minimum as a parent for 18 years before abandoning me completely? Do you think your parenting was so stellar that I should be thanking you for it?" That stumped him. His cheeks was crimson and he sat silent. Though my mother cried, I felt nothing. The icy realization that these people would never change, take responsibility, or be the parents I deserved left me without shame or sympathy. I got up to leave. "This is your last warning. Next time you violate the restraining order, I won't just call the police. I'll make sure everyone you know understands exactly what kind of people you really are. I have the resources to make your lives very difficult if you force my hand. I don't want to do that. But I will, to protect my family, my real family, Grayson, Aurora, Clara, and the people I choose." My mom called. "Do you really hate us that much?" As I left, I turned around. "I don't hate you. I feel nothing for you. You're strangers to me now. And that's your loss. Not mine." After leaving the coffee shop, I felt lighter than in years. I called Grayson from the sidewalk and told him everything. He was initially outraged that I'd met them alone, then worried they'd retaliate, but mostly relieved that someone had finally confronted them. He wished he'd done it years ago with courage. I walked back to my flat, packed a suitcase, and joined Grayson and his family in their hotel for a few days for safety. First-time caller Clara ran to hug me when I arrived. "Auntie Caroline!" Nearly cried. Aurora hugged me. She was proud and hoped I'd find serenity. Grayson squeezed my shoulder without saying anything. We waited for my parents to act, checked our phones constantly, and jumped at unexpected noises for days, but nothing occurred. No calls, texts, emails, or car sightings, just silence. Grayson and Aurora returned home after a week. They changed their locks again, installed security cameras, and started looking at houses in my city to sell. I returned to my apartment, work, and semi-normal life. 1 month, then 2. Not for my parents. Asher checked in often. He stated the detective confirmed their return to their home state. He advised us to remain watchful but continue along with our lives due to the restraining orders. We did slowly. Grayson got a job in my city. Aurora put Clara in preschool. They bought a property 25 minutes from my flat. Every Sunday, we ate dinner. We created new customs and memories, a family based on choice rather than duty. I expected to feel regret, guilt, or resentment about my parents, but I felt relief, like I'd finally let go of a huge weight I'd carried since 18. I finally could think about the future. 7 months after the coffee shop fight, Asher forwarded a letter to hide my address from my mom. I almost didn't read it or threw it away. But curiosity triumphed. It was a couple paragraphs. Instead of explanations or demands, they acknowledged that they'd hurt me terribly, failed as parents, and understood why I didn't want to be around them. They promised counseling and to follow restraining orders. Their goal was that I would accept a proper apology, but they understood if it never happened. It was shown to Grayson. He got a similar letter. Over dinner that night, we discussed its sincerity, whether it changed anything, and whether we could trust them again. Instead of making any decisions, we resolved to take it day by day, prioritize our healing, and protect our growing family. The letter in my desk drawer represents my parents finally recognizing my right to set boundaries, pick who I allow in my life, and define family on my own terms. I keep it there, not because I'm ready to forgive or want reconciliation. Clara celebrated her 5th birthday last week. Grayson and Aurora asked me to plan. It was at my apartment. All around were balloons. I ordered a beautiful bakery cake. Presents heaped up on the coffee table. Clara laughed while jogging in a princess dress. Aurora took pictures as Grayson grilled on my balcony. Friends visited all day. Lots of noise. So much fun. I entered the kitchen alone and watched Grayson swing Clara around while Aurora giggled at a friend's comment through the doorway. My vacant, peaceful flat was now full of life and love. I remembered the message on my kitchen counter 12 years ago. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. And I did. Though not how they intended, I'd always known what family, love, and entitlement should be. Not everything is perfect now. Trust issues, weekly therapy, with Reagan, and abandonment nightmares persist. Still flinch when my doorbell rings suddenly. I'm healing. We all rebuild from our prior brokenness. Something stronger, selected, and real. Some people wonder if I'll reconcile with my parents, let them meet Clara, or forgive them. I don't know the answers. Someday, maybe never. I know this, I'm not defined by what they did to me. What I constructed after, who I became, and the family I created define me. I was slapped and falsely accused of trying to seduce my sister's husband. My family believed the lies, and blames me for an affair that never happened. Sophie approached me at my parents' backyard barbecue and slapped me across the face so hard my ear started ringing. Mommy says you deserve it because you're a whore. I stumbled backward and grasped the picnic table edge to avoid collapsing. Sophie stared at me and said, Mommy says, you deserve it because you're a whore. My cousin replied, what the hell? And my mother shattered her lemonade on the terrace. A 7-year-old had called me in front of my family, so everyone was staring at Sophie and then at me. I had no notion why. Sophie, I shook, why would you say that to me? Sophie didn't respond. She glanced at me with a childish expression, crossing her arms across her chest. My sister Emily and her husband Nathan stormed across the yard. Emily was the dramatic one in the family, slamming doors and screaming during disputes while I sat calmly and waited. She'd never looked that hateful before. She regarded me like decaying rubbish. Get away from my daughter. Emily grabbed Sophie and shoved her behind her back. Emily, what is happening right now? I ask. What did I do? I ask. My father responded, girls, let's take this inside and talk about it calmly. Emily didn't listen. I was her sole concentration. You know exactly what you did, Emily yelled. My birthday party last month. You waited until I was blowing out my candles, and then you followed my husband into the kitchen. I said, that's not true. Immediately. Shut up, Emily shouted. You pressed yourself against him. You whispered in his ear that you wanted him. You tried to shove your tongue down his throat, and when he pushed you off, you grabbed his belt and told him I would never have to know. My mother said, oh my God, Lily, behind me. The mob of family members seeing my life come apart whispered. None of that happened, I said. Emily, I swear to you, none of that happened. So, my husband is a liar? Emily said. Is that what you're saying right now? That Nathan just made all of this up for fun? Nathan grabbed Emily's shoulder. Babe, don't hurt yourself. He whispered. She's not admitting it. No, Emily turned him away. I want to hear her say it. I want to hear her stand there and call my husband a liar to his face. I checked Nathan, who was behind my sister with his jaw clenched and eyes on the ground. He shook his head slowly. He appeared traumatized. He looked like a man describing a non-event. Nathan is lying, I responded, cracking up. Emily, I would never do that to you. You're my sister. I've never even thought about Nathan that way. Don't say his name. Emily yelled. The texts, Lily. The pictures you've been sending him for months, begging him to meet up with you behind my back. When he kept saying no, you cornered him at my party and tried to force yourself on him. He showed me everything. What texts? I couldn't help weeping. What pictures, Emily? There are no texts. There are no pictures. None of this ever happened. I saw them myself, Emily added. I felt insane. I saw what you wrote to him. I saw what you sent him, so don't stand there and lie to my face. There were no texts. There were no images. Nathan has never received anything from me. Please, Emily, I pleaded. Nathan is the one who came on to me that night. He followed me into the kitchen and put his hands on my waist. He said you didn't appreciate him. I shoved him off and told him I would tell you everything. And he grabbed my wrist and said, no one would ever believe me. Nathan breathed heavily and looked up at me with tears in his eyes. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Babe. He hoarsely told Emily. I told you she would flip everything around. I told you she would try to make me the bad guy. I didn't want to say anything because I knew it would tear your family apart. But I couldn't keep lying to you anymore. Emily was crying, as did my mother. I watched my life fall from the middle. I called out, "Mom." Turned to locate her by the broken glass. "Mom, please. You know me. You know I would never do something like this." My mother's disappointment filled my chest. "I think you need to leave, Lily," she whispered. "Dad." I called, but he was already headed toward the house with a suspicion. I stood there surrounded by people who were meant to adore me, but none looked at me. Nathan was watching, and when Emily turned to bury her face in his chest, he grinned at me small, short, and private to let me know he had won. He hadn't. I wouldn't urge my family to believe me over a man who attacked me first. He merely thinks he won because he lied before I did. He doesn't comprehend. I'll expose him. His current confidence will be his downfall. His own words will des Nathan his story by week's end. I'll update. Sophie, my niece, approached me as I grabbed a burger from the grill at my parents' backyard BBQ and slapped me across the face, ringing my ear. I stumbled backward and grasped the picnic table edge to avoid collapsing. Sophie glared at me and said, "Mommy says you deserve it because you're a whore." My cousin exclaimed, "What the hell?" And my mother shattered her lemonade on the terrace. Everyone stared at Sophie and then at me because a 7-year-old called me A in front of my family. Why? I had no idea. "Sophie," I shakily murmured. "Why would you say that to me?" Sophie didn't reply. She glanced at me with a childish expression, crossing her arms across her chest. My sister Emily and her husband Nathan stormed across the yard. Emily was the dramatic one in the family, slamming doors and screaming during disputes while I sat calmly and waited. This much hatred had never crossed her features before. She regarded me like decaying rubbish. "Get away from my daughter." Emily grabbed Sophie and shoved her behind her back. "Emily, what is happening right now?" I asked. "What did I do?" My father responded, "Girls, let's take this inside and talk about it calmly." Emily didn't listen. She was all on des Nathaning me. "You know exactly what you did," Emily fumed. "My birthday party last month. You waited until I was blowing out my candles, and then you followed my husband into the kitchen." I said, "That's not true." Immediately. "Shut up," Emily shouted. "You pressed yourself against him. You whispered in his ear that you wanted him. You tried to shove your tongue down his throat. And when he pushed you off, you grabbed his belt and told him I would never have to know." My mother said, "Oh my God, Lily," behind me. I heard whispers in the crowd of family members watching my life fall apart. "Emily, I promise to you, none of it happened." Emily asked, "So, my husband is a liar? Is that what you're saying right now? That Nathan made this up for fun?" Nathan approached and grabbed Emily's shoulder. "Babe, don't do this to yourself," he said. "She's not going to confess it." "No," Emily shrugged. "I want to hear her say it. I want to hear her stand there and declare my husband a liar to his face." I looked at Nathan, standing behind my sister with his jaw clenched and his eyes on the ground. He was shaking his head slowly back and forth. He looked sad and terrified. He looked just the way a man should appear while recalling something that never happened. "Emily, I would never do that to you. You're my sister. I've never even thought about Nathan that way. Don't you dare say his name," Emily shouted. "The texts, Lily. The photographs you've been giving him for months, urging him to meet up with you behind my back. When he kept saying no, you cornered him at my party and tried to force yourself on him. He showed me everything." "What texts?" I couldn't stop crying. "What images, Emily? There are no texts. None of this ever happened," Emily responded. "I saw them with my own eyes. I saw what you wrote to him. I saw what you sent him. So don't stand there and lie to me. No texts, no pictures. I had never sent Nathan anything. I felt insane. I said, "Emily, please." Nathan came on to me that night. He followed me into the kitchen and put his hands on my waist. He said you didn't appreciate him. I shoved him off and told him I'd tell you everything, and he grabbed my wrist and said, "No one would ever believe me." Nathan breathed heavily and looked up at me with tears in his eyes. In a shaky voice, he informed Emily, "This is exactly what I was scared of, baby. I warned you she would spin everything around and try to make me the bad person. I didn't want to say anything because I knew it would tear your family apart, But I couldn't keep lying to you anymore. Now Emily and my mother were crying, and I stood in the middle, watching my life pass. I turned and pleaded, "Mom, please, you know me. You know I would never do something like this." My mother's disappointment in her eyes made me feel it in my chest. "I think you ought to leave, Lily," she whispered. "Dad," I called, but he was already striding toward the house with a suspicion. The people who were meant to love me didn't look at me, but Nathan did, and as Emily turned to bury her face in his chest, he looked at me and smiled small, brief, and private to let me know he had won. He didn't, but I wasn't going to beg my family to believe me over a man who attacked me first. He only thinks he won because he told his lie before I could tell my truth, but he doesn't realize I'll make a plan to expose him. He's so confident right now, and that will be his downfall. He'll write his own Nathan story before the end of the week. I'll update you. I drove home from that cookout with my hands trembling so badly I had to pull over twice. I cried until I couldn't breathe in a grocery store parking lot. Emily accused me of. That night is so vivid I feel terrible. It was her birthday party. She leased the back room of her favorite Italian restaurant and invited everyone she knew. I wore a green dress because Emily always claimed green was my color and I wanted to look beautiful for her big night. Nathan greeted me first as I entered. He said I was gorgeous and kissed my cheek. Brothers-in-law do that, so I said thanks without thinking. They praise wives' sisters. It need not signify anything. But then I observed him staring at me over supper, not my face. Lower. Even though I wasn't doing anything wrong, his glances made me feel vulnerable, so I tugged at my dress neckline. Nathan muttered, "That dress is doing things to me, Lily." I giggled nervously and moved to talk to my cousin on my other side when Emily got up to use the restroom. I swore I misheard him. He was odd and pleasant like some men are after too much drink, I told myself. The alternative was too dreadful. So I told myself many things that night. Everyone went to the main room for cake after supper. Emily wished with her eyes closed and hands clasped at the head of the table. I saw her happy face and thought how lucky she was to have found love. Perhaps I'll find that too. I sneaked into the kitchen for water. Because the wine was banging my head. I stood at the sink, filling a glass and rubbing its cool edge to my forehead, in the quiet room. Then I heard footsteps behind me. Nathan stood in the doorway when I turned. His typical smile was absent. He looked at me with a new expression. Hungry. Only one word describes it. He looked famished. "There you are," he said. "I've been trying to get you alone all night." I laughed out of nothing. "What are you talking about?" "Come on, Lily." He pushed off the doorframe and walked toward me. "Don't play dumb with me. I see how you look at me when you think nobody's watching. I see how you dress when I'm around. That green dress tonight. That was for me, wasn't it? One. One at sea. One. One at sea. One at sea. One at sea." The sink edge smacked my lower back as I backed up. The counter was cold through my thin dress. I remember thinking this couldn't happen. This must be a joke. "Nathan, I don't know what you think is going on here, but you need to stop." He didn't. He kept walking till he was in front of me. I could smell champagne on his breath and watch his pupils widen in the dim kitchen light from so close. Then he grabbed my waist. He touched my hips through my dress and I froze because my brain couldn't process it fast enough to react. "Emily doesn't appreciate me," he added, practically kissing my ear. "She doesn't look at me the way you do. We could be so good together. Lily. Just once. She need never know." I shoved him so hard he stumbled backward and nearly collapsed. "Get off me. Get off me," I shouted, loud enough to be heard but not loud enough to travel into the main room. "What is wrong with you?" "My sister Emily. I would never hurt her." Nathan lost his charm and became ugly. His jaw tightened and his eyes grew hard. I was terrified of him for a moment. "You're making a mistake," he whispered. I was being polite. "I offered you a chance. However, you can play it that way." The way he fixed his shirt and gazed at me made my skin crawl. "Just so you know," he said. "I'll tell Emily you came on to me if you tell her about this chat. Tell her you've texted me for months. Lily, she'll believe me if I say you hurled yourself at me tonight and I turned you down because I love my wife. Since I'm her spouse and you're her envious single sister who's never been married, she'll believe me." Air exited my lungs. "You're insane," I muttered. I tried to push past him to the door, but he grabbed my wrist and squeezed so hard that I gasped. He answered, "No," with a calm, icy, and terrifying voice. "If you do, I'll disnathan you. We'll set your family against you. Mom, Dad, cousins, everyone. After I'm done, they'll think you tried to break up your sister's marriage. Do you want that, Lily? Do you want to perish on that hill?" I snatched my arm from him and fled the kitchen. My wrist was throbbing, and his fingers had red marks. I found Emily in the main room, surrounded by family singing happy birthday, and I almost grabbed her arm, pulled her aside, showed her my wrist marks, and begged her to believe me. But Nathan had followed me out of the kitchen and was standing across the room, watching me with a "I dare you" look on his face. Everything he said made terrible sense, and Emily would believe her husband over her single sister, and my parents would believe the devoted son-in-law over the daughter who had never succeeded in a relationship. Everyone would take his side because Nathan was charming and successful, and I was just Lily. So, I hugged my sister, and wished her a happy birthday, went home, and didn't say anything. I thought if I avoided him in family events, he would forget about it and move on, and we could all pretend it never happened. Nathan didn't move on. While I kept quiet to keep the peace, he was telling Emily lies about texts and pictures that never existed, building his case against me one whispered conversation at a time, making himself the victim and me the villain. By the time I found out, it was too late. Sitting in that grocery store parking lot with tears in my eyes, I realized my biggest mistake. I gave him a month to poison my family against me while I sat in silence, hoping it would all go away. I handed him the knife he used to stab me in the back because I was so focused on avoiding conflict. Nathan always underestimates the people he hurts. He thought I was broken and would disappear. He had no idea what I was capable of when I stopped being afraid. To determine the damage's extent, I called my mother, who answered on the fourth ring. Lily, her voice was icy, not furious, but disappointed. "I don't think we should be talking right now. Mom, please, I say. Just let me explain." Everything Emily stated at the cookout was false. Nathan made up everything. He hit on me at the party. After I rejected him, he threatened to turn everyone against me. Silence on the other end. I could hear her breathing and the TV playing quietly. I envisioned her sitting on the couch in the living room where I started to walk and open Christmas presents every year, where I had cried on her shoulder when my first boyfriend broke my heart. I said. Nathan showed Emily the text messages. My mother replied, her voice husky and subdued. "He showed her your photos." "Lily, I saw them. They were in my sight." Heart stopped. "What? The text? The images? I saw your letter to him." "What you sent him I saw." Emily showed me her phone. My steering wheel grip turned my knuckles white. "No texts, Mom. No images. Never mailed Nathan anything in my life. What he showed, Emily, was phony. Made it up. He made up proof because he knew no one would believe me." My mother sighed. "Lily, honey, I want to trust you." "I do. I saw those messages. Your writing was frank and desperate. I didn't realize you could speak like that, because I'm not." I responded, crying again because I didn't write them. "Mom, please listen to me." Nathan lied. To impersonate the victim, he wrote false texts. He did it, but how? All of you are buying it. What made him do that? Why would Nathan go through that? My mother wondered. "What's in it for him to frame you?" "Because I refused him," I answered. "He tried to kiss me in Emily's party kitchen, and I pulled him away and warned him I'd tell her." "Mom." "He threatened me. He pinched my wrist forcefully, leaving marks." My mother spoke again after a lengthy quiet, exhausted. "Lily, I don't know what to believe. Really don't. I know Nathan has always treated your sister well. He's always treated this family well. Those messages appeared real. Timestamps, phone number, everything matched. Then let me show you my phone," I said. "Come over now and see my genuine texts. You can browse everything. It's obvious I never send him anything. Please, Mom, let me prove it." The couch shifted as my mother whispered. "I can't do that. Emily made me promise not to have any contact with you until you admit what you did and apologize. Lily, after seeing everything, I agree with her. I suggest you reflect on your actions." She ended the call before I could respond. I stared at my phone, feeling like the ground had swallowed me. Nathan hadn't lied, he had evidence. He created an alternate reality with fake texts and pictures that fooled my mother. I called my father, but he didn't answer. I texted him, and the message stayed on for hours before he replied, "Give your sister some space." Calling my cousin who asked, "What the hell?" When Sophie hit me, my call went to voicemail. 3 days went by without a word. I went to work and stared at my computer screen without seeing anything. I went home, made dinner I didn't eat, and watched TV I didn't see. I checked my phone every 5 minutes, hoping someone would believe me, but I only got spam emails and app updates. On the 4th day, I left my apartment to get groceries because I had run out of everything and couldn't justify starving myself. As I walked to my car, I saw Nathan's SUV parked across the street, sitting in the driver's seat and watching my building. He smiled and waved like we were old friends running into each other by accident. Every instinct in my body told me to run, get in my car, lock the doors, and drive away, but I was so exhausted, angry, and done being terrified of this man that I just stood on the pavement and watched him approach. "Hey, Lily," he began, standing a few feet away with his hands in his pockets, and smiling the charming smile that had fooled my family. "How are you doing?" How are you doing? "Nathan, what do you want?" I asked coldly. He stared worriedly at me from the side. "I wanted to check on you. Verify your health. I regret how everything went down in this difficult situation." I watched him. "Feel bad?" I repeated, disbelieving. "I do. This awful was never my intention. I hoped you would let it go so we could move forward. You had to threaten me. You made me feel guilty for liking you. Considering that, what transpired after that is up to you." This man's boldness, shamelessness, in front of me blaming me for his actions. "Those texts and pictures are fake," I responded, shaking. "You made them, so they're false. Your ego couldn't handle rejection, so you lied to delete Nathan from my life." Nathan smiled steadily. "Lily, that's it. My knowledge is irrelevant. Only what others think matters. Now everyone thinks you're a desperate woman who tried to take her sister's spouse. Mom believes. Your dad agrees. Emily is convinced. I was thorough, therefore nothing you say will change that." I kept from backing away as he approached. "You should have remained quiet," he whispered. "That night in the kitchen, you should have kept your mouth shut and none of this would have happened. You had to threaten me. You had to act like I was a predator for wanting you. So, now you face the consequences." He touched my cheek with one finger. "Don't touch me." I smacked his hand so hard it rang off the buildings. Nathan giggled. "That fire. Lily. I always admired that about you. Emily accepts anything I say. You fight, nevertheless. So sorry it happened this way. Together, we could have been amazing." "You're delusional," I say. "I would rather die than let you touch me." "That can be arranged," he remarked, so casually that I didn't realize the danger. "I'm kidding. Mostly. You should know I told Emily." I suppressed my wrath at Nathan playing victim in his own home. "Please." I wailed again. "I don't deserve it, but I need closure. I'll give you one opportunity and then leave you both alone forever if you want. Just a face-to-face apology will help me heal." Emily sighed. "Let me talk to Nathan. Let me talk to Nathan. I'll call you back," she said, hanging up. I stared at my phone on my couch. 20 minutes later, she called. "Okay," she answered. "Lunch at home with parents. 6. But Lily, I promise to God, I will never speak to you again if you try anything or cause drama. Your only chance. Avoid wasting it." "I won't," I agreed. "Thank you, Emily." "I won't. I won't. I won't. Many thanks. I adore you. Quietly, I love you too. That's why this has been so hard." On Sunday, I spent 2 hours getting ready. I did my makeup carefully, just enough to appear put together without looking too hard. I curled my hair and let it fall loose about my shoulders, as Nathan had complimented me at a family dinner 2 years earlier. I wore a top I knew would draw attention, low cut but not too low, fitting but not too tight, just enough to make him look and wonder if I had worn it for him. At 6, I arrived at my parents' place. My mother opened the door and gazed at me with an unreadable expression. "Lily," replied, "I'm glad you decided to do the right thing." "Me too, Mom," I whispered. I walked into the dining room and saw everyone seated, my father at the head of the table looking uncomfortable. Emily and Nathan on one side. Sophie, between them, and an empty chair across from them that was clearly for me. The humiliation chair, where the accused begged forgiveness. I sat down and watched the table. I could feel everyone watching me. Especially Nathan. When I looked up, he was staring at my chest. He stared at it for a second too long before realizing I was looking at him and moving over to his plate. Good. I had his interest. My mother made small talk about the weather. My father asked me a few work questions, which I answered in short sentences. Emily barely looked at me. Sophie kept asking why everyone was so quiet. I apologized 3 times and said I was ashamed of myself. I told them I was getting professional help and understood if they never trusted me again. I kept looking at Nathan, and every time I did, he was already looking at me. By the time my mother brought out dessert, he wasn't even trying to hide it. He was staring at me while Emily talked to my father about Sophie's school. He kept looking at my top and then at my face, and each time I caught him, I held his gaze for just a second too long, not long enough for anyone to notice, but long enough to make him wonder. After dinner, I stood up and said, "Emily, can I talk to you and Nathan privately? I want to apologize to you both privately." Emily looked at Nathan, who nodded slowly but looked at me. "Fine," Emily said. "Let's go to the living room." We left the table, and I stood in front of them. "Nathan," I said, looking directly at him. "I was confused and lonely and mistook your generosity for more. My illness was my fault. I shouldn't have placed you in that position. You've always been a nice spouse to my sister and father to Sophie. I hope you'll forgive me." Nathan stared at me for a long time, trying to figure out if this was true, if I had given up, and whether his plan had worked as well as he anticipated. "I appreciate that, Lily," he continued. "I know this was hard to say, and I forgive you. I want our family to progress." He hugged Emily. "I told you she'd come around, baby. Just time to comprehend everything." Emily nodded and wiped her eyes. "Thank you, Lily," she replied. "I appreciate it. I miss you terribly." I hugged my sister and said I missed her. Over her shoulder, I looked at Nathan. He was smiling the same confident smile he had worn at my apartment when he threatened me and arrogantly certain that he had won. But this time, when we met, I smiled back. Confusion, interest, and hope flickered across his face. He believed my grin and outfit meant something. He thought I had finally recognized what I was missing when I pushed him away that night in the kitchen. I would let him think that until it devastated him. After everything he had done, Nathan still wanted me. I noticed how he stared at me over dinner, how his eyes kept finding reasons to drop to my chest, and the smile he gave me when Emily wasn't watching. Now he believed maybe I wanted him back. Good. Let him believe that. Let him become so confident that he stopped thinking straight and neglected to protect himself. 2 weeks until the next family dinner, I had 14 days to get Nathan so desperate for me that he would say anything to get me, and then I would make him say it to his wife. The next day, I started texting him innocent family stuff with a touch of something warmer. Nothing that could be used against me. "Nathan, do you have Emily's pasta recipe from last week? I want to try. Sophie's dance recital time? Send her flowers. Your supper understanding was appreciated. It meant more than you realize." He answered every mail within minutes. First carefully. "Okay. Here's the recipe. The Saturday recital starts at 3. Family is everything." After a few messages with happy faces and winking faces, he started texting me first by the end of the week. "I've been thinking about you. Hopefully everything is fine. You looked great Sunday. Yes, green is your color. Emily takes Sophie to her mom's this weekend. It will be lonely here." I ignored those messages and watched the little notice that told me he was typing, not typing, then typing again. He was perplexed and desperate to figure out where we were. I dressed even more carefully for the second family dinner, low cut but not too low, fitted but not too tight. I sat across from Nathan at the table and caught his eye whenever Emily looked away. Sometimes I smiled. He was drowning, and I was the only one who could throw him a rope. He didn't realize the rope was attached to an anchor. After dinner, my mother asked who wanted to help with dishes. As expected, Nathan said, "I'll help, babe." I volunteered quickly. "You stay and relax." Emily looked shocked. "That's lovely of you." Nathan and I entered the kitchen together, and when we were alone, he was too close. I could feel his heat behind me while the dish was cleaned. "You've changed lately," he whispered. "You mean what?" "I watched the dishes. How you've texted me. The way you stare at me at dinner." He got closer and breathed on my neck. "The way you dress. I stopped the water and slowly dried my hands before turning around and leaning on the counter. Nathan was inches away, his eyes black with want. "I've been thinking about that night," I whispered. "In the kitchen at Emily's party," he gasped. "Yeah, I was scared," I answered. I was afraid to say yes. "Nathan, I pushed you away and pretended I didn't feel anything, but I can't stop thinking about it. What I missed, what could have happened?" He touched my arm and I tried not to recoil. "I knew you felt it, too," he whispered. I glanced up at him. "I was wondering if maybe we could find some time to talk alone without anyone around." Nathan slipped his hand from my arm to my waist, where he gripped me that night. "When?" "Again, next Sunday," I said. "You do the dishes, but I'll give us more privacy." His smile was painfully big. "You're serious?" "I'm serious," I said. "Nathan, I'm obsessed with you. Since that night. I can't." I was afraid to admit it. I heard footsteps, and left him as my mother entered the doorway. "How are those dishes? Almost done, Mom?" I responded brightly, but Nathan stared at me like I had offered him the moon. 1 week to figure out the final piece of my plan. All I had to do was get her close enough to hear it, without him knowing she was there. I spent the next 3 days mentally walking through Emily's house, remembering every room, closet, and hiding spot. I remembered the master bedroom walk-in closet with the slatted doors that look right into the room. Emily could see and hear everything in the bedroom from there, and it would look dark and empty from the outside. "Hey," I said, warmly and sisterly, calling Emily on Wednesday. I was wondering if I could come over early on Sunday before the family dinner. Set up and spend time together. "Just us two." "That would be great," she said. "I've missed our sister time." "Me, too. Recently, Nathan has been really lovely. He continues texting me to check in. Make sure I'm okay. Emily, you're blessed to have him." I heard a beat of quiet when the seed was planted. "He texts you?" "Supportive stuff. Nothing odd. He's being a good brother-in-law, checking on me." "Right," Emily murmured, but her voice had changed. "A tiny fracture in the foundation." "Good." I wanted her to monitor her husband more intently than ever. I arrived at Emily's house 2 hours early on Sunday and found Nathan's car gone. He took Sophie to get ice cream. Emily said, wanted to give us some girl time. I planted tiny seeds of mistrust during the first hour of cooking. "Nathan looks stressed lately. Everything okay with you?" "He's texting me often. Hope you don't find that odd." "I think he's trying hard to reconcile." "Sweet." Actually, each word was meant to make Emily question her husband's interest in her well-being and develop the slightest seed of skepticism that would grow when she learned what he actually thought of her. Emily said she would take a quick shower once we finished cooking. "Make yourself at home," said. "Nathan should be back soon." This was my chance. "Actually," I said, "can I use your bedroom bathroom? That one down below is soapless." "Sure, go ahead." I entered the master bedroom upstairs and saw the closet as I remembered. Sophie, yelling, "Mommy, we got sprinkles." Emily coming down the stairs to greet them. Perfect sight lines to the whole room, dark enough to be unseen from the outside. Then Nathan asked, "Where's Lily?" "Upstairs," Emily said. I left the bedroom and descended the stairs, where Nathan stared at me eager. He said, "Hey," gently. When I reached him, "Hey." He was in my space after we entered the kitchen alone. "So tonight," he muttered. "Am I on?" "Actually, I was thinking," I admitted slowly. "Maybe we shouldn't do it here. Too risky. Suppose someone enters?" His face showed disappointment. "Then when?" "After dinner. When everyone goes. Tell Emily you're exhausted and want to sleep. Then text me. I'll tell my parents I forgot something and return." Nathan exclaimed, "Want to return? To my house? To your bedroom?" "I want to do this correctly, Nathan. I desire perfection." It seems he would faint. "Are you serious?" "It's been on my mind for 2 weeks. I need to know what would have happened if I hadn't pushed you away. I must feel what was lost. I'll text you the second she falls asleep. Don't wait that long," I add. "Just tell her you need to rest." "I can't wait." The rest of the family arrived, and supper was torture. Every minute felt like an hour. I played my part perfectly. The contrite sister glad to be back, the lovely daughter helping her mother, the fond aunt playing with Sophie in the living room. Nathan watched me with greedy, yearning eyes, and I watched the clock on the wall, counting down the minutes until I could des-Nathan him. After dinner and everyone left, I pulled Emily aside. I may have left an earring in your restroom. Can I run up and check? Sure, Emily. Want help looking? No problem. I remember where I stood. I was upstairs in her bedroom and examined the closet again before texting Emily. I can't find it. Will you help me look? It may have rolled inside your closet. She entered the doorway a minute later. You think it fell where? Somewhere in the closet. I opened it for extra towels, and guess it fell off when I bent down. Emily entered the closet and searched the floor. I don't see anything. Keep looking, I replied, a small silver hoop. Perhaps in the corner. I texted Nathan, upstairs, bedroom, Emily showers. I'm done waiting. He rushed up the stairs and into the doorway, breathing hard. When he spotted me, his face brightened up. Where's she? He whispered. Shower. I nodded to the bathroom door. We have a few minutes. He entered the room and closed the door. I cannot believe this is finally happening. He approached me. I've been thinking about you all week. Since that kitchen night, I've been thinking about you. Tell me, I began, approaching him, what you've been thinking about. His hands gripped my waist again, possessively. I've wondered what might have occurred if you hadn't pushed me away. Maybe you should have let me kiss you. Show you what you missed. Would have happened? I asked. I would have took you right there in my wife's kitchen. He added. Desperate. Emily has no idea what I can do. She's boring and predictable in bed. But Lily, I knew from the moment I saw you that you were unusual and required someone who could handle you. A quiet sound came from the closet. Listening, Emily shifts weight. What else? I asked. Nathan drew me closer. I wanted to test you against that counter and show you manhood. I wanted to hear you shout my name when my wife blew out her birthday candles in the next room. I always wanted you, not Emily. You? When I shouted no and pulled you away, his face clouded. I spent weeks complimenting you and making you feel special, but you rejected me like I was nothing and disgusting. If I couldn't have you, I'd Nathan you. How? Tell me how you did it. Nathan giggled. Easy. I faked the texts on a messaging app. I made the photos too. You spent a month telling Emily how desperate you are. Watching each family member turn against you. Smiled. My favorite part, you crawled back. Your apology. You sought forgiveness. Now you're in my bedroom prepared to fulfill my original desire. I said. Say what you did. I want to listen. I made it all up. Nathan boasted. Every word an image. Nobody sent me anything. I lied and made your family despise you. I made it all up. I made it all up. Lily, no one believed you. I'm the loyal spouse and you're the jealous sister who can't handle rejection, so nobody will believe you. Emily stood in the closet doorway, staring at her husband with an expression I'll never forget. Her hands were shaking and her face was colorless. Tears filled her eyes. When Nathan turned back and spotted his wife, his face turned paper white. She had heard every confession. Every insult about how boring she was, and every detail of how he had desnathaned me to cover up his treachery. He had nowhere to hide. Nathan staggered away from me. Emily, babe, this isn't what it looks like. Emily shakily said. I heard everything. I heard every word you just said. You made it up. Texts. Images. You made my family detest Lily for not sleeping with you. Nathan raised his hands. Wait. Just hear me. Lily set it up. She duped me into coming. She made me say that. Nothing was real. Just telling her what she wanted. Emily hollered. I heard you say that. You said the texts were faked. You said the photos were fake. You said no one would trust her over you. Lily is fooling you how? I watched Nathan's face change from panic to rage to desperation to calculating. He was looking for a way out. But there was none. His own words doomed him. Emily, baby, I love you. He croaked. I protected our family at any costs. Lily was dangerous. She wanted to split us. Just defending what we have. By framing my sister? Emily yelled. By letting my daughter call her auntie in front of our family? By making me think my blood assaulted my husband? She cried now. Do you understand what I said to her? What I did to her? Our mother won't look at her anymore because of you. Nathan, you ruined her life. You destroyed my sister-sister bond. Because your ego couldn't handle her no. Nathan pleaded. Everything I did was for us. You're a coward, Emily spat. You did it because the notion of a woman rejecting you was so awful that you had to play victim. Instead of handling that like a grown man. You ruined an innocent life. She passed him and stood next to me, squeezing my hand. Get out, she said. Come on, Emily, talk about this. Let's discuss this downstairs. Get out of my house. Louder, harder. I don't want to see you. Your voice bothers me. Please never come near me or my daughter again. Nathan's desperation turned ugly. This is my house. You can't dismiss me. Emily called 911 with our address and stated, my husband won't leave, and I'm unsafe. I have proof of his stalking and harassment of my sister. Emily, hang up the phone right now. Nathan gasped. You're being frantic, sir, Emily remarked, holding back tears. If you're still here when they arrive, I'll tell them everything. You tormented my sister. How you grabbed her hard enough to brand her. You created evidence to discredit Nathan. How you revealed everything thinking no one was listening. My phone recorded it. I saw the voice memo app on her phone as she recorded from the closet. Nathan's confidence collapsed in real time. His shoulders sagged and his face went gray. He grabbed his keys off the dresser and looked at us with hatred. This isn't over, he added. Enjoy. I guarantee it. After storming out of the bedroom, the front door slammed so forcefully the house rocked. His car started and drove out of the driveway so fast I heard tires squealing. Emily shook as she stared at her husband's location. I'm so sorry that I believed him. She cried in my arms as I said, you didn't know he manipulated you. Her apology continued as I hugged her, feeling years of sisterhood heal. My stepsister claimed credit for all my accomplishments. From schoolwork to piano lessons. I stayed silent. The truth came out at a talent show. Samantha, my stepsister, moved in after our parents married, and started taking credit for everything I did because she was 18 and I was 15. People believed her. Samantha claimed she'd helped me with coursework I'd done alone. Once I was asleep, she would show my parents my math projects and say, look what I taught Lily today. Isn't she improving? Taking credit for my grades while making me look like I needed her. Samantha grabbed my school fundraiser cookies and told everyone she made them but let me measure ingredients. While I was in the bathroom, she accepted my grandmother's recipe. People thanked me for aiding my talented sister when I returned. She tried everything. Samantha uploaded my painting class portrait online, adding, teaching my little sister to paint is finally paying off. Look what she made with my guidance. I'd never taken a lesson from her. She lacked paintbrushes. Samantha told everyone she edited and changed my short tale after I won. When the teacher inquired why I hadn't credited my sister, I looked mad and said I'd written everything myself. Samantha was older and more confident, so everyone thought she was humble when she remarked, Lily deserves the credit. I just helped a little. She never read it before I submitted it. My folks bought this story. They'd praise Samantha for being a committed sister who helped me succeed. They told my family I was lucky to have Samantha's tuition, or I'd never succeed. Sam pretended humility, stating, Lily has potential, she just needs direction. I stole all my achievements. Samantha said she'd been teaching me guitar for months when I started. With headphones, I taught myself from YouTube tutorials in my room. Yet Samantha convinced everyone she was a guitar prodigy who generously shared her knowledge. No one asked her to prove she couldn't play a chord. The worst part was her credit stealing and undermining me. She said, Lily tries so hard, but she needs a lot of support to get things right. Like I was a failing kid who required her superior advice. Samantha convinced teachers I needed her aid to understand, so they spoke slower. More than a year passed. Samantha claimed my accomplishments while making me look incompetent for a year. I concealed projects and gave teachers assignments without bringing them home. End quote. Samantha always managed to enter my accomplishments. At my speeches, she claimed to have guided me. Scientific fair assessors would hear her say she designed my experiments. She even tried to accept an award for me because I was shy. Event collapsed at regional talent show. Since Samantha couldn't say she taught me, I covertly practiced a piano piece for months at school. Performing this complex classical piece took skill. After seeing the program, Samantha realized I'd entered. She instantly announced that she'd been teaching me piano since we were sisters. The rivals' parents were impressed and asked Samantha how long she played. She falsely claimed to have studied at conservatory, until her parents' divorce drove her to stop. She was delighted I learnt this piece she chose for my ability level, and that teaching me kept her connected to music. The piece I played was unknown to her. I got on stage and the speaker stated, "Next, we have Lily performing Chopin's Ballad No. 1 in G minor taught by her sister Samantha." Actually, I need to make a correction. Samantha has never taught me piano. I've been taking lessons from Mrs. Franklin at school for 2 years. The announcer looked bewildered, and Samantha jumped up in the audience. "Lily's just nervous. She doesn't want people to think she had help. But I've been working with her for months on this piece." That's when. Standing Williams. "That's interesting, Samantha. Because I've been teaching Lily privately. And I've never seen you at any of her lessons. Can you tell us what key this piece is in?" Samantha flushed. "I don't need to prove anything." Mrs. Williams continued. "It's in G minor. With multiple key module. Since you chose it for Lily's skill level, you can explain the polyrhythm in the third section." Samantha mumbled about forgetting technical stuff. A pianist's mom shouted, "If you taught her this piece, you'd know it's one of Chopin's most difficult works. Nobody who can play this would forget those details." I responded, "Samantha can't play piano. She can't play guitar either, or paint, or write, or do any of the things she's claimed to teach me. I'm going to perform now, and when I'm done, I challenge Samantha to play even a basic scale." I performed it perfectly. Every month of hidden practice paid off. As the audience was hushed until the last note, applause followed. As the judge stood up and asked, "Samantha, would you like to demonstrate any musical ability at all?" Samantha went red, and looked around the auditorium for an exit. Catherine Burns came up from her third-row seat, and loudly asked what the polyrhythms were in the third portion of my composition which I just performed. While everyone waited for Samantha's response, the stillness seemed endless. I heard whispers and saw several people bring out their phones, perhaps researching the Chopin composition. Samantha stumbled when saying she didn't need to prove herself to outsiders, cracking her voice. After taking her purse from the seat next to her, she hurried up the aisle to the exits. Heavy auditorium doors crashed behind her, echoing around the room. When she left, I sat paralyzed at the piano bench with shaking hands from performing the piece and what transpired. My palms sweated against my thighs, and my heart was beating so loud I thought everyone could hear it. Mrs. Franklin entered the stage, and the only sound was her shoes clicking on the wood floor. She turned and told the audience in her calm teacher voice that she'd been my piano teacher for 2 years, meeting twice a week after school. Samantha never attended one of my lessons or showed any music theory or piano technical skills, she added. Mrs. The judges saw William's phone screen as she explained that she kept attendance logs and payment receipts for each pupil. One judge requested me to stay after the concert to discuss what happened. My parents were sitting halfway back in the theater, and Mom looked pale and shocked while Dad had his arms crossed. They looked at each other, and the stage like they couldn't believe what they were hearing. When the talent show progressed, I barely noticed the other performers, since my mind was racing over what might happen next. The judges made their selections in a tiny area backstage, after the last act, while the audience shouted their opinions. Having nowhere else to go, I sat on the piano bench. Several people told me my performance was lovely. After 10 minutes, the judges announced the winners, starting with third. My name was mentioned when they won first prize, and claimed I had shown remarkable technical competence and emotional depth in one of the most difficult classical piano works. I accepted the medal, but I could see my parents in the lobby through the auditorium doors, looking angry instead of proud. I knew I was in trouble when Mom shook her head and gestured to Dad. After talking to the judges about Samantha, they let me leave, and I went to the lobby to see my parents. Mom instantly asked why I would disgrace Samantha in front of hundreds of people instead of talking to her at home. Dad told us to leave now, and go home for a family meeting regarding my behavior. Mom stopped me from explaining that Samantha had lied about teaching me piano for months, saying this wasn't the time for excuses. I could feel tears building behind my eyes as we headed to the parking lot. But I didn't let them fall. It was just the 3 of us traveling home after Samantha left with her aunt in the back row. We lived 8 minutes from the school, but the drive felt like forever. The first few minutes were quiet as I watched the city lights blur by the window. Mom broke the pause by expressing she was disappointed in me for humiliating my sister instead of sharing credit gently. I started to say Samantha never taught me piano, but Dad interjected and said we would discuss everything at home and I needed to stop. His voice sounded angry, and arguing would make matters worse. Even with the heater on, I sat in the rear seat and wrapped my arms over myself, feeling cold. Samantha rode home alone with her aunt, who drove to the show, so she was probably already at the house giving her side and playing victim. Samantha was on the big couch in the living room with red swollen eyes, looking like she'd been crying the whole drive. When we entered, she looked up and folded her face like she was crying again. Samantha started shakily saying that I'd been planning this ambush for months, because I was jealous of her before my parents could take their coats off. She said she was giving me credit publicly to boost my confidence, but I now made her appear like a liar in front of everyone. Dad stood with his arms crossed looking at us as Mom sat close to Samantha and held her shoulders. Samantha talked about how hard she'd tried to be a good sister, and help me achieve. So I thanked her. Samantha's tale made sense to Mom, who nodded. I panicked because they were buying this updated version of events. With shaky hands, I pulled my phone out of my pocket, and opened the Pictures app to find my 2-year-old piano lesson registration paperwork. I showed Dad the date and Mrs. Williams's signature on the phone to prove I'd been taking piano lessons before Samantha realized I was interested. Dad seized my phone and zoomed in on the photograph, while Samantha insisted from the couch that the form didn't prove who taught me at home. Though I'd had formal classes at school, Mom thought Samantha had helped me practice at home. Thus, she felt like she was teaching me. I wanted to shout that Samantha had never helped me, but I knew crying would make me appear worse. Dad checked his phone before answering, and into the kitchen for privacy. Through the wall, I heard his muffled voice but couldn't understand. Samantha whispered to Mom that I'd always been competitive with her, and jealous of her age and success. Mom rubbed Samantha's hair, and made calming sounds while I felt invisible. Dad entered the living room with an odd expression after what seemed like forever. Mrs. Williams had given him complete records of every session I'd taken, including dates, times, fees, and names of each piece. After 30 minutes on the phone, Mrs. Williams told him she'd asked me periodically over the years if anyone was helping me practice at home, but I'd always declined. Dad looked at Samantha like he was unraveling a jigsaw, when his anger turned to uncertainty. Sitting in the recliner across from the couch, Dad asked Samantha if she could play any instrument. Samantha turned red again and cried louder, saying this was unjust, and everyone was bullying her. Mom instantly defended Samantha, saying she was shaken by everything, and we should give her space instead of questioning her. Even though Mrs. Williams's meticulous records showed that I'd been hiding my piano practice from Samantha, my parents were still protecting her. I was frustrated. Dad seemed eager to inquire more, but Mom told him to stop. So he sighed and suggested we go to bed and chat more in the morning when everyone was calmer. It was so hard to sleep that night because I kept thinking about the talent show, car ride, and home chat. Samantha and her parents were making breakfast when I arrived downstairs the next morning. Samantha told her mom that she may have overstated her part in my piano playing, but she had helped me with guitar, art, and writing. Even though she didn't teach me every note, she supported and advised me. Mom was nodding and cooking pancakes while stating that sounded logical and maybe we should move on from the past. As I drank orange juice, my gut twisted because Samantha was already pivoting to defend her other lies and Mom was letting her. After the talent event, I was anxious about what others might say in school on Monday. Before first period, 3 professors met me in the hallway to discuss about what happened. Ella Thompson, my art teacher, stopped me near the lockers, and asked if Samantha had helped me with my portrait from last semester. I informed her Samantha had never helped me, and that all those statements about educating me were lies. Ella looked very serious and stated she needed to talk to the principal about Samantha's earlier statements. Due to my thoughts of Ella talking to the principal about Samantha's lies, first period felt like forever. Ella caught up with me in the hallway after the bell sounded, and invited me to her classroom during my free time. I agreed and distracted myself in algebra for the next hour by rehashing Samantha's art instruction claims. I went to Ella's classroom during my free time, and saw her at her desk with a folder. She looked up and motioned for me to seat when I entered. Ella looked through the drawer, and found numerous printed emails from Samantha last year. The first came from October asking Ella to highlight Samantha's guidance when discussing my portrait project with teachers. Samantha took 2 paragraphs to describe the advanced painting methods she'd taught me and her pride in my achievement. Ella brought me a December email from Samantha asking to be a spring art class teaching assistant. She claimed to have taught younger students, and wanted to formalize her role in my artistic growth. Samantha had been lying to my instructors for almost a year, so reading these emails made me sick. Samantha's unclear, and occasionally wrong descriptions of painting techniques bothered Ella. After responding cordially, she never listed Samantha as an assistant. Ella now wanted to show Principal Carter all this documentation, and questioned Samantha's claims about instructing me. She suggested reviewing similar emails or exchanges from other professors. When Ella believed me and took this seriously, it felt like an adult was finally listening. Lunch cafeteria was worse than I imagined. 3 English class girls encircled me near the drink station, as I collected my tray, and walked to my normal table. They wondered if Samantha had lied about educating me. I responded sure, and said Samantha had never taught me anything despite years of credit. The girl nodded sympathetically, and said she'd always thought Samantha seemed to talk about me like a project she'd fixed. 2 classmates said Samantha told her entire friend group that I'd fail classes without her assistance. They were kind, but 2 of Samantha's pals passed by, and one remarked loudly that some individuals will do anything for publicity, including destroying their own family. Another said Samantha had always been nice to me, and I was being ungrateful. Because the social consequences spread faster than expected, my cheeks got hot and my stomach hurt. Trying to eat at my table, I kept seeing people gazing over and whispering. Every single person in Samantha's normal cafeteria group stared at me like I'd committed a terrible crime. One girl at Samantha's table pointed at me while chatting, and everyone stared. I told my friend sitting next to me that I was all right, but my stomach felt knotted. Though I knew exposing Samantha would have consequences, seeing everyone select sides made me feel terrible. Some classmates were encouraging, while others thought I was causing trouble. Not knowing who believed what or how many people Samantha had convinced with her story was the worst. Samantha came around the gym corner as I walked to the bus after school. She entered my route with a flaming face and fierce eyes. She claimed I had tarnished her name, and made her appear a liar to everyone who mattered. I attempted to go around her, but she blocked me again. Samantha claimed that sharing credit for my job was just to boost my confidence. She did it for me as a favor since I was too bashful and insecure to take credit. I reminded her that taking credit for others' work wasn't sharing, or assisting me. Samantha said that I should be thankful she made me appear wonderful instead of invisible. While feeling angry, I remarked, taking credit for achievements I earned myself while telling everyone I needed her help to function, wasn't making me look good. Samantha came closer and stated I was ungrateful and selfish, and regretted humiliating her publicly. She turned and rushed toward her aunt's parking lot. The confrontation was so intense and Samantha seemed to think she was helping me, so I stood there shivering. I got on the bus weary and upset. I took a seat in the back, and glanced out the window to comprehend the day's events. That evening, I heard the house phone ring downstairs, while completing schoolwork in my room. Dad replied and said Ella's name, so I sneaked upstairs to listen. Ella admitted she had proof Samantha lied about teaching me art. She said other teachers shared her concerns about Samantha, claiming credit for my efforts. Dad seemed serious as he took notes and answered questions. Dad hung up after 10 minutes, and called Samantha to the living room. Dad requested Samantha to sit down for a serious chat, while I listened from the top of the stairs. Mom sat on the couch apprehensive after coming from the kitchen. Dad claimed Ella called with worry over Samantha's art teaching claims. He asked Samantha to tell me what she taught me in painting class. Sam delivered unclear responses concerning color theory and shading brush techniques. Samantha stated she taught me color mixing and composition, when Dad asked for additional specifics. Dad kept asking specific questions, but Mom nodded along like this was reasonable. When he asked Samantha about my final semester portrait project, she responded it was an oil face. Dad pointed out that I used acrylics, not oils, and that the portrait was a whole figure. Samantha mumbled that she'd confused the details but recalled helping me. Dad wanted her to show me any painting skill she'd taught me, but Samantha didn't have her equipment. Mom said Samantha could show us again, but Dad's expression revealed he didn't believe it. He stated Ella had emails from Samantha claiming expert painting methods, but failing to address basic project queries. Samantha turned red, and said Ella was misremembering their chats. Samantha stated Ella might be confused or attempting to cause trouble when Dad inquired why she made up emails. The excuses were starting to seem hollow to Mom, who went from defensive to hesitant. In the following days, I wrote down everything I remembered about Samantha's lies. In a notebook, I wrote dates as accurately as possible. 2 years ago, she promised to teach me algebra. I covered the fundraiser cookies in October. I placed her portrait online saying she taught me to paint. In the short story competition, she claimed to have edited and revised my work. Guitar claims, piano lying. Every time she said she was coaching me, tutoring me, or teaching me. For each occurrence, I recorded who heard her assertion, and where. Teachers, classmates, And relatives who were taught these lies during family gatherings were listed. The science fair where she told judges she helped develop my experiments was written down. I recorded her attempt to accept the award on my behalf. Talent show, witnesses, and everything else were added. The list increased to 2 pages in my notebook. Samantha stole each entry, which I did alone. Seeing it written down confirmed the pattern. A year of systematic credit theft in every element of my life. I was angry, yet happy to see those papers, since I now had proof, rather than just my word against hers. Samantha started a school campaign telling everyone that I was jealous of her because she was older and more accomplished. I heard from friends that she described the talent show as my performance pressure breakdown. She claimed I'd always competed with her, and couldn't take her superiority. I staged the public confrontation to get attention and sympathy, she said. Her account was believed by several unfamiliar students. I heard hallway whispering about how sad it was that I was jealous of my sister. According to Samantha's friends, I always hated her, for being prettier, smarter, and more skilled. Because I couldn't believe that she was naturally better than me, they said I lied about her stealing credit. Our casual acquaintances were responding to the counter-narrative. Students who had taken my seminars or seen my work were more suspicious of Samantha's story. Other pupils inquired about the incident, so my art teacher showed my portfolio. My English teacher informed several people that I wrote all my competition essays in class, where Samantha couldn't have assisted. The truth and Samantha's lies were spreading, and I couldn't control which people believed. Mrs. Williams emailed my parents to meet in person to discuss what she'd seen in 2 years of piano lessons. She remarked that she'd never seen such calculated credit theft in her 20 years of teaching. She claimed she had proof Samantha had no role in my musical instruction. Her meeting times were flexible, and she claimed my parents needed to know everything. Mom seemed concerned when reading the email at breakfast. She wondered why Mrs. Williams was so upset. Dad advised taking the meeting seriously because Mrs. Williams was a respected instructor, who would not lie. Mom thought maybe everyone was overreacting and we should go forward as a family. Dad demanded they hear Mrs. Williams. The following Tuesday after school, they arranged to meet her. Mom seemed reluctant throughout, like she still didn't want to face Samantha's actions. My parents drove to school Tuesday afternoon for Mrs. Williams's meeting. They discussed in Mrs. Williams's office while I waited in the music room. After an hour-long meeting, Mom's eyes were red like she'd cried. I sensed a major event as we drove home in silence. Dad invited me into the living room after supper, and my parents sat down looking serious. Dad said Mrs. Williams showed them thorough records of my 2-year lessons. Attendance, payment, and progress notes were with her. She showed the practice schedule, confirming I practiced every day after school because I told her I needed privacy at home. Mom's voice shook when Mrs. Williams said I'd clearly addressed keeping my development from my stepsister. That was confirmed by nodding. Mom was devastated when I said it. Dad asked me why I disguised my accomplishments at home. I said Samantha would take credit for everything I did. I began concealing everything. I tried telling them before, but Samantha was always believed because she was older, more confident, and better at talking to adults. Mother cried again, and apologized for not listening. Dad seemed angry with himself for not recognizing it sooner. Not at me. Mom gazed at me on the couch with a crumpled face and tears in her eyes. She was sorry I wasn't heard for so long and wished I'd come sooner. She dried her eyes, and said that this was all a great misunderstanding that went awry. She thought Samantha started helping me with something minor, and then it became a huge topic she couldn't back out of without seeming awful. Dad changed his seat and stiffened his jaw, rejecting that explanation. He claimed lying to everyone for a year wasn't a misunderstanding. Mom pleaded with him to believe Samantha wasn't bad. Tense, uncomfortable tension between them. I took my English folder from my backpack to my room after school the next day. All graded essays and short stories from the past year, including Samantha's competition-winning piece, were saved. I brought the folder downstairs and placed the papers on the table. I called my parents while they cooked dinner. Every work featured my name at the top, and my teacher's red pen comments. No outside help or editing. Dad read the competition stories, 2 pages of teacher remarks praising my original voice and plot organization. Mom read over my other essays, and her face changed as she noticed my name on each one, and no sign that Samantha had touched them. Dad sat down and stated this confirmed the story. Mom nodded slowly, but she still seemed unwilling to accept the evidence. 2 days later, my parents received a big envelope. Mom pulled out a school letterhead letter at the kitchen table. Samantha claimed credit for my artwork after Ella Thompson wrote 2 entire pages about it. Samantha specified dates and discussions where she claimed taught me skills. Ella stated that Samantha's answers to easy questions regarding color mixing and composition indicated she had no art skills. Ella concluded as a 15-year teacher that Samantha had intentionally misrepresented her involvement in my work. Dad gave Mom the letter after reading it twice. Mom shook her hands while reading. Systematic pattern and deliberate deception were in the letter. No longer one teacher's observation. School officials issued this. Samantha returned from her friend's house that evening, and Mom sat her in the living room. Staying in the hallway let me hear everything. Mom gently mentioned they'd received disturbing information from my teachers. Samantha instantly hit back, saying everyone was overreacting. She said she wanted to bond with me by caring about my interests. Although she may have exaggerated. She wanted to be a good big sister and boost my confidence. Mom softened and squeezed Samantha's hand. Mom understands Samantha's attempt to connect with me and cares. When Mom framed 1 year of credit theft as sisterly bonding, my chest tightened with frustration. Dad remained silent, but seemed doubtful. Dad informed us at breakfast the following Monday that he had a principal meeting for Wednesday afternoon. Samantha inquired why the principal was involved as her fork clanked on her plate. Dad wanted a complete picture of what instructors had seen in a year. At school on Wednesday, I went to the library during the meeting to do homework, but kept watching the clock. Nearly an hour was spent meeting. I returned home that night to find my parents serious. Principal Carter had studied files from 4 teachers, and they all showed Samantha claiming credit for my efforts, Dad stated. Dad described what the principal told them 3 times using concerned. Dad spoke, and Mom looked uncomfortable but didn't dispute. The next night, Principal Carter called to meet with both my parents. Dad spoke while I sat on the steps. He repeatedly said, "I understand and that makes sense, and we appreciate your guidance." He told Mom after hanging up that Principal Carter said this trend indicated deeper difficulties that needed expert attention. Principal advised family therapy, and called Samantha's actions academic dishonesty. Dad's final statement made Mom shudder. She argued it wasn't fair to compare Samantha to a cheating student because the situations were different. How were they different? Dad questioned. No excellent response from Mom. The night I tried to sleep, I heard shouting from my parents' bedroom. Crawling to my door, I opened it slightly. Dad said they had to accept the fact that Samantha had been lying to everyone. Mom grew harsher, stating they couldn't destroy Samantha's self-esteem by making her some villain. Dad insisted on acknowledging Samantha's wrongdoing to me above preserving her feelings. Samantha needed help, not criticism, Mom argued. They argued for over an hour, getting furious. Mom cried once. Then it went quiet. But I could tell neither had changed their minds. Dad announced family counseling the next morning, when Samantha and I were eating cereal in the kitchen. He was uncommunicative with his firm voice. Samantha replied that she didn't need therapy when her spoon stopped halfway. She claimed everyone was exaggerating this. Dad stated it was final, and we had our first appointment on Thursday. Mom stood by the counter confused, wanting to back Dad's decision, and protect Samantha from being attacked. However, she didn't contradict Dad. She threw her bowl, and stomped upstairs. Sitting there, I was happy someone was finally taking this seriously. We drove downtown to a counseling office Thursday afternoon. Counselor Alicia Zimmerman had comfy chairs and tissues on every table. She requested our introductions, and reasons for being there. Samantha took the lead, stating school mistakes were exaggerated because I was sensitive to credit sharing. She blamed my insecurity for everything. Samantha was asked to explain what she taught me in piano after Alicia wrote something in her notebook. Samantha gave me a long, vague answer regarding rhythm and music. Alicia inquired about Samantha's polyrhythm teaching methods. She fumbled about the approaches. Alicia inquired about the Chopin key. Samantha replied that she wasn't sure. Mom now seemed doubtful. Although Alicia took thorough notes and kept her face neutral, I could tell she was watching Samantha struggle to answer basic questions. Next, Alicia asked me how Samantha's behavior had affected me over the past 2 years. I inhaled and said that I'd started hiding my efforts and accomplishments since I knew she'd steal credit. In place of bringing projects home, I practiced piano at school. Teachers treated me poorly because Samantha convinced them I needed continual support. Everything I did was credited to Samantha, making me feel invisible in my family. When I said nobody saw me for who I was, my voice broke. Mom cried again and grabbed the tissues. Dad gripped his chair arm. Samantha surveyed the floor. Alicia noted. We had a lot of work to do as a family. The next week, Alicia asked Samantha most of her questions in our second counseling appointment. Samantha became upset when she was asked why she wanted to take credit for my labor, alleging the matter was blown out of proportion. Alicia sat silently until Samantha ran out of steam, then repeated the inquiry, asking what Samantha learned by pretending to teach me stuff she didn't know. Samantha gazed at the floor with folded arms for almost a minute, before muttering about wanting to be useful. For everyone to hear, Alicia leaned forward and asked her to speak. Samantha louder claimed she felt pressure to be successful and helpful when she joined our family. It started with little exaggerations about helping with homework, and she couldn't stop without confessing she'd been lying. Dad clenched his jaw as Mom reached for tissues again. She wrote notes and questioned Samantha if she realized how her behavior affected me and our family. Alicia asked Samantha to speak, after she nodded. Samantha whispered that she knew it was improper but didn't believe anyone would notice. Her honesty was nearly worse than her lies, since she weighed the risk of being found. Sitting down her pen, Alicia said in a calm but serious manner that this pattern of behavior had undermined family trust and my sense of home safety. In front of my parents, she suggested Samantha needed individual therapy to address her fears and self-esteem issues that led to credit fraud. Mama flinched when she said pathological lying. Alicia promised family counseling, but Samantha needed professional help to understand why she felt inadequate and stole her younger sister's achievements. Samantha sat with her fists clenched, her face heated at the thought of arguing. When Dad inquired what to do, Alicia stated she'd refer him to adolescent behavioral therapists. Mom wondered if Samantha had a condition, and Alicia replied it was too early to diagnose, but the behavior pattern warranted expert intervention. Samantha ended the session without looking at anyone. The school saw tiny but notable changes in the weeks that followed. When someone said Samantha taught me guitar in music class, my teacher corrected them and said, I self-taught. The pupils were astonished by the public. Factual clarification. In art class, Ella denied that Samantha had helped with my portrait. Teacher after teacher corrected Samantha's bogus tale, and each correction seemed like a small restoration of my reputation. My autonomous artwork was praised by the drama club advisor, who invited me to paint sets. Focusing on independent was intentional. A note from my English teacher said she was impressed by my constant voice in all my writing, and had always knew I worked alone. Even these modest instances gathered into social rectification. I was relieved when Samantha's pals stopped talking to me. Children who believed her stories now looked at me with sympathy and wonder. School talk changed from Samantha being my mentor to her being a phony. I didn't like her humiliation, but I wanted the truth. Mom begged to talk privately one night at my bedroom door. She sat quietly on my bed for a while before explaining she was in denial about the issue. Accepting the truth meant admitting she failed to protect me for 2 years. When Mom stated she should have recognized something was amiss when I started hiding my projects and staying late at school, her voice cracked. She regretted not believing me, and allowing Samantha's bold lies overshadow my quiet truth. She stated she'd been thinking about all the times I'd tried to tell Samantha things weren't how she described them and been disregarded as sibling rivalry. Her apologies wasn't flawless or faultless, but seeing her recognize her mistake mattered. I told her she needed to see me for who I was, instead of Samantha's version when she asked how to improve things. Mom embraced me, and promised to listen better. Even though the damage was irreparable, it was a start. Dad introduced new house rules at a weekend family meeting. He stated that Samantha could not discuss my accomplishments outside the family without my consent. Any statements about educating me, or helping me with projects, have to be factual. Samantha's social and phone use would be restricted if she broke these regulations. Samantha looked grumpy on the couch but accepted the restrictions. Dad also stated that he and Mom would henceforth directly ask me about my work and successes, rather than Samantha. To stop my sister from taking credit for my life, we required explicit rules, which was heartbreaking. Samantha headed upstairs after the meeting, and I heard her door slam. The new boundaries produced friction in the house, but they also allowed me to subsist without thievery. Samantha started individual therapy with adolescent behavioral specialist Dr. Robinson. Dr. Robinson consulted with my parents without Samantha after her 3rd session. I didn't participate, but Mom and Dad discussed it. Dr. Robinson explained that Samantha had low self-esteem, despite her confidence and social skills. It appears she spent most of her childhood being compared to more accomplished cousins, and felt inadequate. She felt inadequate when she joined our family and saw me accomplish at areas she struggled with. Samantha used credit theft to cope with worthlessness, according to Dr. Robinson. Mom said this explained so much. And Dad agreed it showed context, but didn't excuse the behavior. Samantha had issues, but I was weary of her problems being used to downplay her actions. Being told why someone wounded you doesn't erase it. I stopped hiding my employment at school. I told everyone I wrote my family dysfunction short tale independently, when I won another writing competition. In class, my English teacher revealed my award, and said the work showed my unique voice and perspective. Several teachers made a point to publicly praise my talent and support. Ella Thompson suggested I enter a regional art show, and pledged to write a reference letter praising my artistic independence. Mrs. Williams stated my piano skills were good enough for a youth orchestra audition. Without Samantha's shadow, being recognized for my work seemed odd. After years of suppressing my successes, claiming them openly was difficult. Each time I took credit for whatever I did, it became simpler to feel I earned it. Samantha's apologies in our next family therapy session seemed incorrect. She apologized for her actions and any misconceptions. Alicia paused and explained that wasn't an apology. Alicia, said Samantha. Sorry you felt hurt, put responsibility on me for my reaction instead of on Samantha for her actions. Alicia helped Samantha take responsibility by asking her to identify what she did wrong and why. Several minutes of false beginnings and defensive statements plagued Samantha. Finally, with effort, she apologized for lying about instructing me and stealing my work. She admitted intently deceiving everyone, including our parents, for almost a year. Samantha's apology was awkward but more honest than usual. Samantha told Alicia she didn't know how to regain trust. But she'd quit lying. It was recognition, not transformation. Instead of Samantha filtering everything, Mom and Dad started questioning me about my hobbies and projects. I told Dad about Mrs. Williams' new piano pieces, when he asked about my practice. Since he seemed interested, I offered him to watch a lesson. Dad watched me practice a Beethoven sonata the following Tuesday, in Mrs. Williams' studio. He then informed Mrs. Williams that he was unaware of my advanced playing. My 2-year progress record, and the technical difficulties of my pieces were shown to him. Dad gazed at me with astonishment, and apologized for missing this development. Small moments of being seen by my parents were more essential than large apologies. They learned about me as a person, not Samantha's project. Samantha confessed in therapy 2 months after the talent competition, which Dr. Robinson told my parents. Samantha stated she was jealous of my innate talents because she worked harder for less recognition. She said she struggled with academics and creativity while I picked up piano, art, and writing easily. She started taking credit to feel linked to accomplishment, even if it wasn't hers. Because jealousy inferiorized her. Samantha realized that stealing credit hadn't alleviated her insecurity in our family session after Alicia made this statement. Her disappointment increased since she felt the praise was fake. In this session, Samantha cried for the first time, showing true emotion rather than defensive rage. She said she realized she needed to find her strengths, instead of parasitizing my successes. Progress. Even if it didn't repair the damage. I said what needed to be said at the next family therapy session. For weeks, Alicia worked with Samantha individually, and the progress was minor but noticeable. Samantha looked exhausted across from me in the counselor's office. Not defensive. It was the first time since the talent event that I spoke directly to her without our parents interfering. I told her I understood her insecurities behind her conduct. I told her she felt inadequate seeing me achieve at my natural talents. And I informed her that what she did to me for a year was cruel and harmed my trust in my family. I said that I hid every success because I couldn't trust anyone in our house to accept them. I said teachers thought I was unintelligent because Mom said I needed continual assistance. I said I felt invisible since she deleted me from every success I fought for. Samantha didn't stop or apologize. Keeping her hands in her lap, she listened. She hesitantly nodded, and stated she knew she couldn't reverse it after I finished. Therapy showed her how harmful her conduct was, and she wanted to change. She never begged forgiveness or promised our relationship. She admitted fault and insisted she was improving. I wasn't transformed, but she gave me my first true accountability. I entered the art room after school the following Monday, and told Ella I wanted to join the group. I received a membership form immediately with a smile. Samantha constantly got into my extracurriculars, so I avoided them for a year. Now I could act freely without fear. I also joined the Thursday Creative Writing Club. I felt free without Samantha's shadow at both places. Ella helped me create a portfolio of my best work. She helped me picture my classwork over the past year. I learned composition and professional presentation from her. It felt great to have a teacher focus on my skills, rather than Samantha's lies. Art club members noticed my style, and asked about my processes. No mention of Samantha. I painted unusual colored landscapes as Lily. Having my own work recognized instead as Samantha's pupil felt like fresh air after years of smoke. Samantha joined supper to discuss debate team practice. At first, I believed she was planning another credit theft scam, but she kept going to rehearsals and bringing home argument strategy papers. Dad and her discussed logical fallacies and rebuttals. She seemed delighted one night when she described winning a practice argument against a senior. Mom asked Samantha about it, and she detailed her arguments without claiming guidance. She took pride in her accomplishment. The debate coach informed our parents Samantha was good at public speaking and rapid thinking under pressure. Her prosperity reduced her need to parasitize mine. We passed in the school hallway, and she had debate materials instead of loitering near my classrooms. Her debate team friends knew her skills. It was strange but vital to watch her build her own personality without stealing mine. She wasn't trustworthy, but I could tell she was attempting to develop something real. My parents invited us into the living room for a family discussion 3 months after the talent performance. My gut tightened, expecting another family unity or forgiveness lecture. Father sat forward with his hands clasped and stated they needed to acknowledge something significant. He claimed they missed our family's toxic dynamic. Since Samantha seemed confident and helpful, while I was younger and quieter, he said he believed her too quickly. He suggested asking why I never wanted to share my work at home, or studied piano at school instead of utilizing ours. Mom stated she's learning to question appearances. She added that she always felt older siblings aided younger ones, and never considered Samantha's involvement could be phony. She apologized for rejecting my truth-telling. She stated, "Watching me thrive now that Samantha wasn't claiming credit, showed her how much damage the dynamic had caused." They pledged to improve their family dynamic. The apologies wasn't great, but it acknowledged their failure. In our next family session, Alicia established new communication patterns. She said our family had a hierarchy based on age and confidence rather than recognizing everyone's voice. She had me practice voicing concerns without being interrupted. I asserted myself when Samantha sought to take credit in role-playing, and my parents listened instead of believing the older sister. Alicia explained that the exercises were unpleasant and artificial, but required to change old patterns. Samantha had to practice asking about my activities without interfering. Our parents practiced fact-checking before believing Samantha's statements. An hour was spent discussing hypothetical situations and remedies. Mom apologized during the sessions, claiming practicing basic communication was foolish. Since our family had normalized disorder for so long, Alicia said we needed explicit practice doing things differently. After the session, I was fatigued yet hopeful that things would improve. I set boundaries with Samantha the following week in private. We decided to keep our distance and not act like sisters. We would be polite at family dinners and greet each other at school, but we wouldn't hang out or talk about ourselves. We only attended each other's parties when invited. It was forbidden to discuss each other's accomplishments. Since stepsisters were supposed to be buddies, the boundaries were sad. Pretending everything was fine was worse. Functional, but not warm, was our relationship. We could live together without conflict, but we wouldn't force closeness. We both liked having defined guidelines instead of vague expectations. Samantha wasn't hated anymore, but I didn't trust her. Given what happened, the distancing felt natural. Samantha didn't attend my early December piano presentation. I declined Mom's invitation instantly. When I declined, Samantha looked relieved. Not as much as I wanted her to watch me perform. Mom and Dad sat first row with flowers. I performed Debussy, and a Bach innovation Mrs. Williams helped me prepare. While other families celebrated their kids, my parents waited in the foyer. Mom and Dad introduced me as their talented daughter without mentioning Samantha, when other parents complimented my playing. My dad informed one couple I'd been studying and worked hard for years. Mom gave them my performance video. No one inquired if Samantha taught me. The way my parents portrayed me changed was fantastic. My true self was revealed instead of Samantha's project. My independence and success were cemented at school. Spring semester transfer students knew me from my work. They knew I played piano, painted, and wrote stories. But not Samantha. My merit led teachers to recommend me for advanced programs. My English teachers suggested a regional writing workshop. Ella submitted my portfolio to a young artist showcase. The music department invited me to the spring concert. I got all these opportunities because people recognized my skills instead of Samantha's lies. I was finally seen. My classmates asked for art and writing aid. Nobody helped or spoke softly to me. Consistent proof of my ability eradicated my year of incompetence. Samantha truly improved in individual therapy. Her therapist taught her self-esteem without stealing others' work. After asking Mom to transport her to school one afternoon, Samantha spent over an hour there. Mom asked her what she did when she returned. Samantha apologized to numerous of my professors for misrepresenting me. She confessed to lying about helping with my art in Ella's lesson. She confessed to never editing my papers to my English teacher. They found Mrs. Williams and apologized for saying she taught me piano. Samantha apologized, which was humiliating but showed accountability. Samantha's apology felt genuine and painful, Ella said later. Samantha cried when she said she lied about training me to paint. Although it didn't repair my reputation from the past year, the teachers appreciated the accountability. I placed first in my age group in a regional painting competition 4 months after the talent show. Local newspaper reporter interviewed me about my work. I answered questions about my art and influences in our living room. I mentioned Ella's mentorship and portfolio development. Online tutorials and practice helped me learn strategies. As a child, my grandmother encouraged my imagination. Credit was given without exaggerating anyone's participation. I claimed my parents were supportive but not artists, when the reporter asked whether anyone was artistic. No one mentioned Samantha. I was photographed with one of my paintings, and quoted about my dedication and talent in the following week's piece. Samantha never tried to join the story. After reading the story over breakfast, she said, "Congratulations," and returned to her debate team notes. Her letting me enjoy an achievement to myself felt like progress. A week after the newspaper article, Mom knocked on my bedroom door while I practiced a new piece. On my bed, she watched me finish the phrase before speaking. Though it hurt the family, she said she was pleased of how I stood up for myself at the talent competition. My courage made her wish she'd had it at my age. Dad agreed a few minutes later, saying watching me advocate for myself improved his listening. They apologized again for delay in seeing what was happening. Mom cried when she stated she kept repeating the past 2 years, seeing them differently now. Dad grabbed my shoulder and promised to make me feel heard and respected. The chat felt sincere, like they were finally absorbing Samantha's actions. We saw Alicia again the following Tuesday, for family therapy. She insists Samantha and I discuss everything directly. Samantha sat across from me, uneasy, but not defensive. She accepted responsibility without excuses. When Alicia encouraged her, Samantha inhaled and apologized for a year of systematic credit theft. Like a trained speaker, she said the words slowly. She admitted to hurting my self-esteem and family. She said she'd made me feel invisible at home and insecure with instructors and family. She knew saying sorry wouldn't solve her mistake. But she wanted me to know she was sorry. When she said she made me hide my job because I couldn't trust my family, her voice trembled. Without interrupting, I watched her face to see if she meant it. After she ended, I accepted her accountability. Knowing trust would take time. Her honesty was appreciated, but deeds mattered more. Alicia nodded and stated it was the right limit. 3 weeks after my piano lesson, Mrs. Williams called me into her office. She appeared with papers on her desk and a huge smile. She nominated me for a Regional Arts Foundation Youth Music Scholarship. My effort and talent were already praised in her recommendation letter. The letter she showed me mentioned my dedication to practicing, and my ability to conquer tough parts alone. I knew Samantha was involved when she said I'd overcome many difficulties to follow my goal. Mrs. Williams said the grant will cover university professor advanced lectures and competition registration fees. My musical journey essay and audition video were required. Applications were due in 6 weeks. I was anxious about being evaluated by strangers, but excited. Mrs. Williams gripped my hand and exclaimed her belief in me. The acceptance letter arrived 2 months later. Starting that summer, the grant would cover 2 years of advanced courses. Samantha discussed earning the regional debate team's Best Speaker prize at a family dinner that spring. She exhibited the trophy and discussed the tournament. Parents praised her and questioned her reasons and opponents. No one doubted her accomplishment. Who helped her, or coached her speeches, was never asked. We celebrated something she did herself. Samantha saw too, looking almost glad when the talk lingered on her sincere effort. After supper, she silently thanked her parents for trusting her, so we could celebrate her real accomplishments without suspicion. Felt like progress. She liked getting recognized for her work rather than stealing from me. I began teaching younger community center pupils beginning piano in May. After hearing about my scholarship, The director asked if I'd work with low-income students. I taught 3 students basic scales and songs every Saturday morning. 7-year-old Clyde struggled to read notes but loved making up melodies. We started with ear learning and then added written music. Shy 1-year-old Sophia had good rhythm. I helped her gain stage confidence. Teaching them made me feel delight, unlike my own practice. Parents praised my patience and skill after seeing their kids improve. The mother said her daughter talked about me all week and practiced without being reminded. I felt empowered teaching music, after years of bogus teaching claims. I was teaching these kids, not taking credit for their progress. Samantha graduated early June from high school. The football stadium hosted the ceremony for hundreds of families. In her blue cap and gown, she crossed the stage to receive her diploma. The next weekend, our parents hosted a graduation party for Samantha's family and friends at our house, helped set up backyard tables and hang congrats banners. Samantha thanked everyone for their support in a brief address during the party. As she finished, she looked at me and thanked her sister Lily for being talented and encouraging. She learned about commitment by witnessing me pursue my ambitions. She never took credit for my accomplishments or claimed to have helped me. The simple acknowledgement was big coming from her in front of everyone. Afterward, several family complimented Samantha's maturity. Samantha's aunt said she'd attend college in another state in August. Physical separation would benefit us both. Home life calmed once Samantha left for college in late August. I could put my paintings on the kitchen table without worrying about someone photographing and claiming credit. At supper, I could discuss my writing without Samantha interfering. I kept my sheet music on the piano instead of in my room. Mom and Dad kept seeing me clearly and encouraging my growth. Dad stopped presuming I needed help with my music theory homework and started asking explicit questions. Mom observed my art club meetings without suggesting Samantha attend. When I discussed my interests and goals, they listened. Samantha's lies no longer strained the family. The end of the year senior recital was in spring. Mrs. Williams helped me choose 6 Bach to contemporary pieces. At the talent contest 2 years previously, the Chopin ballad started everything. I spent months improving my interpretation of difficult passages. The Saturday night recital was in the school auditorium. Teachers, students, and parents who had seen me grow as a musician crowded the room. One of Mrs. Williams' most loyal students in her 20-year tenure was me. She appreciated my tenacity and musicality. Entering the stage, I was nervous but ready. The piano bench felt comfortable as I started the first piece. It was straightforward and confident throughout. I noticed Ella with other teachers in the audience between pieces. I saw my folks smiling in the 3rd row. The audience paused before applauding when I finished the Chopin ballad. I placed first in my age group in a regional painting competition, 4 months after the talent show. Local newspaper reporter interviewed me about my work. I answered questions about my art and influences in our living room. I mentioned Ella's mentorship and portfolio development. Online tutorials and practice helped me learn strategies. As a child, my grandmother encouraged my imagination. Credit was given without exaggerating anyone's participation. I claimed my parents were supportive but not artists when the reporter asked whether anyone was artistic. No one mentioned Samantha. I was photographed with one of my paintings and quoted about my dedication and talent in the following week's piece. Samantha never tried to join the story. After reading the story over breakfast, she said, "Congratulations," and returned to her debate team notes. Her letting me enjoy an achievement to myself felt like progress. A week after the newspaper article, Mom knocked on my bedroom door while I practiced a new piece. On my bed, she watched me finish the phrase before speaking. Though it hurt the family, she said she was pleased of how I stood up for myself at the talent competition. My courage made her wish she'd had it at my age. Dad agreed a few minutes later, saying watching me advocate for myself improved his listening. They apologized again for delay in seeing what was happening. Mom cried when she stated she kept repeating the past 2 years, seeing them differently now. Dad grabbed my shoulder and promised to make me feel heard and respected. The chat felt sincere, like they were finally absorbing Samantha's actions. We saw Alicia again the following Tuesday for family therapy. She insists Samantha and I discuss everything directly. Samantha sat across from me, uneasy but not defensive. She accepted responsibility without excuses when Alicia encouraged her. Samantha inhaled and apologized for a year of systematic credit theft. Like a trained speaker, she said the words slowly. She admitted to hurting my self-esteem and family. She said she'd made me feel invisible at home and insecure with instructors and family. She knew saying sorry wouldn't solve her mistake, but she wanted me to know she was sorry. When she said she made me hide my job because I couldn't trust my family, her voice trembled. Without interrupting, I watched her face to see if she meant it. After she ended, I accepted her accountability, knowing trust would take time. Her honesty was appreciated, but deeds mattered more. Alicia nodded and stated it was the right limit. 3 weeks after my piano lesson, Mrs. Williams called me into her office. She appeared with papers on her desk and a huge smile. She nominated me for a Regional Arts Foundation Youth Music Scholarship. My effort and talent were already praised in her recommendation letter. The letter she showed me mentioned my dedication to practicing, and my ability to conquer tough parts alone. I knew Samantha was involved when she said I'd overcome many difficulties to follow my goal. Mrs. Williams said the grant will cover university professor advanced lectures and competition registration fees. My musical journey essay and audition video were required. Applications were due in 6 weeks. I was anxious about being evaluated by strangers but excited. Mrs. Williams gripped my hand and exclaimed her belief in me. The acceptance letter arrived 2 months later. Starting that summer, the grant would cover 2 years of advanced courses. Samantha discussed earning the regional debate team's Best Speaker prize at a family dinner that spring. She exhibited the trophy and discussed the tournament. Parents praised her and questioned her reasons and opponents. No one doubted her accomplishment. Who helped her or coached her speeches was never asked. We celebrated something she did herself. Samantha saw too, looking almost glad when the talk lingered on her sincere effort. After supper, she silently thanked her parents for trusting her. So we could celebrate her true accomplishments without suspicion felt like progress. She liked getting recognized for her work rather than stealing from me. I began teaching younger community center pupils beginning piano in May. After hearing about my scholarship, the director asked if I'd work with low-income students. I taught 3 students basic scales and songs every Saturday morning. 7-year-old Clyde failed to read notes but adored making up melodies. We started with ear learning and then added written music. Shy 1-year-old Sophia has good rhythm. I helped her gain stage confidence. Teaching them made me feel delight, unlike my own practice. Parents praised my patience and competence after seeing their kids improve. The mother stated her daughter talked about me all week and practiced without being reminded. I felt empowered teaching music after years of bogus teaching claims. I was teaching these youngsters, not taking credit for their progress. Samantha graduated early June from high school. The football stadium hosted the celebration for hundreds of families. In her blue cap and gown, she crossed the stage to get her graduation. The next weekend, our parents hosted a graduation party for Samantha's family and friends at our house. Helped set up backyard tables and hang congrats banners. Samantha thanked everyone for their support in a brief address during the party. As she finished, she looked at me and thanked her sister Lily for being talented and encouraging. She learned about commitment by witnessing me pursue my ambitions. She never took credit for my accomplishments or claimed to have helped me. The simple acknowledgement was big coming from her in front of everyone. Afterward, several family complimented Samantha's maturity. Samantha's aunt said she'd attend college in another state in August. Physical separation would benefit us both. Home life calmed once Samantha left for college in late August. I could put my paintings on the kitchen table without worrying about someone photographing and claiming credit. At supper, I could discuss my writing without Samantha interfering. I kept my sheet music on the piano instead of in my room. Mom and Dad kept seeing me clearly and encouraging my growth. Dad stopped presuming I needed help with my music theory homework and started asking explicit questions. Mom observed my art club meetings without suggesting Samantha attend. When I discussed my interests and goals, they listened. Samantha's lies no longer strained the family. The end of the year senior recital was in spring. Mrs. Williams helped me choose 6 Bach to contemporary tunes. At the talent contest 2 years previously, the Chopin ballad started everything. I spent months improving my interpretation of difficult passages. The Saturday night recital was in the school auditorium. Teachers, students, and parents who had seen me grow as a musician crowded the room. One of Mrs. Williams' most loyal students in her 20-year tenure was me. She appreciated my tenacity and musicality. Entering the stage, I was nervous but ready. The piano bench felt comfortable as I started the first piece. It was straightforward and confident throughout. I noticed Ella with other teachers in the audience between pieces. I saw my folks smiling in the third row. I noticed Eloise's problem smile. The audience paused before applauding when I finished the Chopin ballad. My mom called me the backup daughter my whole life. At my engagement dinner, she said my sister deserved my fiancé more. Mom always nicknamed me the backup daughter. At my engagement dinner, she suggested my sister deserved my fiancé more. Since childhood, Sophia, my older sister, has been the golden kid. She was beautiful, smarter, and more talented, and my mother told me every day. My mom asked why I couldn't be like Sophia, who received consecutive A's, when I got a B on a test. My mom thought my soccer attempt was sweet, but she reminded me that Sophia was a volleyball state champion. My parents liked my fine college, but not the Ivy League Sophia went into. My entire childhood was spent as the backup daughter in case the real one died. I left at 18 and stayed away for years. I met Ryan after building my life and career. Ryan fulfills all my dreams. He likes me as I am and is nice and supportive. He proposed 5 months ago, and I accepted immediately. To celebrate, we had an engagement dinner with both families. Charlotte reassured me that having my mother there would be fine and might be a fresh start. The first hour of supper at a fine restaurant went smoothly. My mother behaved well and complimented my clothing, shocking me. Sophia arrived late. She arrived in a too formal white outfit and began discussing her promotion. When Sophia entered, my mother's eyes brightened up as usual. Sophia's achievements dominated the following 25 minutes. I attempted to get back to the engagement, but my mother kept bringing up my sister. My mother stood and suggested she might toast. I hoped she would eventually compliment me. She lifted her glass and said Ryan was a great man and pleased for him. She then looked at Sophia and remarked it was too bad he met the wrong sister initially. She laughed like a joke but continued. Sophia would have suited Ryan better, she said. Sophia was prettier, more successful, and more deserving of him, she added. She stated she hoped Ryan realized what he was getting with me but that upgrading was still possible. Silence fell across the table. Ryan's parents appeared shocked. Ryan looked like he wanted to disappear. Sophia just sat there smiling like she agreed with everything. The heat in my face made my hands shake. 24 years of being told I wasn't good enough returned all at once. I got up and informed my mother I had something to say. I informed her I saw her, Sophia texts 2 months ago when I set up her new phone. Each text about me behind my back was visible. My mother called me embarrassing. Sophia said I was outperforming Ryan. Mother mumbled that I misinterpreted. Sophia thought I was dramatic. Ryan got up and told them to go. My mother sobbed and said I was wrecking the family. No, I said. She damaged it. 24 years ago, she said I was never good enough. After they left, Hannah's mother hugged me and said I handled it better than they did. That wasn't all. My mother doesn't know I screenshotted every message. The family group chat with our aunts, uncles, cousins, and grandparents will get an exciting update. I wait 20 minutes in my car outside the restaurant, lingering over the send button. Our family group chat has screenshots waiting. Nothing can be undone after I transmit. My hands are still shaking from the confrontation, yet I feel clearer than in years. My breath fogs the windshield and my palms are cold on the steering wheel. Again, I read the screenshots. Every nasty text is there. My mother called me embarrassing. Sophia said I outperformed Ryan. Their black and white strategy for tonight. Press send. The message reaches 40 relatives. The screenshots show every harsh text between my mother and Sophia, including the plot to have Sophia flirt with Ryan tonight. In seconds, read receipts appear. 13715. My phone buzzes with messages. The screen flashes repeatedly. I watch the notifications pile up, but don't open any. Someone calls, then another. My phone is silenced and placed in the cup holder. Ryan finds me in the parking lot and silently takes the passenger seat. My phone is gently turned off by him. I cry while he clutches my hand. To ensure our safety, his parents drive us home. I sit on the couch thinking about what I did as Hannah's mother pours tea. Her inquiries are absent. She touches my back in little circles while sitting next to me. Ryan and Clara's father converse quietly in the kitchen. Just the deep rumble of their voices, not the words. Hannah's mother stays in our guest room. Next morning, I turn on my phone. 200 alerts. That figure makes me queasy. Hannah's mother is awake and helps me sort texts. She sits next to me on the couch with her reading glasses and tells me which family members support and attack me. Uncle. She apologizes for not protecting me and stops justifying my mother's actions. Her voice cracks as she says she should have been braver. 3 cousins from my father's side start a group chat without my mother, Sophia, or grandma. They recount my mother's criticism of me over time. She mentioned things at family gatherings I didn't attend. My relative says my mother claimed I was lucky to have a job given my poor ability. Another relative recalls, my mother said I embarrassed the family by not being as accomplished as Sophia. Her malice is worse than I thought. My mother texts me rage-filled guilt trips, calling me ungrateful. She claims I humiliated her in front of the family. She wants the communications be deleted and apologized. She threatens to visit my residence if I don't react. Ryan alters our door code and instructs building security to keep her out. He calls when I'm reading texts and describes my mother physically. Sophia texts Ryan directly to try something new. She apologizes for the misunderstanding and requests a private conversation to resolve it. Charlotte immediately screenshots and gives me her message. So he disables her number without responding. He's unhesitant. First call from father 3 days after supper. His voice is tired. He thinks my mother was emotional but concedes her dinner speech was improper. Please investigate family therapy. He says. I refuse to fix something my mother doesn't think is broken. His silence lasts. He hangs up after saying he understands. Ryan's best friend Ethan brings takeout. Ryan's parents alerted half his family about the situation, so they're following it. His mother had a poisonous sibling and breaking touch was the finest decision she ever took, according to Ethan. Validation from non-family makes me less crazy. Ethan shares his mother's boundary-setting journey over supper. My first laugh in days comes from him. Rebecca texts me 3 days after Ethan leaves. She requests coffee. My mother made excuses to keep us away for years, so I haven't seen her. She agrees to drive 2 hours to me. Meet in a small cafe near my apartment. Although Rebecca looks older, her grin is warm when she hugs me. She gets us lattes, and we sit by the window. She says she witnessed everything in the group conversation and reached out. She claims she's seen my mother mistreat me from childhood. Someone accuses another of poor parenting. Another person recalls a 10-year-old wedding that ached. Anger and blame dominate the conversation. Ryan eventually turns off my phone's notifications. He says to stop reading tonight. Knowing my grandmother is protecting my mother after everything she saw makes me ill. Ryan orders takeout and we watch a movie, but I can't quit worrying about my phone messages. I get a letter 4 days later. The envelope has my mother's writing. Thicker than I expected, my stomach lowers. After sitting on the couch, I open it. In my mother's neat cursive, 6 pages fall out front and back. She's devastated I won't return her calls. She says the dinner toast was a joke and I misinterpreted it. She claims I'm misremembering my upbringing and that she's always loved both her daughters equally. She said she was tough because she wanted me to succeed. She mentions helping me with homework or driving me to soccer practice, like it erases everything else. Sophia is distraught by my actions and I'm killing our family, she writes. She claims I'm selfish and nasty for not forgiving her. The letter repeats the manipulation in numerous ways. Never apologizes for her words. She never apologizes for her dinner comments. She accuses me of being oversensitive and carrying grudges. The last page says she'll forgive me if I openly apologize to her and Sophia in the family group chat. She signals lovingly. Like nothing she wrote cruel, Mom. My hands shake after reading it twice. Anger grows in my chest till I up and move. I grab my keys and inform Ryan about walking. He offers to join me, but I need solitude. I walk around the block 3 times in the cold to calm down. My mother still doesn't get her mistake. The victim mentality persists. The letter worsens everything. Ryan finds me on the couch staring at my phone that night. I sit next to him, and he asks if I want to go away for the weekend. He suggests driving somewhere peaceful and not checking our phones for a few days. Constant notifications and family problems weary me, so I agree immediately. We pack up the next morning and drive 3 hours to a mountain B&B. Small and pleasant, with hiking trails nearby. We travel through the woods the first day without discussing my family. Charlotte points out interesting birds and trees. We sit on rocks along a stream to listen. The second day, we hike to a valley-wide overlook. We observe clouds, while eating sandwiches we packed. My phone is always in my bag. I can think straight without the buzzing and messages. I realize how much energy I've spent my life striving to please my mother. I made every decision considering her opinion. Every success seemed empty knowing she'd compare it to Sophia. Wanting her praise shaped my career. On that hilltop, staring at the view, I realize I'll never get what I want from her. She won't view me as I need. The thought should hurt. But it's soothing. I'm done trying. Charlotte holds my hand and we sit until sunset. On the way home, I feel lighter. Distance showed me that my mother's opinion doesn't define me. Back in the apartment, I turn on my phone. New messages await me. Some are from my Uncle David, but most are from the family group chat. He's seeking a skilled mediator for a family meeting. He told me about a family conflict therapist. He writes that we can resolve this if everyone sits down and talks honestly. Though he means well, the idea tires me. Calling back, I thank him for attempting to help. I decline to sit with my mother and Sophia. He sounds sad. He acknowledges that families are hard but dislikes seeing them split apart. I claim I didn't tear things apart. I'm finally responding to my mother's years-old act. He pauses before saying he understands. He says the invitation stands if I change my mind. His promise is to always be there for me. I appreciate his effort, but a mediator won't help. My mother would use it to victimize herself again. My call ends with David, encouraging me to take care of myself. I swear. I receive an Instagram message from an unknown account. The profile image is blank, and the username is random. Characters and digits. I almost delete it without reading. But something compels me. Look. Her message says she heard everything from common friends and wants to reconnect. Megan, my high school best friend, sent it. After graduation, she went to college across the nation, and we lost touch. Though I haven't thought about her in years, her name brings back sleepovers and late-night chats. We schedule lunch after I message her. She chooses a restaurant between our wetter apartments. She jumps up and hugs me when I enter. Though she appears different, she laughs the same. We order food and discuss the past 7 years. She discusses her employment, residence, and dating. She mentions my mother. She always believed my mother was nasty as a teenager. She recalls coming to my house and seeing my mother laud Sophia while ignoring me. She recalls a school competition where I placed second. My mother lamented that I couldn't be first like Sophia. Megan wanted to say something but didn't know how. She was a child when my mother scared her. She regrets her timidity. Nothing she could have done. I say. 3-hour conversation and phone number exchange. I pledge to keep in touch this time. Seeing her again feels like discovering a part of myself I forgot existed. 2 days after lunch with Megan, a new Instagram account messages me. The messages say Sophia is the true victim. Her narrative states I turned the family against her and she never sought to hurt me. According to the messages, she followed our mother's lead and didn't know what to do. I scanned them for an apology or acknowledgement of her actions. No substance, just excuses and blame. The account says she's in therapy and self-improvement. She hopes to repair our connection. The tone is off. She sounds like she's reciting a screenplay about what I want to hear. She's not understood for her harm. Every message is screenshotted and added to my phone's behavior folder. I block the account. Another user with the identical profile photo messages me within an hour. I block it too. Sophia persists, but I'm done giving in. Our Saturday dinner hosts are Ryan's parents. His mother makes pot roast and his father sets the table with lovely dishes. Ryan's mother requests a private conversation after dinner. While Ryan and his father clean the kitchen, we go to the living room. Some boundaries are good and appropriate, she argues. She advises that my mother may escalate before accepting them. My mother doesn't handle loss of control well, she says. Schedule weekly appointments. Left her office feeling less bad about all I've done. A specialist says I'm doing well. That's more important than imagined. Elizabeth contacts me 3 days after my last therapy appointment to invite Ryan and me to dinner on Saturday. She claims it'll be her, Michael, and their 2 kids. No conflict, just family. I agree before overthinking. Charlotte takes us to their suburban home on Saturday. As we enter the driveway, my hands shake. This is the first family gathering since the engagement dinner, and while I trust Elizabeth, old patterns make me apprehensive. Michael opens the door and hugs us. Teenagers Hannah and Tyler wave at us from the living room. House smells like cooked chicken and garlic. Elizabeth comes out of the kitchen washing her hands on a towel and hugs me longer than intended. She whispers thanks for coming. Dinner is normal like never before in my household. Talking about work, school, and kids' sports teams. No one mentions Sophia or my mother. Nobody compares or backhandedly. Comments. Elizabeth stands with her wine glass when dessert arrives. She wants to toast my engagement like I should have at the restaurant. Ryan is blessed to have me, she says. She responds, I deserve someone who sees my worth. Hannah and Tyler lift soda cups, and everyone drinks. I blink frantically to avoid sobbing when my throat tightens. Family should feel like this. Family contacts increase over the week. Alicia, my second cousin, writes me a long message about her mother. Alicia says her mother always favored her brother and made her feel unimportant. We chat for 2 hours over coffee. She knows the strange guilt of separating from a parent, even if they damaged you. She says she went through the same thing 5 years ago and found happiness after stopping to heal the relationship. We exchange numbers and agree to talk. Uncle from my father's side texts me support. 2 more cousins post heart emoji comments on my old images on social media. I'm developing a family that sees me as a person, not the backup daughter. It's like beginning over, but better. I'm amazed that my relatives now appreciate me. The bar was so low before. Phone rings while making breakfast. Caller ID shows my grandmother's number. I almost don't answer, but curiosity wins. She speaks immediately when I answer. She worries about my mother's health. She says my mother went to the doctor with chest pains due to stress. When my grandmother says I'm to blame for not forgiving, her voice shakes. I breathe and speak calmly. I deny responsibility for my mother's health. You can't manipulate me with health scares anymore. Grandmother gasps like I said something terrible. She calls me cruel and says families forgive. I remind her that family members should also respect each other. She cries and asks how I got cold. I tell her I learned boundaries from therapy, not coldness. I end the call before she finishes. My hands shake, but I'm happy I didn't give up. Wedding magazines cover our kitchen table as Ryan and I sit. I cried when his parents offered to pay for the wedding. We start a guest list. Ryan records his family and friends. I list Elizabeth, Michael, Rebecca, my father, and other relatives who offered genuine support. The list doesn't include my mother. Neither does Sophia's. Ryan asks if I'm sure. I concur. He squeezes my hand and whispers, okay. We tally the names, and decide the wedding is small, maybe 45 guests. Ryan wonders if that concerns me. It feels right, I say. These individuals care about us. Making these choices feels strong, not sad. I'm not inviting out of duty or fear. I decide who celebrates with us. Email. Notifications appear on my phone at work. I neglected to block Sophia's work email. The subject line states, I'm sorry. I open it despite knowing not to. She describes her therapy in 3 paragraphs. She now recognizes that our mother's favoritism made her rely on being the greatest at everything. She says she never learned true relationships, because she was too preoccupied, pleasing our mother. She wants to be sisters and wishes to re-establish our friendship. Read twice. The entire email emphasizes her struggles. She discusses her anguish, therapy, and realizations. She never apologizes for particular actions. She doesn't smile when our mother says I'm not good enough. She never says she'll flirt with Ryan. Not my hurt, but her victimhood in the email. I close without replying. I don't give her closure, because she wants it. Our next session involves writing a letter to my mother with Dr. Miller. A border letter, she calls it. It takes several revisions to get it right. The letter says, I won't see my mother until she apologizes for the harm she caused me throughout my life. It lists examples without being cruel, and asks her to stop blaming me for her own actions. Dr. Miller reads the 1-page, single-spaced letter and nods. She says it's clear and firm without being mean. We print it and I sign it. I take it to the post office and send it certified mail so my mother can't say she never got it. The counterwoman asks if I want insurance. I almost laugh. My mother's response comes 3 days later, but not in a letter. She posts on Facebook about how she's a devoted mother being punished for loving both her daughters equally and that some children don't appreciate parental sacrifices. She's heartbroken and doesn't know what happened. The post gets 15 likes and a dozen comments from people who don't know the full story. Several family members who weren't in the original group chat message me asking what's going on and request the screenshots of my mother and Sophia's text. 3 relatives respond within an hour saying they had no idea things were this bad and they're done making excuses for her behavior. My mother's Facebook post stays up for 6 hours before she deletes it. I screenshot it first. Ryan tells me to come home early from work on Friday. He won't say why, just that I need to be there by 5. I leave at 4:30 and drive home nervous. When I walk in, he's wearing a nice shirt and has a weird smile. He tells me to change into something comfortable and then we're leaving. I ask where we're going, and he says surprise. 20 minutes later, we arrive at his parents'. I recognize the cars in the driveway as Ryan opens my door and leads me to the backyard, where Elizabeth and Michael are with their kids. Rebecca is there, and Ryan's best friend Ethan came with his girlfriend. My father is uncomfortable but present near the food table. Our lunch list includes my father, my aunt, Elizabeth and Uncle Michael, Rebecca and Megan, Hannah's family, and 45 other names, all of whom make me happy. The next Tuesday, I see one of my mother's friends in the produce section. She spots me before I can turn down another aisle, and walks over with a tight smile to ask how I'm doing in that fake concerned voice people use when they're just fishing for gossip. I tell her I'm fine and try to move past her, but she steps in front of my cart and says she heard about the engagement dinner and my mother's heartbreak. She looks at me like she expects me to apologize or defend myself, but I look her in the eye and tell her my mother broke my heart for 24 years and one uncomfortable dinner doesn't compare. If she's so concerned about my mother's feelings, maybe she should ask her why she thought it was okay to tell me my sister deserved my fiancé more. The woman's mouth opens, but nothing comes out. I push my cart past her and leave feeling proud of myself for not apologizing or shrinking to make her comfortable. My hands shake while I finish shopping, but it's adrenaline. I'm learning to defend myself without feeling guilty. In my next therapy session, I tell my therapist about the grocery store interaction and my father reaching out. She listens carefully and then asks how I feel about losing my mother permanently. I say I don't know because I'm not sure I ever had the mother I needed. She nods and says I'm mourning the relationship I needed, not the one that existed. I've been waiting my whole life for my mother to become the parent I deserved. But that was never going to happen. She says it's normal to grieve the parent I wish I had while accepting that the real relationship was harmful. Realize it would look like the life I'm building now. Megan calls me that weekend and asks if I want to meet some of her friends. She's having people over for dinner, and thinks I'd like them. I agree, even though I'm nervous about meeting new people who might have heard about the family drama. Megan introduces me to 6 other women her age, and nobody asks about my family or brings up anything uncomfortable. We eat and talk about work, shows we're watching, and places we want to travel. One woman tells a funny story about her terrible boss, and another talks about marathon training. Their questions about my job and wedding plans are genuine, and nobody compares me or makes me feel like I need to prove myself. The conversation flows easily, and I realize I've been so isolated by family drama for years that I forgot what normal friendships feel like. After leaving that night, I have 3 new phone numbers and plans to meet 2 of them for brunch next weekend. I text Megan to thank her and she says she's glad I came and that her friends liked me. On Monday morning, a delivery person brings a huge bouquet of flowers to my office. My coworkers gather around as I read the card, which says, "She forgives me," in my mother's handwriting. I stare at it for a moment and then laugh out loud. She forgives me like I did something wrong, like she's the bigger person for overlooking my terrible behavior. When my coworker asks if everything is okay, I tell her these flowers are from someone who doesn't understand that forgiveness works both ways. I find a nursing home 2 blocks away. I donate the bouquet to their activities coordinator during my lunch break. She's thrilled, and says the residents will love fresh flowers in the common room. I don't text my mother or call to say thanks, and the silence feels powerful. Ryan asks if my mother sent anything else that evening, and I tell him about the flowers. He shakes his head, and says he can't believe she still doesn't get it, but I think she finally does. She just doesn't want to accept it. 2 weeks later, Ryan's mother calls to invite us to dinner. When we arrive, his whole family is there, including his aunt and uncle and some cousins I haven't met. His mother pulls me aside and asks if they can officially introduce me as their future daughter-in-law at a family reunion. I say yes and thank her for thinking of me. 3 weeks later, Ryan's extended family warmly welcomes me to the reunion. His grandmother hugs me and says she's heard great things about me. His cousins ask about the wedding and want to see venue pictures. One of his aunts pulls me aside and tells me she can see how happy I make Ryan and that's all that matters to his family. Nobody asks invasive questions about my family or makes me explain anything. I spend the afternoon talking and laughing with people who chose to welcome me into their lives. When we leave that night, I tell Ryan his family is amazing, and he says they think I'm amazing, too. For the first time, I'm part of a family that wants me there. I'm sitting at my desk one afternoon and realize I haven't checked my phone for messages from my mother or Sophia in days. The constant vigilance I lived with for months has faded without me noticing. I used to wake up every morning and look at my phone, bracing myself for manipulation or guilt. I tell my therapist that evening in therapy, and she smiles and says, "This is what peace feels like, and I should pay attention to how different my life is without their toxicity." I tell her it feels like breathing easier. My therapist says, "I've done the hard work of setting boundaries, and now I'm experiencing the reward of that work." She reminds me that peace doesn't mean excester. Nothing bad will ever happen, just that I'm no longer in crisis mode. I'm grateful for my progress and lighter life as I drive home. Elizabeth calls 2 weeks later to invite Ryan and me to supper. She says only she, Michael, and a few other family members will support me through everything. She says she's considering introducing a new ritual for our family members who value healthy connections. She sounds thrilled when I say I'd like to come. Saturday night dinner at her house. Rebecca and 2 other cousins I haven't seen in years are there when I arrive. Everyone hugged me and said they were proud of me for opposing my mother. We eat lasagna and garlic bread without mentioning my mother or Sophia unless it supports my boundaries. Elizabeth raises her glass and proposes quarterly meetings. We're the respectful family. Everyone agrees, and I found something I didn't need. Family dinners should feel like this. Instead of anxiety and comparisons, relaxed and laughing. Ryan and I celebrate our 1-year dating anniversary 3 days later. He takes me to our first date restaurant and orders the same cuisine. He informs me over dessert that he's been pondering about my changes in recent months. He loved me more after seeing me stand up for myself at the engagement dinner because he recognized my strength. I told him I was afraid creating limits would alienate people, but it really improved relationships. He grabs my hand across the table and says, "That's exactly what happened. Protecting myself didn't cost me love. It just cleared out the fake love to make space for the real thing." I agree and am glad for his support. A week later, Emily, a distant cousin, messages me on Facebook. She lives 3 states away, so we've only met at huge family functions. She said she heard about my mother's situation through the family grapevine and wanted to contact her. In her family, her brother is the favored and she's always been treated like she doesn't matter. She requests advice on how to handle it. I reply about treatment, limits, and understanding that you can't make someone value you if they don't. After an hour of messaging, she praises me for being honest about how hard it is. Using my grief to help others feels unexpectedly significant. I record some of our conversation and show it to my therapist at our next appointment. She grins and adds, "This is part of my healing." 2. A few days later, my father calls to offer coffee. He seems nervous and fatigued when we sit. He started going to therapy himself and won't speak more, but my boundary letter made him recognize certain things. He says he enabled my mother's actions for decades and pretended it wasn't horrible. He confesses he failed to safeguard me as a child. I appreciate his responsibilities even if it's too late to undo the past. If he maintains my rules about not discussing my mother, I agree to continue our monthly coffee dates. He accepts and we finish our coffee discussing his garden and my work. Sophia emails my work address 2 weeks later. Though the subject line states final message, I read it out of curiosity. She says that she understands I don't want a relationship with her and won't contact me anymore. She wants me to be happy and is moving on. There's no particular apology for her actions. I just hope things work out. I read it twice and erase it without reacting. I'm not responsible for her closure or happiness. Her inability to apologize for her acts tells me everything about her change. Ryan and I spend all Sunday afternoon on our wedding guest list. After putting it off because it would be complicated, we sit down and go over everyone. Finally, 45 persons are listed. His family, my father, Elizabeth, and Michael, Rebecca, and a few supporting relatives, our close friends, and my therapist, who's helped me heal, are all invited. Ryan feels the list is significant. These are folks we picked, or who chose us, not obligation guests. The list feels correct, and I don't feel terrible about who's missing. Next week, I write my wedding vows. Not generic promises, but personal and honest. I write about forming a family on respect and love, choosing each other every day, and improving ourselves. Ryan starts crying midway through our rehearsal dinner practice when I read them. His parents hug me after I finish, and his mother says she's honored to be part of my new family story. The father of Hannah says they've always wanted a daughter, and are pleased it's me. His family's acceptance surprises me because it's so different from my upbringing. Hannah's mother contacts me upset 3 weeks before the wedding. She says my mother wrote to their house to persuade me to invite her to the wedding. Page after page, The letter describes how hurt she is and how she deserves to be there as my mother. Hannah's mother reads me a few words over the phone, and every sentence is manipulated. I thank her for telling me, and we decide she'll write back that she shouldn't interfere in our decisions. Hannah's mother says she'll respond tomorrow and supports my restrictions. I'm grateful his family protects my decisions without my request. Rebecca calls me a few days later to offer motherly duties on wedding day. She claims she'll watch for my mother's uninvited arrival and handle it. Ryan and I discuss it and hire venue security just in case. The wedding security business says they deal with unwelcome guests more often than people believe, and will make sure no one crashes who isn't on our list. Knowing I'm safe lets me enjoy my wedding instead of worrying about my mother. Rebecca texts me later that night to say she'll always support me, and I believe her. I wake up cheerful and enthusiastic the week before the wedding, not anxious. When I get ready for work, I realize I'm not prepared for anything to go wrong or someone to ruin the day. That afternoon in therapy, my therapist says this is what happens when you're not continually bracing for criticism or rejection. Says, I've done the hard work of removing toxic people from my life, and now I get to experience what peace actually feels like. I'm marrying someone who loves me exactly as I am. I'm surrounded by people who celebrate me instead of tearing me down, and I don't have to perform or prove my worth to anyone. The relief of that realization makes me emotional in the best possible way. Elizabeth's house smells like vanilla and flowers as I arrive for the bridal shower. Women have gathered in the living room to rejoice with me, not out of necessity. Rebecca embraces me at the door and whispers that she helped Elizabeth prepare everything, causing me to cry, instead of worried. I wake up peaceful on wedding day. Rebecca and Megan bring coffee and bagels to my flat after Ryan went for his parents' place to get ready with the guys. It's quick and pleasurable to shower and start my hair with them. Rebecca's disastrous first date last month and Megan's puppy eating her shoes make us giggle. No competition or stress. They both help me put on my dress by working the little back buttons. Finally, looking in the mirror, I feel beautiful without being told. The outfit fits well and Charlotte's mother's bracelet sparkles. Rebecca shoots a million shots, and Megan becomes tearful, and I understand this is how wedding preparation should feel. No one is comparing me, criticizing me, or making fun of me. 3 women celebrating a good occasion feels perfect. The ceremony site is perfect for Ryan and me. We had 45 people in a tiny yard with flowers and chairs. My father nervously changes his tie, while we wait in the back room for the music. When we walk down the aisle, he extends his arm, and we enter the sunlight. Ryan, who is up front with the officiant, starts crying when he sees me. My father walks gently to savor the moment. He leans down and whispers, proud of me, halfway down the aisle. For once, I accept a family member's compliment without looking for hidden criticism or waiting for the other shoe to drop. I can see my father crying as he hugs me before passing me off to Ryan at the front. The ceremony is wonderful and simple. The officiant discusses love and commitment before Ryan begins his vows. His voice shakes as he swears to always value me, even when I don't. Be my family after my biological family failed me and prove every day that I deserve love just as I am. Half the guests are crying at the end, and I'm barely holding it together. I fulfilled my promises to improve things together. Ryan kisses me after the officiant marries us, and everyone applauds. The reception is in the same garden with glowing string lights. Michael toasts after we eat, speak, and dance. He says the strongest families are chosen, not born into. And how watching me set boundaries and build a life on my own terms has influenced family members to reassess their relationships. He adds, this room full of people who actually love me is more like family than any holiday gathering ever was. Many nod in agreement. I forget about the missing people when Ryan and I dance to our first song. My mother and Sophia aren't on my radar or likely to wreck things. I'm present with the folks that express their love by actions, not words. My mother's absence doesn't dampen delight. It shields me from criticism and allows me enjoy the day. Charlotte's parents locate us by the dessert table at night and hug us. His mother feels she gained more than a daughter-in-law today. The differentiation of her daughter matters more than I can describe. I thank his father for welcoming me entirely and that they're proud to call me family. I'm creating a new family story where I'm cherished and celebrated, not compared to others, and my mother's tale about me being the backup daughter doesn't matter. I feel lighter than I have in years as Ryan and I say goodbye to the last visitors and travel to our hotel before our journey tomorrow. Ryan and I spent the first few days of our Hawaii honeymoon lounging on the beach and ignoring family drama. However, one evening while viewing the sunset, We discuss our future parenting styles. Ryan says our kids should feel loved and supported. And I concur immediately. We promise not to compare siblings or play favorites, and to recognize each child's unique skills. I tell him our children would never wonder who is loved more and will break my mother's cycle of favoritism and comparison. Using my pain to improve feels like the ultimate victory over my mother's legacy. Like I'm turning all that hurt into something healing and protective for the next generation. During the honeymoon, I realize I no longer define myself by Sophia or my mother. I don't compare myself to my sister or my mother while defining myself. I'm no longer backup daughter. Just being myself is enough. Instead of my mother's judgment, my inner voice tells me I'm worthy as I am. One morning, I look at Ryan sleeping beside me and reflect about our life together and am grateful for every hard decision that brought me here. Setting limits lost me relationships, but helped me become someone I enjoy. My father's number rings 3 months after the wedding while I'm at a coffee shop. He says he needs to talk and his voice is quieter than usual. He claims to have separated from my mother and moved into a motel. After a time, he says that witnessing me establish a life without her poison helped him realize how much her actions harmed his happiness. He sounds exhausted but relieved. Like he's dropped something heavy after years. I promise not to pressure him on his long-term choices. So I'm delighted he's taking care of himself. We talk about nothing important for 20 minutes more. Normal discourse without my mother's influence. I sit with my coffee after we hang up and think this is what happens when you stop accepting abuse. Other folks notice it too. My therapist assesses my development over the past few months at my usual therapy visit the following week. Since I have such tremendous self-worth, she offers monthly sessions instead of weekly. She tells me that healing isn't a straight line, and I'll still have bad days, but my work has made my mother's voice not rule me anymore. I can accept criticism without feeling I deserve it. I can set limits guilt-free. Accepting love without conditions is possible. I leave her office and walk to my car, proud of my transformation from the lady who apologized for being. Ryan and I host our first apartment holiday dinner in November. His parents, my father, Aunt Elizabeth, Uncle Michael, Rebecca, Megan, and Ethan, are invited. I cook as Ryan sets the table in the morning, and when everyone arrives, warm voices and laughter fill the flat. Nobody compares me to others. No one insults with compliments. Elizabeth brings me a pie and hugs me in the kitchen, saying she's glad I'm doing well. The chat between my father and Hannah's dad about golf on the couch is relaxed. Ethan makes everyone laugh with a Ryan's college story, and Megan helps me take dishes to the table. While eating and talking, someone suggests a game after dinner, making the evening feel warm and comfortable. Family should feel like this. People who want to attend, not must. You're celebrated, not tolerated. I see folks at the table that choose to be here and understand I have what I always wanted. An entire year has passed since the engagement dinner that altered everything. I wake up next to Ryan in our apartment and think about how my life has changed. My hubby loves me unconditionally. My in-laws treat me like their daughter, not a burden. My selected family of relatives and friends celebrates my victories and supports me during tough times. More importantly, I have my own approval. I know my worth and don't need my mother to confirm it. Her view used to shape my self-image, but now it's just noise. That realization's independence is worth every painful talk, boundary I had to create, and connection I had to end to find calm. I'm no longer backup daughter. Just being me is enough. My brother mocked me as still unemployed. I said nothing. 7 minutes later, HR started sending termination emails. My name is Avery Bennett. I'm 31. And a few nights ago, my own brother turned me into a punchline in front of individuals whose salary I literally approve of. He clinked his glass, drew everyone's attention to me, and asked loudly enough for the entire private area to hear, "Can we all give it up for my little sister?" And unemployed. And figuring things out. At 31, the chamber burst. Some of them whistled, while others screamed speeches. And someone near the bar genuinely exclaimed, "Career mode spectator." They laughed as if my existence was a meme, as if I were some useless extra in a movie in which they played the leads. None of them were aware that each of them had completed onboarding papers for a company I founded. None of them realized the faceless ownership organization that controlled their bonuses was simply me, a girl they determined didn't count. I did not defend myself. I didn't mention my clients, my sales figures, or the fact that the campaign they had been talking about all night began as a sketch in my inexpensive notepad on the kitchen table. I simply smiled, lifted my glass, and let them believe they'd nailed it. Allow them to believe the story they wanted, that I was the loser sister who never quite made it. Because, as they laughed, I was already making decisions in my head about contracts, authority, and what it truly meant to flip a table without touching a single plate. They felt they were embarrassing me. They had no idea that 7 minutes later, the jest would turn into HR emails, revoked badges, and a meeting they would never forget. Do something for me before I walk you into that room and show you exactly what I said once I open my mouth. Leave a comment and let me know what time it is, where you are, and which nation you are watching from. I want to see how far a story about family, ego, and revenge can go. The thing with being the unemployed sibling is that it doesn't begin the night someone humiliates you. It begins several years earlier in living rooms, kitchens, and school auditoriums, when people determine who you are and then never bother to update the file. Growing up, my brother was always the star. If you walked into our house, you'd find framed images of him in jerseys, blazers, and graduation gowns, beaming as if the world was designed to congratulate him. My accomplishments were stored in drawers, along with certificates that my mother intended to display when she had the time. They never got to the wall. Our mother, Elaine, did not refer to it as favoritism. She called it encouragement. When he made the varsity basketball team, she planned a celebration. When I won first place in a regional design competition, she responded, "That's wonderful, honey. Perhaps you could aid your brother with his project." I learned early on that in our family, charm always won out over silent effort. The first time my brother Mason Bennett stole something from me, it was credit, not money. I was 15, he was 18, and he failed to inform the judges of his business club competition that the app mock-up he was presenting was mine. I'd spent 4 nights sewing together screens using free software on an ancient laptop. He won first place. Everyone shouted, and he let them label him a natural, as I applauded from the back of the auditorium. This was not the last time. He became acclimated to standing in spotlights that I had wired for him in the dark. I grew used to swallowing it. Fast forward to my late 20s. While everyone felt I was drifting, I was developing something that my family didn't see as successful since it didn't match their script. No corner office with my name on the door, no corporate ladder, just me, a rented desk in a co-working place, and an unseemly quantity of caffeine. I founded Brightline Collective, a boutique creative business that provided digital strategy and content to brands looking to appear young and loud online. Snorts. At first, it was just me and a few freelancers. Then it was just me and 3 full-timers. Then it was me and a 24-person team, with clients whose logos my parents recognized from TV advertising. But here is the bit that will raise your eyebrows. Almost no one, including my family, knew that I owned Brightline. My COO, Grant Sullivan, served as the agency's public face. He conducted the interviews, took the stage, and smiled for the industry listings. On paper, he was the CEO. Behind the scenes, the controlling ownership was quietly held under an LLC with my name on it. That was deliberate. I wanted to make something without my family's judgment, without my brother claiming credit or my mother comparing us to contestants. So, when they inquired how work was doing, I told them what they already believed. I'm a freelancer. I am figuring things out. That's okay. It stayed that way for years, until the day Brightline's HR manager, unaware that she was speaking with the owner's sister, presented me a CV and stated, "We had a referral from a family friend for this person. Seems charming, a little light on actual results, but his references talk about him like he's a wizard with clients." My brother's name, Mason Bennett, appeared at the top of the CV. My stomach sank. He had applied for a senior account manager position at my agency. He'd skipped over 2 positions he'd left and stroked figures that didn't belong to him. Typical. Grant admired his confidence and ability to talk his way through mock scenarios. He may be excellent in front of clients. He informed me that we could train him on the rest. He had no idea that the person he was attempting to sell me on was the same kid who had told me, "You're good as a behind-the-scenes type. Not everyone is supposed to be noticed." I had an option. Block the hire and disclose myself, or let Mason in and watch what he did while thinking he was just another employee. In what now appears to be foreshadowing, I said, "If the team thinks he's a fit, let's try him." Mason joined Brightline without ever connecting the dots. The corporation did not have my name on it. The downtown structure was a repurposed warehouse complete with exposed brickwork and neon logos. Nothing like the beige offices my parents pictured when they considered a real job. Mason assumed I was bouncing between shows, sleeping on couches, and helping out here and there. The few times he saw me at work, he assumed I was merely visiting a buddy. He never asked what I did there. It matched the story in his imagination. He was on a career route, whereas I was a creative drifter. The night he insulted me, still unemployed, was only the latest scene in a screenplay he'd been reading for our whole lives. Only this time, he'd invited a group of people I knew too well. Because those pals behind him, the ones celebrating and yelling and calling me a failure, were Brightline employees, strategy leaders, video producers, social managers, and people whose first day paperwork I had personally read before accepting their offers. People who had sat in our all-hands meetings and listened to Grant speak about our nameless majority owner as if he were a remote, faceless investor. People who had no notion that the vagrant they were insulting was the one who could cancel their health insurance with a simple signature. My phone buzzed in my pocket that night, but it wasn't a social notification. It was an email notification from my personal mailbox. Formal complaint, workplace harassment, anonymous. The timing was set 12 minutes before my brother's toast. The complaint outlined a series of comments, jokes, and pranks by a senior account manager who enjoyed humiliating junior employees in front of clients. The initials were not subtle. MB. I read the sentences as laughter erupted around me. The anonymous employee added one last note. I don't feel comfortable bringing this to HR because everyone appears to like him. If someone higher up doesn't intervene soon, I'm resigning. I stood there with my drink, watching my brother bask in recognition he didn't deserve and listening to individuals I hired to represent my agency shout along. And something in me snapped, not in a loud, glasses-throwing way, but in the quiet, surgical way that occurs when you realize you've given too much benefit of doubt. That email was my line in the sand. Mason believed that his last name would always protect him. My family assumed I would always keep the peace. Everyone in that room thought I was still unemployed. None of them were prepared for what happened when I stopped letting them write my story for me. If you've ever hidden your accomplishments to keep the peace at home, you know how thick that mask can be. What happens when you decide to tear it off in front of everyone? At first glance, Mason at Brightline appeared to be a winner. He remembered names quickly, made the interns feel valued, and transformed tedious briefings into something enjoyable. We needed this energy, someone told me. I wanted to believe it. Then the patterns I remembered from childhood came back. A junior strategist missed a slide and remarked, "It's fine. You're not here for your brain, anyway." Everyone laughed. Her face did not. At happy hour, he imitated a video editor's stammer. In meetings, he'd say things like, "Let the kids take a pass, then the adults will fix it." All joking, all dismissed with, "Relax. I'm kidding." The reports arrived in parts. Claire's calm comment, a DM about off-the-wall jokes, and a copywriter wondering if we had an anonymous reporting method. My old instincts kicked in. Perhaps they are overreacting. He probably does not mean it. That was the tale I had used to get through Mason for years. Then we brought in a dream client, a massive beauty brand. Grant and Claire nailed their strategy. The room had a pleasant atmosphere. Mason was expected to handle chemistry. Instead, he went off script. I told our team, he added, indicating toward the client. Even my little sister who can't hold down a job could get this one right. He just cracked a joke. The client did not. He took another swipe at aspiring creatives who were designing on their laptops. We lost the deal formally. Different agency direction. Unofficially. Through the grapevine. Someone on your team had strange energy and treated his jobless sister as if she were a joke. It didn't feel right. Grant sighed and dropped the email on his desk. We need to speak about Mason. People avoid his accounts. Now this. While we were dealing with the consequences, Claire sent me a folder with screenshots of Slack threads, chat snippets, and a voice memo from the bar. He was calling a junior designer, our diversity recruit, telling an intern, "If you can't handle pressure, go back to group projects." He was bragging. Even my unemployed sister could do better with Canva. There were emojis and laughs, some from the same individuals who'd celebrate later in the lounge. Seeing it all together dispelled any notion that this was just edgy humor. It was a pattern. Power was utilized to keep other people tiny. And it was taking place right under my roof. I stopped searching for gentle explanations and began prepared. I asked HR to lead me through the formal disciplinary process. I reviewed what we'd captured for training purposes. With their permission, I sat down with a few of the people Mason had injured. They were angry, embarrassed, and fatigued. Most had remained silent because they felt he was safe. In the stories, I recognized old versions of myself. By the time Mason lifted his glass and announced that I was still unemployed, I had already made my decision. That toast did not cause the problem. It simply stated, loudly and clearly, that he saw me in the same manner he saw my colleagues underneath him. The next morning, I organized the all-hands meeting that would change everything, not about campaigns or goals, but about who we were willing to be when someone's jokes began to cost people their dignity. The subject line of the invitation said, all hands, culture, and conduct mandatory. No emojis, no fluff. By 9:30 a.m., the conference room was full. Some people appeared uptight, bored, and defensive. Mason walked in late with an iced coffee, smiled, and took a seat near the center, as if he were about to attend a show rather than star in it. Grant opened. We can't do our best work if people feel small or scared. He told me. Today is not about blaming a single person. It's about holding a mirror up to all of us. He navigated to a PowerPoint with an anonymous complaint quotation. I feel like I'm one bad joke away from being publicly embarrassed. The audience fell silent. My turn. Mason was on a Zoom call when I stepped up and clicked play on the initial tape. If you can't manage a client raising their voice, this may not be the industry for you. We can't all be frail little art students. Nervous laughter echoes in the background. The second clip. A bar recording. We're practically a charity for junior talent, Mason's voice said. Have you seen any of the portfolios HR sends? My unemployed sister might do better with Canva. This time, the audience did not laugh. They heard their own prior reactions reflected back at them. Then came the Slack screenshots. Relax. It's simply banter. If they can't take a joke, they're in the wrong place. A query follows. Whose comfort are we safeguarding when we refer to bullying as banter? I faced them. I developed this location so that individuals don't have to sacrifice their dignity in order to collect a paycheck. The way some of you have been spoken to does not reflect who we claim to be. Mason lifted his hand in disbelief. Are we really playing hidden recordings? We have not wrecked a bee. He scoffed. Anyone who knows me understands that I'm kidding. You're making me sound like a villain. If I offended someone's feelings, they may just tell me. Claire spoke forward, her voice firm yet tense. Yes, Mason. Some of us did. You told us we were overly sensitive and made jokes about it. You could feel the shift. The normal energy traveled to the person calling it out, not the one deflecting. Mason felt it, and his tone became sharper. We're in advertising, not kindergarten, he informed me. If we start policing jokes, there will be nothing left. And you, he pointed at me, you don't even have a proper job, Avery. You float around making mood boards and then you're the morality police. The old version of myself would have shrunk. Instead, I advanced to the final slide. Power isn't only something you have. It is anything you are willing to employ. You're right. I replied quietly. This is not kindergarten. In kindergarten, there are repercussions for intentionally hurting others. At this level, there are contracts. After this meeting, there will be more conversations, some of which will result in people leaving the company. Mason sneered. So, what? Are you threatening me now? I'm promising this squad something I should have promised earlier, I said. No one is untouchable, including you. The discussion finished with more questions than answers for the majority of the attendees, but the next step was clear to me. The public mirror was up. Now I had to close the door and speak to Mason, not as his little sister, not as the girl he could roast in front of clients, but as the person who genuinely possessed the authority he kept claiming to have. What happened in that smaller room would determine if this was just another dramatic meeting that everyone spoke about, or if Brightline had finally transformed. Following the all-hands meeting, the office felt like it was holding its breath. People shuffled back to their workstations in groups, murmuring in hushed tones and looking over shoulders to see where Mason had gone. He vanished into a conference room and slammed the door, his body language exuding rage so loud it might have been printed on a billboard. Grant lingered beside me, running a hand through his hair. Are you certain you don't want me in the room when you chat to him? He asked quietly. I need to do this alone, I said. Yes, he is his manager, but he also serves another function. I did not include the term sister. Grant had no idea about that section yet. Only a few people did. The lines I had made to keep my world separate were about to be wiped in a single stroke. Back in my office, I opened my laptop to be ready for the conversation. I opened Mason's file, which had performance notes, feedback, and a formal complaint that had arrived in my inbox the night of his toast. As I was reviewing it, another email arrived in my inbox with the subject line "Read today's meeting. Please read." The message was sent from an anonymous address and passed through our internal system. I didn't feel safe speaking in the room. The note stated, "But I need you to understand that this is more than just a joke. Mason has been telling people that some regulations do not apply to him since he has a strong sense of leadership. He's pressed subordinate workers to stay out late with clients, even when they express discomfort. He's intimated that those who don't get his sense of humor will not advance here. And last week, he informed us that your job is just to approve vibrations, while he is the one who brings real money into the organization. I'm not sure how much of that you see, but from where many of us are sitting, he's been permitted to behave like he's invincible. Today gave me hope that maybe that isn't true." Additional screenshots were attached. Messages in which Mason boasted about billing personal outings as client appointments. In a group conversation, he graded coworkers' attractiveness on a scale, and joked about who would never interact with clients. In one communication, he stated, "Trust me, I'm okay here. My sister basically lives on Grant's sofa. She's not about to upset the boat for anyone." That statement hit me in a vulnerable spot I hadn't realized was exposed. To Mason, I was still the girl who slept on friends' couches, scraping by, living on the outskirts of other people's prosperity. He had no idea that the couch I occasionally fell asleep on in Grant's office belonged to a company that had my name on the deed. A knock on my door jolted me out of my spiral. It was Claire. "Have you got a minute?" she inquired. I nodded. She stepped inside and locked the door behind her. "I understand you are dealing with a lot, but people are talking. A few of them are afraid. Some are hopeful. They're not sure which way this will go. If Mason walks out of that room with you and nothing changes, many of us will accept that as our answer." Despite the fact that I was aware, I inquired, "that this place is just like everywhere else?" She continued softly, "That talented people are chewed up so that a few loud ones can continue to play king. I do not want Brightline to be like that. But I'm not sure I can stay if that's the case." Her comments weighed heavily on the decision that was already building in my chest. This was more than just a punishment for bad behavior. It was about stating clearly what we stood for and didn't. Any decision I made would reverberate throughout the building, long after the news of the dramatic encounter faded. After Claire went, I stared at my reflection in the dark glass for a long time. I noticed the girl who had applauded at the back of the audience as her brother accepted a trophy for her efforts. I noticed the woman who understated her accomplishments so that her family wouldn't accuse her of bragging. I also saw the owner of a business that deserved more than the silent concessions she'd been making to keep everyone happy. I sent one mail to HR. "Please create a termination document for Mason Bennett, Senior Account Manager. I'll manage the conversation personally." Then, for the first time, I fully included Grant. I strolled into his office, locked the door, and said, "I have something I should have told you a long time ago. Mason is more than simply an employee to me. He's my brother." He raised his brow. "That's a twist," he added softly. "And you still want to forward with this?" "I want to move forward because of it," I said. "If I can't hold my own family accountable, I have no business asking this team to trust me." Grant observed my expression and concurred. "Okay, then we do it properly, by the book. There's no drama. Do you want me in the room?" I shook my head. "No, but I might need you after." The truth is that terminating someone you despise is simple. Firing someone you care about, someone who never imagined you could wield such power, is a very different experience. But before I could think of a softer option, I emailed Mason a calendar invite. One-on-one interaction is required, as is proper behavior and performance. Is greater than snorts, is greater than. 2 minutes later, he responded with only one word. "Sure." Have you ever reached a point where the fear of conflict is less than the dread of remaining the same? That is where I was. Whatever transpired in that room would have long-term consequences for my family. It was also going to affect Brightline. I only had to select which future was more important. Mason walked into the small conference room 8 minutes late, as if it were any other check-in. He slumped into the chair opposite me, rotating it slightly on its axis. "So," he explained, stretching the word out. "Am I here for another lecture on tone, or did someone protest that my coffee orders had become too aggressive?" I softly closed the door and sat down. Sit up, Mason, I instructed. This isn't a joke. He smirked, then straightened slightly. You really leaned into the dramatic boss energy in there, according to him. I'm recording people and everything. I had no idea you had it in you. I responded, there are certain things you don't know about me. He scoffed. That's part of the problem. Come on, Avenue. I have known you my entire life. I know you. You're not going to ruin my career because a couple of interns don't like my sense of humor. I slid the printed complaint across the table to him, followed by a stack of screenshots. This isn't about a couple of interns. I explained quietly. It's about a pattern. You have undermined junior employees, made discriminatory remarks, misrepresented expenses, and cost us a major client. When people tried to speak with you about it, you mocked them. And then you mocked me in front of those same people. He took a quick glance at the papers. They are overreacting. Everyone is so soft now. And you are making this personal because of one stupid toast. It is personal, I replied. It's personal for everyone you humiliated. It is personal to every employee who witnessed you getting away with it, and wondered if this place was safe for them. And, yes, it is personal to me because you did it on my watch. In my company. He laughed, clearly amused. What is your company? He repeated. That is cute. You do some scheduling, boss people around on deadlines, and then it's your company. I took a deep breath. This was the moment I had been anticipating for years. Mason. Brightline is more than just where I work. It's mine. I held his gaze. I founded it. I own it. Grant is the public CEO because that is how we structured it. But the controlling interest belongs to me, the anonymous majority owner everyone talks about. I tapped my chest. That's me. For the first time, he became completely still. The smirk vanished from his face as if someone had turned a switch. You're lying, he said, but not with much conviction. Ask HR, I responded. Ask legal. Ask our accountant. Ask our accountant. Or, better yet, consider every time you've heard someone mention our investor or silent partner, and how strange it is that I attend every leadership meeting for someone who is supposedly only a project manager. I led you to believe I was drifting because it was easier than dealing with your jealousy or our parents' criticism. That is on me. But your behavior here is entirely your responsibility. A flush rose up his neck. So what? He said with a tight voice. You've been letting me work under you like some kind of experiment. Enjoying the show from your little throne. He said with a tight voice. I hired you because Grant believed in your potential. I told you. I approved the hire because I wanted to believe you had matured. I remained anonymous because I wanted to see who you'd be when you thought no one in the room needed you more than you needed them. His eyes widened. And you decided I failed your little test. You decided that, I said softly, every time you chose to shrink someone so that you could feel bigger, every snort time you exchanged respect for a cheap laugh. Every time you promised to be the most powerful person in the room by convincing yourself that everyone else was replaceable. He leaned forward. His features tense. Do you think you're better than me now? Is this it? Because you have some documents with your name on them. When you were messing around in that co-working space, your parents mortgaged half of their future to help you pursue your dream. I'm the one who stayed at home. Every week, I pay them a visit. Do not talk to me about who is selfish. There it was. He had been holding a family grenade. They did not tell you that part, I said quietly. They offered to help. I said no. I took out loans. I wish I had not maxed my cards. They only gave me doubt. They mistook doubt for love. Are you certain this is realistic? Perhaps you should get something stable first. I built this place despite that, not as part of a secret bailout. He stared at me, looking for a crack. Even if this is true, you are still my sister. He asked, are you really going to fire me? Make me the villain in your small business story. What will you tell Mom? That you annihilated your own brother because a couple of snowflakes couldn't handle a joke. I remembered Claire's voice in my office. The anonymous email writers stated that today had given them hope. Of the clients who trusted us to represent their brands without using their teams as targets. If I don't fire you, I explained slowly. What I'm really telling Mom is that she was correct about me all along. I'm too soft to lead. What I'm saying to everyone here is that their safety is optional when the person who is hurting them is someone I love." His eyes narrowed. "You are serious?" "Mason," I said, my voice breaking slightly around the edges. "I love you. I will always want the best for you, but I will not allow you to destroy what I have built simply because no one has ever told you no and meant it. For once in our lives, the consequences will match the choices, not the story you've told people about yourself." He swallowed and looked away. "So, that's it?" he asked. "You're going to take everything away from me in front of my friends, humiliate me, and set an example?" I recalled the lounge, the toast, and the laughter that had swept over me like a wave. He appeared to be certain that I would never fight back because I had never done so. "I won't humiliate you," I said. "I'm going to tell the truth. What people do with that truth is entirely up to them." I then slid the termination documents across the table. "Your employment with Brightline is ending immediately. HR will guide you through the logistics. Equipment return, benefits, everything. You will be paid out in accordance with your contract. You are not being publicly dragged. You are being held accountable." He looked at the papers and then at me. Hurt glared with rage in his eyes. He whispered, "You are choosing them over me." I replied, "I'm choosing me. And the version of me who promised this place would never be the kind of place that broke her. If you ever decide to do the work, to learn, to apologize, or to change, I will be your sister on the other side, but I will no longer be your shield." He didn't sign the papers right away. He stood up, knocked the chair back, and left the room without saying anything else. HR would catch up to him. The legal process would proceed whether he dragged his feet or not. What mattered now was not his signature. It was the final line I had drawn. Here's something that rarely comes up in revenge stories. Sometimes the real vengeance isn't a dramatic takedown. It's the quiet moment when you refuse to continue sacrificing yourself just to keep someone else comfortable. Still, there was one more thing I needed to do. Not just for me, but for everyone who had seen that lounge scene and assumed their boss thought of them in the same way my brother did. I needed to tell them who I truly was and what that meant for their future. In business, word spreads quickly, but nothing spreads faster than a sentence. "Have you heard? Mason has been fired." By the next morning, the rumor had evolved from a cautious whisper to an accepted fact. Some people seemed relieved. Others appeared nervous, waiting for the catch. We'd all witnessed flashy crackdowns in other places that turned out to be staged. I did not want this to be one of those. So I did something I had avoided for years. I displayed my real name where everyone could see it. A new all-hands invitation went out. Company updates include ownership and culture. Grant attached a brief note. "You will want to be present for this." When the team gathered, the mood was different from the previous meeting. Less defensiveness and more genuine curiosity. A couple of people looked toward the back, expecting Mason to arrive late with a story about everything being overblown. His seat remained empty. Grant opened again, but this time he made it brief. "You all know me," he said. "You understand what I do here. What you may not realize is who I do it with. Today, we're drawing back the curtain. No more anonymous ownership. No more guesses." He turned to face me. "Avery." I walked to the front, my heart pounding and palms damp. On the screen behind me, a new slide was waiting. Our logo appears at the top, with a simple line underneath. Avery Bennett, the founder and majority owner. Next to it was a photograph of myself that I despised seeing, taken on the day we signed the lease for our office. I looked younger, tired, but hopeful. There was a beat of silence. Then the entire room inhaled. Some people actually said, "Wait. What?" out loud. Claire's eyes filled with tears. Someone in the back whispered, "I knew it. I should have told you this long ago." I began when we launched Brightline. I chose to stay in the background for a variety of reasons. Some are strategic, while others are more personal. I was afraid that if my family found out what I was building, they would try to control it, compare it, or tear it down. I was afraid that if any of you knew, you'd judge me differently, treat me differently, and stop being honest with me. So I let the concept of a mysterious owner exist, and I let you believe I was just another cog in the machine. That secrecy protected me in some ways, but it also cost us because it made it difficult for you to believe that leadership would step up when it was needed. I took a breath. Yesterday was one of those occasions. You saw someone in this room wield power and use it to harm others. Some of you were hurt. Some of you laughed along. Some of you remained silent because you were unsure who would choose you over him. I need you to know this. I saw it. I overheard it. And I won't pretend that's who we are. I took a half-second glance at Mason's empty seat. Mason Bennett left Brightline yesterday. That decision was difficult on a personal level. He's my brother. A ripple spread throughout the room. They now had a clear picture of the situation. The family toast, the bitterness, the layers. However, simply being related to me does not provide immunity in this situation. If anything, it raises the standard. If I can hold my own family accountable, you won't have to worry about me making excuses for others. I noticed the faces in front of me soften. Some people were shocked. Some appeared to want to clap but weren't sure if it was appropriate yet. Now, I said, we should talk about that lounge and what it meant when people laughed. I looked up a still image from security footage. No audio, just a frame of people eating toast, their faces blurred for privacy, but the context was clear. Mason stands in the center, arm raised, and the others around him are amused in various ways. The night my brother called, I was still unemployed. Almost everyone in the frame laughed. Some of you are currently in this room. I'm not here to roast or embarrass you. I'm here to be honest. You weren't just laughing at me. You were laughing at the version of me that he had sold you. Useless, drifting, and disposable. You were laughing at the notion that someone without a visible title doesn't matter. I let that sit for a moment. Here's an unexpected twist. Every individual in that frame worked for me. You were celebrating the failure of the person who signed your paychecks. And I don't say that to brag, but to make a point. When you decide that someone is beneath you, you have no idea who you're mocking. You don't understand their story, their power, or their worth. A few people were in tears now. One of the strategy leaders raised their hand. I was there. He explained. I laughed. I should not have. I apologize. Thank you, I said, and I meant it. Owning it is the first step. This is not about mass punishment. It's about resetting. Nonetheless, there are consequences to what we tolerate. So, here's what will happen. I advance to the next slide. 4 bullet points. First, we are implementing clear anti-harassment and anti-bullying policies with real teeth, rather than just HR posters, training, reporting channels, and follow-through. Second, anyone who has directly encouraged or participated in abusive behavior as documented in complaints and messages will meet with HR within the next week to discuss performance and fit. Some of these conversations will result in improvement plans. A few will result in separation. I'm not going to name those people here, but they know who they are and what they wrote. I hesitated before the third point, but decided to proceed. Third, and most importantly, if you laughed that night and genuinely want to improve, I will not fire you for a single moment of poor judgment. I'm inviting you to demonstrate that you can be a part of the culture we're creating rather than the one we recently shut down. You might be thinking, but what about the title? Didn't you fire everyone for laughing? The truth is that I fired everyone who insisted on being the person who laughed. A few people chose that path. In their HR meetings, they rolled their eyes, dismissed everything as overblown, and stated unequivocally that they would not change. Their contracts ended, and their badges were deactivated. They received the same corporate exit treatment as Mason, minus the sibling complication. But others cried. They apologized directly to the colleagues they had hurt. They offered to help rewrite our culture handbook. They asked openly, what can I do to fix this? These were the ones I kept. Not because they were perfect, but because they were eager. I'm not interested in running a company full of flawless people, I said to the audience. I want to run a company full of people who are motivated to succeed. If you're here for that, I'm with you. If you aren't, this is probably not the place for you, which is fine. But I refuse to allow Brightline to become a playground for egos at the expense of everyone else. Following the meeting, something changed. The gossip did not stop overnight, but the tone shifted. People began calling each other in rather than just out. Jokes became sharper but kinder, addressing situations rather than people's identities or insecurities. New hires were told the story of the owner firing her own brother, not as a juicy piece of drama, but as a reminder that she truly means what she says about respect. My family was messier. My mother called me in tears and accused me of ruining your brother's life. I calmly informed her that Mason's choices had accomplished that. My dad was quieter, but one night he called and said, I had no idea how big Brightline was. I'm proud of you. It wasn't a complete apology for years of dismissive behavior. But it was a step in the right direction. I took it. Mason did not speak to me for weeks. He finally sent a short text. I got a job interview. I will figure it out. Do not worry about me. It was not forgiveness. It wasn't understanding, but it was a step toward becoming a self-sufficient version of himself. People ask if I regret it. Firing my brother, revealing myself, and shattering the illusion that kept everyone happy. The answer is no. He believed he had complete control when he raised his glass and called me still unemployed. The true vengeance did not involve firing him. It was showing him and everyone else that the person you least expect may be the one writing the ending. If you've ever been the less successful sibling, the quiet one at the table, the one everyone mocks because they believe you'll never speak up, I'd like to ask you something. What would happen in your life if you stopped waiting for permission to take up space? And if you've ever seen someone get trampled at work and said nothing, here's a reality check. Are you going to stand up or laugh the next time? Because in the end, that is the true twist in any revenge story. It is not only about the person who eventually fights back. When the tables are turned, everyone else has to decide which side they're on.